need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind. I just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. I just need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind. I just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night.
contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Top 8 teams have come to Southeast Asia for the region's first ever global event. The Road to Champions starts right here. Hello everyone and welcome to day 1 of Masters, coming to you from UOB Live in Bangkok, Thailand. I am your host Yingsu and I'm joined by Mimi and Kakuka here on the desk. We made it, the first global event.
And I think it's crazy, very happy to be here. If we look back at the 2 past years that we've had since partnership, it will be around this time that we will be even starting the competitive season, and we're already in the first international event.
And it's great to have the first one in Southeast Asia here. We got a really cool venue and some fantastic 8 teams to get this one going with.
I can't wait to get it started, but before everything kicks off, let's take a look at the format. Explainer, take a look at this.
Get ready. From February 20th to March 2nd, the best Valorant players in the world will converge for Masters Bangkok. The first global event of the 2025 VALORANT Champions Tour will feature 8 teams representing the 4 international leagues. This year, the rewards for doing well at Masters are high, and every team in the top 4 will be awarded with championship points. Teams earn qualification for Masters by finishing top 2 at their respective kickoff tournaments. Masters will be split into 2 parts, the playoff bracket and the Swiss stage. First up, we have the Swiss stage, which will narrow the competition from 8 teams to the top 4. To advance out of Swiss, teams will need to secure 2 victories before they accumulate 2 losses. Each match will be a best-of-3 series. For the tournament, participants will be drawn into 4 matches. In the first round, we'll see teams who won their kickoff events face off against all the second-place finishers. No same region matchups allowed here. Those who win round 1 will move up, and those who lose will find themselves in elimination matches. Between each round, teams will draw their next opponents, and after 3 rounds of Swiss competition, we'll have our 4 playoff bracket contenders. A random draw will pair the competitors, a double elimination bracket will narrow them down, and we'll close out with a best-of-5 series in the lower and grand finals. Last team standing will be the Masters Bangkok Champions. So mark your calendars and be sure to tune in for all the action. For more info and updates, visit ValorantEsports.com and follow us on social media. Get ready for the ultimate clash of Valorant at Masters Bangkok.
As said so beautifully put there, of course, we're going to be starting with the Swiss stage of the tournament, and we have 8 fantastic teams. Every team that made it here had to go through a crazy good final as well. But of course, this also means, Mimi, that teams will be dropping out at some point early this week as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The Swiss stage, we saw this one get debuted last year at some of our Masters tournaments. It gets really good matches once you get into those 1-0s, super intense once you get into the 1-1s later on as well. But definitely brutal for these teams. You can only lose twice. For some teams, they've flown, what, 25, 30 hours out.
Yeah, and also a lot of teams and players didn't make it here.
Yeah.
Kakuka, Paper Rex not being here. I don't know why I'm here. I'm shocked.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so many teams and so many people also thought that Heretics would make it Genji after the year that they had in 2024. But what surprises me the most is that for the first time ever, we do not have any team from South America. It's only less represented in Vitality.
Yeah, and no Aspas as well. But if we take a look at the schedule today, we do have 4 teams, and I think everybody is going to be very excited about. We're kicking things off with EDG versus Team Liquid, followed by DRX versus Sentinels. Mimi, as much as some of the other players and teams didn't make it, you got to be happy to see these 4 teams on day 1.
Especially happy to see EDG here. They're the first ever team who's won champions, who's actually made it to the first Masters following that one. Every other champs winning roster has fallen apart. Not so for EDG. They're champions again from China, looking to go back-to-back here.
Yeah, the fact that they didn't disband and then they make it here as well. But I want to get your guys' thoughts on who you think is going to win the tournament. We're going to get our predictions in before the tournament even starts. So Kakuka, I'll start with you.
I'm going to be with absolutely incomplete bias. I'm going to say Vitality, because Dirk is back. safe with his like third roster coming into an international event. I think that is he always gets even bigger in these situations, and I think that they proved a lot in EMEA. I want them to have a good year.
Yeah, I think that they are one of the finalists in my mind, but I think their opponent, and in my opinion, the victor, is going to be G2. They looked really ahead of everyone else in Americas, have a great read on the meta, have 4 out of 5 players from last year, and they've just added Jaw, which is such a clear upgrade for this team. Super excited to watch them play.
I felt like the bias
Fair.
disclaimer you had should have also been
No,
a
that's
disclaimer.
for the
both of us.
No
for
bias.
me. And I would take the bias disclaimer for me as well, because I think EDG, they've already come so far, they can go even further. I believe they're going to win it all here in Bangkok. But I want to know what you guys, the fans, have to think in today's MasterCard fan poll. Which region is going to win it all? Scan the QR code on your screen to cast your votes, and we'll have the results in just a bit. And make sure, while you're at it, to use the hashtags VALORANT Masters and VCT so we can feature your picks on the show as well. I have a sneaky feeling that this is going to be quite a close poll.
Yeah, exactly. I think that is going to be a close poll, and just think of the fact that we only have 8 teams. Realistically, anybody, any of the teams, even if they're an underdog, they have a good chance of winning this.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be so close between all these guys. Even like you were saying, Sue, in the finals, pretty much every one of those going the distance. It's going to be a very tight field of competition here.
And also, if Achilles was here, he would have said DRX. So
Yes.
we're not, we're all biased, but we can speculate all day about who's going to win the trophy. Our 2 so-called experts claim to have cracked the code. Here is Brandon Seischer with Swissology.
It's Brendan Sideshow here to walk you through exactly how the Swiss stage of Bangkok is going to work here. We've got our 4 matches to open things up. We know exactly who's going to win them, and we know how the rest of the bracket's going to go anyway, even though it's going to be randomly
And most
generated.
importantly, we know exactly how Swiss works as well.
Of course we
Common
do.
complaint.
Bren, EDG versus Team Liquid. Who's winning that game?
That one, I'm going to give that one to EDG because Team Liquid, I don't trust them.
Okay, why don't you trust them?
With a 10-foot pole. I just don't. I mean, they've been looking good recently, but I just don't. There's something about that horse logo that just inspires no confidence
Okay.
at all.
Well, DRX versus Sentinels, neither of them have a horse logo, so we're going to have to
Yeah.
use a different heuristic.
Sentinels, because I'm NA bias.
Right, okay, I mean, a really great response as usual. So we'll
Yeah.
put Sen up there, we'll put DRX down there, because that's, of course, how the random draw is going to work.
Yeah.
Vitality versus T1.
Vitality Team 1. I mean, we'll give it Vitality.
Okay, Team
Right.
Vitality, I like that, yeah. They're looking really good at the moment. So then our final match, we have G2 playing against Trace.
Yeah, I mean G2, right?
Okay, you have G2 winning that
Probably
one.
G2.
All right, well that sets us up with some banger matches in this first round. The winners have to play the winners, the losers have to play the losers down here as well. So go on, give me EDG versus Sentinels.
EDG Sentinels. Let's go Sen again because of NA bias.
Sen again, okay, and then give me Vitality versus G2.
G2 again because of NA bias.
Just more NA bias,
Yeah.
ridiculous. Okay, incredible.
Wait. Cut. What are you guys doing?
It's the Swissology.
What are you?
I mean, I know you're a Swede, and we're
How
bringing you in,
dare
but-
you? How dare you say that Leaf and friends are gonna win against me and Dirk? Dirk and friends, sorry.
Well, I mean, at least we didn't have you
The
lose.
director directs, and I will direct some common sense.
Okay,
Okay.
no, please.
That's all I gotta
Please.
say.
Go.
So we gotta go back in time. Whoever did this has to swap it back themselves.
Okay, sorry. Right, we'll
So
undo
take that
this.
down, and then take
Undo
this
G2.
down. Bye-bye G2.
Are you still happy playing against G2,
I'm
though, sir?
so happy playing against G2.
Okay, but I assume you've got yourself winning then.
We're saving Europe.
And then
Right,
that means
okay,
G2
G2
down,
goes
down
in there then.
here.
All right. So then you don't even get the opportunity to play Trace this tournament.
That's
all right.
beneficial for me. That's
Okay,
all
so
I gotta say.
EDG go through to here then. So have you got any other problems with what's going on?
No, I'm just seeing a lot of bangers here.
A lot of bangers.
A lot
Okay,
of
well,
bangers.
what happens at the bottom then?
I just don't get why Liquid went down. Like,
What do you mean?
if we are realistic here, EDG are big fans of Liquid.
Okay.
Isn't there like a Chichu Nats thing going on?
Another
There
round,
is,
and
yeah,
then
there's a big Chichu Nats thing
Hold on,
going
what
on.
if we-
Okay, so EDG end up winning against
What if I
DRX.
throw in
DRX
some,
losing. T1 against Trace. T1
Wait,
Trace.
who do we
filling
got
in.
left? Who do we got left?
T1 have to play against Trace. We need a loser, sir.
Loser of T1 Trace?
Yes.
I've already picked up the badge.
I'm sweating profusely from this pick.
Don't make me swap this.
Trace loses.
Trace loses? I didn't want to have to pick up another badge.
Okay, wonderful. Now, why have I picked up Vitality again? Who are we missing here?
I don't know. Who is
Team
that?
Liquid. Team
Which
Liquid.
team? Bro, I'm
going
lost.
there.
I'm actually lost.
All right,
in
who's
this
advancing?
Guys, surely Europe is on top this time.
Okay, so G2 and Team Liquid.
G2TL going through. Wait, what's happening? What is happening? What is?
Just gonna start throwing random stuff up. Sentinels! We love Sentinels! Clout! Woo! Woo! Swissology!
I don't know why I'm cheering for Sentinels.
Now we know what the D in DJ stands for. Director. Getting some common sense in there. Do you agree with some of the picks that Safe was saying?
I agree with everything that Safe said, and I stand behind every single one of his decisions.
Yeah, especially at the end there. Sentinels being both 1-in-1 qualified spots and both 1-in-1 losses makes a lot of sense to me.
It's a very Sentinels way of doing things.
That wasn't Safe though. I felt like that was the only part he had no play in.
And it was the only bad part.
It was actually the only bad part. There is another prize, however, up for grabs. The MVP award. The winner will be voted on by the press, talent, and co-streamer. And there is a special prize. You guys have seen it before. There will be another bracelet, of course. The two bracelets we have gone out to so far has been Kung and Fluorescent. Do you guys think that Kung can do the back-to-back bracelet?
It would be so badass, you know, to just turn up and rock up with both of them. But I would like it to have a new owner.
Kung has never not won an MVP trophy in China. He's won every single one that has been available, so an obvious choice there. But I might send out, to continue the bias Bren was showing, someone like Leaf, who is playing incredible in America.
Okay.
There's a lot of candidates.
You said you wanted another contender, so who?
I'm gonna go for Dirk. You know,
Dirk.
out of Fnatic, but still being the Lanimal that we know and love. I would love that.
I support every word that you just said.
Anything that's coming for EMEA, I will take.
Honestly, Dirk, Kiko, any of them, I would be happy, of course. And speaking of EMEA, they will be in action first here. EDG will be taking on Team Liquid in our opening game. And of course, this is a little bit of a throwback, Mimi. We've seen this matchup before.
Yeah, a while ago at Masters Tokyo, but a lot has changed since then. For EDG, this was their breakout tournament. They made it deep for the first time ever at a global event, and it was a tough time for Liquid, honestly, back then as well, Bea.
Yeah, exactly. But even with all of that, Team Liquid is still undefeated versus EDG. But as you're saying, things are very different now. This was not the EDG that is now a world champion. And this is also not the Team Liquid that we were seeing here with Redgar, with Yampi, with Safe also as well.
Yeah, you only have one player left over from that roster, who's Nats, now the IGL of this team, back again.
And of course, EDG, it's a tiny bit of a shaky start for them to get here, but they got here. And there's a reason why, Mimi, that despite being shaky that they got here.
Yeah, I mean, the run to get here is crazy, because they started out for like the first time ever losing to teams. They lost 13-4, 2 maps to Trace, went to the lower bracket. Then they back-to-back won 13-0s and looked in championship form again. But there's a very parallel story there as well with Team Liquid, Bea, who also struggled early on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they had to go through the entirety of the lower round. And it was the worst because, you know, because of the format, even if you won the first match, you would still be placed in the first round of the lower. So them doing it until the end proves a lot of character.
And I need you to defend them, Kakuka, because the tier list, the predictions, the disrespect I have seen from the community against
I mean, you're saying the community, dog, it was me. I said I'd glue myself to the chair if they made it here. I was a hater, but they're here now and they're good.
I'll bring the glue.
Kakuka, please defend them and tell me, give them a reason.
Yeah, exactly. First of all, I will bring that glue because I think that you owe that to them. But
I do.
Hear me out. Team Liquid looked so bad against Foot. It was the advantages that they were throwing. They were not playing as a team, and we could understand that because of the changes that they had. But they made a decision. We're going to swap things around. We're going to go back to basics. With Nats on the IGL, they managed to swap some, identify their weaknesses and their strengths, and match through match, they were getting stronger. They are the team that has played by far the most out of this tournament, and if reps are something to value, Team Liquid is winning.
Yeah, this lower bracket run from them was absolutely incredible, and I think you saw a really good connection between the players form out of that. The team fighting in these later games looked absolutely on point. They were playing off each other so well. You built up confidence even for the new guys, and a returning guy like Kiko, who ended up being the best rated player of EMEA after having a tough first year in the league. It was truly an incredible redemption for Team Liquid.
And of course, the role swap. I mean, I almost want to say a soft role swap because Kakuka, there's also places that he doesn't play Smokes, and you guys saw there as well. Yes, Nat is back. It's been such a long time since we've seen him on the global stage.
Yeah, exactly. But I think everybody is very happy obviously Chichu is going to be extremely happy to be playing up against him. But we know that he, even though he has different duties now and even some added weight onto what he has to do into the game, he is still in the same form, and that is very difficult to maintain throughout the years.
Yeah, and I know some people are upset the Heretics didn't make it, but Paddy is here. Let's hear what he had to say to Mika Fabs ahead of his first global event with Team Liquid.
Patatek, it is so good to see you here. I want you to just look back to a year ago where you're standing by the stage watching as your former team took on EDG in the grand finals of Champions Seoul. I want to know how much did that moment impact your mentality going into this first match versus EDG, especially now that you're with Team Liquid and you get to take matters into your own hands this time.
It was sad to watch them lose, you know, but as you just said, now I can take the matters into my hands and I have the control over the game. Last year when I was watching the game and the Heretics game, it was really hard to watch because I couldn't do anything, obviously, and they were losing, so it was hard to watch. But now everything is in my hands, so let's see what's going to happen.
Now you have the power. Yeah. Super exciting. Good luck.
Thank you.
I mean, we saw it back in EMEA, right? Patatek knocked out every single one of his former teammates every single match he played, and he's on a mission here, Mimi. He's here not just to perform on the global stage again, but also get revenge.
Absolutely. I mean, for this guy, having the year he did and then getting sidelined as just the sub for Team Heretics, being a sub in the past before that, we waited so long for him to have an opportunity to shine as a part of a full-time roster. He has that chance with Team Liquid, and immediately it's success, going all the way to the finals and qualifying to another global where Team Heretics didn't.
And I have to say it, I think that probably for Patatek has been one of the biggest glow-ups that we've had in the history of Valorant, from thinking about 2020 and 2021 to where he is right now, last year becoming the sub of the year because of what he did for Team Heretics. We even had some doubts, is he going to be picked out for this year? And I think that Team Liquid just absolutely nailed it. If you have not been seeing Team Liquid while they were playing in EMEA, the way everything fits in so well, he is still the god support that we saw last year.
And of course, the man on your screen here, the only Thai representation at Masters Bangkok in Thailand. I know the fans are definitely going to be behind him, and his IGL Nats. We want to talk about glow-ups. Mimi, he's consistently been glowing since the first day we saw him on stage.
Yeah, absolutely. But that was after a rough patch in his career, having been one of the biggest names of Valorant early on, falling off in 2023, not really being shown at globals outside of Tokyo. But now he's back again, and you've seen how he's matured as a player. He's still that guy who's going to win you rounds off his lurk, who's going to show you impressive new tech on Sentinels or Viper, but he's also now the leader of this team and has done so much to allow them to make that lower bracket run happen.
Absolutely. During the lower bracket, we were showing his calls sometimes when we got the chance in EMEA, and the TED Talks that he was giving the team in just like 30 seconds, being like, guys, and very calm, because that's how he is. Guys, we're going to go, disrespect them, do this, do that. He faced the most beautiful usage of time. And as we were seeing also in those replays, playing the operator a lot, it is something actually very difficult to deal with, because he always has his utility to play around when he plays it from the attack. And I really want to know how some teams are going to deal with the Nats issue.
Do you think he's going to tell them to disrespect Chichu? I think
he can't.
That would break his heart.
That would be too tough
That
for
would
him.
absolutely break his heart. But I think you're right. I think EDG, they need to anticipate the sniper usage he's going to have. And I wouldn't even be surprised if he is one of the leading outlaw users in this tournament, for just for love. But speaking of Chichu, the reason we mentioned this is, of course, Nat is going to be going up against his biggest fan. And I did my weekly third wheeling and joined them for a quick chat. Take a look at this.
Welcome to Duo Queue, where I'm joined by the dream duo here. That is Chichu from EDG and Nats from Team Liquid. Luna's going to help me with some translations as well. I know the fans are very excited for this matchup. You guys have a lot of history as well. So I thought we'd play a game where I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to choose whether you put yourself as the answer or the other person as the answer. So I'm going to go straight into it. Who is the better Cypher player?
谁是更好的零的使用者呢？
直接写上没有？
对，直接
You
写
got to
答案
put, yeah, me or him, me or him. I want you to show the camera when you're ready. No, you both put the other person? Okay, I'll start with Chichu, because I feel like we expect you to say Nats.
因为我看到他很多的 POV 嘛，然后玩这个英雄也是学习了他，所以说就很简单。他应该算是我的老师嘛 ，teacher。
I watched a lot of his POV, and also I learned from his Cypher. He's my teacher, actually.
Are you surprised that he put you?
你会感觉他选的答案是你，你会觉得比较惊喜吗？
挺意外的。
All right, okay, so Chichu was very surprised you put him. So do you want to explain to us why you chose him?
I mean, he's a very good player. He's a very good Cypher. I think he's improving a lot on this agent, especially from what I saw from the previous year. He has different ideas. And even though he says that he's watching a lot, I think he's bringing his ideas also into that. And that's interesting to watch, because some of the stuff he does, I don't do. That's why kind of I put it.
Chichu's going to be so happy with this. I feel like I love this. Very wholesome. Next one is, who is the better clutcher?
你觉得谁在残局当中会表现更加优异一点呢？
丢人。
Oh, okay. Chichu's put him. So
Yeah.
Yeah, why?
我觉得，因为我觉得就是我很多这种残局的思路都是走他的操作里面去汲取的嘛。然后我也觉得，之前我们打Team Liquid的比赛，残局其实也打得不是很好嘛。然后我觉得还需要进步。对，而且我也觉得我的残局现在还不太够细腻。
He said when we faced against the Team Liquid before, seems like we didn't play too well, and also feels like I still have a lot of things to improve during my clutches, and feel like I still have to learn in the following matches.
Keep watching Natsu streams, I feel like you'll get them. And last one, who is the colder player on stage? You know, less emotional, very unbothered, like
冷静的选手。
cold. Yeah, cold. Oh, you have to think about this one, Nats. You're really thinking about this one. I think Chichu's ready. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, he's also
He's
thinking.
not ready.
He's not ready
He's
also.
not ready.
Oh, wow. This is a hard one.
When I'm playing, I'm not really watching how the enemy is reacting, especially because monitor is too close to me. If they lose, if they win, I don't really pay attention to it. That's why it's hard for me to say who is emotional, who is not.
Have you got an answer?
我觉得是都是。
The same?
Yeah.
Are we allowed that? Okay, it's my game, so I will bend the rules.
Okay.
What did you write, Nats?
I write me, but if he feels like that, because as I said, I don't really pay attention.
Okay.
If he thinks, because I'm pretty sure he compares, I agree with that then.
Are you guys okay with
Yeah.
settling as you're
Yeah.
both the coldest?
Yeah.
对因为我觉得他刚刚说他不知道我的风格嘛，然后就我觉得应该是一样的。对我打比赛还是比较冷静的。
I think it's similar because while doing the matchup, I'm pretty cool, pretty calm on the stage.
Did he also study that from Nats? Is that?
那这一点也是从 Nats 身上所学到的吗？
这个还不是这个我就在 EDG 的第一场比赛我紧张过，后面其实没紧张，我感觉应该就是自身的一些东西吧。
Actually not. I only feel like stage jitter when my first matchup on the stage was EDG. But after that, I think that's my own quality.
Oh, wow. Okay,
Yeah.
we got two cold players play similar roles. I can't wait to see this matchup. Thank you for joining me and best of luck in your game.
Is there a bigger and better compliment than Nats telling you that you are better than him on Cypher?
No. Next
I
question.
think that's it. I think that's just...
Move on.
Yeah, absolutely. But to see this interactions between players, to see that we can have this wholesomeness, it's going to be very important. Also, that the last thing that they were speaking about being cold on stage, because there are some new faces that are going to be there for the first time, and for EDG, they have to defend that title.
Yeah, and no new faces for EDG though. Mimi, is this an advantage, you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the two teams that have made really minimal changes are always going to come out advantage. There's more than just that, but I think if Team America is making one change, EDG sticking by their roster completely, who lifted that trophy just a few months ago in Seoul. Like we mentioned earlier, the first team who's done that, who comes back in the exact same way, with the exact same roster. And while they had that rocky start, that time it takes to actually get a roster to mesh together, for all the players to know how the others play, how the others are as people, that takes a long time, and I think it's a big advantage for EDG coming into this event.
I think also if we look at what happened last year, the Neon had a lot of weight into what they were doing, something that they're still playing to this day. For them, the challenge this event is how they're going to face off against the teams that have advanced in the meta, that are incorporating new things. Some of them, they don't even get to see in the region, but at least they had a longer time to prep, because it's been a month since their kickoff.
Yeah, I do think it is so interesting how unique they are compared to other teams. We've seen a lot of movement towards like the Teo Yoru ideas, they're the only real region and one of the few teams who's actually stuck by the Neon. And it was effective back then. There were nerfs, but I think people are too fast to write that agent off because Hong Kong is still an absolute beast on Neon.
It fits them.
Yeah, and as you said, they've had the longest break too. I think they would have made a very, very good use of this. But the 2024 Champs MVP is in the building, and this is what Kong had to say to Mika Fabs.
The defending champions are back on the global stage. Kong, what is your message to all of the teams who are going to come for you this whole year and the rest of EDG? We have my good friend Luna here to help with some translation.
那有没有什么话是想要对今年冲着你们而来、想要挑战你们的队伍说的呢？
我觉得友谊第一，比赛第二吧，然后享受游戏就好了。
I think the first come up first is our friendship, and next is our competition, the competitive whole thing, right? I just gonna enjoy the stage.
Friends, competition, and enjoying the stage. Gotta love it. Good luck, Kong.
I love how humble he is out here. He's just happy to see his mates, you know, it's like summer camp being here. But having said that though, do you guys feel like he is still the best player coming into this tournament?
I think that there is a discussion to be had, definitely. It depends on, again, thinking of the plans and the things that they were doing in the region. I was going to say, the Neon just fits them. The more aggressive, again, always going in as a pack, it gives him that kind of freedom. And he could definitely be up there and prove that maybe following the meta is not that important for them.
It's a testament to how good he is, at least for me, that I don't necessarily expect EDG to win this event, but I still kind of expect him to be the best player of the event, because no matter what's going on, no matter what the meta, no matter what changes within the team, this guy is always an absolute beast in the server. I mean, you saw it in China where he was putting up insane stats in yet another split. You saw it at Champions. He's just incredibly consistent, and he's also so unique, right? Still playing Neon, still opping as much as he is. He's a player that, in and of himself, you have to think about how to play against.
And I do wonder what this means for the players of Team Liquid, because you have players like Kiko and Camo and Kamek as well, who have never played on a stage this big. And for the Duelist players, Kukuka, they have to go up against Kong on their debut.
There is a lot of pressure. I think that it also comes down to how the map veto is going to go, but Team Liquid have been in such great pressure throughout the entirety of the year that they should be quote-unquote used to this. I know that it's very imposing, like just having all the people behind you and just being on a bigger stage against an opponent that you've never played against, but I'm hopeful for them.
Yeah, I think you have to be, but it is a big difference, right? Team Liquid had to start from scratch this year. Nats is the IGL, all of these rookie players coming in. They're on the start of their journey. This is deep in for EDG. This is their second year. Their confidence has to be super high on that stage already.
And I wonder how much faith you guys have in EDG as well, because it's time for the results for our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you which region will take home the trophy. The results are in, and it is, I mean, it's closer than I thought it would be. And you guys have voted Americas first, then Pacific second. Mimi, you must be happy with this.
Yeah, I mean, I think China getting clearly underrated in this pool, but I'd imagine a lot of G2 believers and a lot of Sen clout heads like Bren in that poll.
Yeah, I understand it. I think that I agree with this. I know the way that G2 has been playing and they're clear favorites for this tournament, but I like the fact that everybody's got their numbers.
Yeah, I think it's not an upset, right? We expected a lot of the people to go for Americas there. Are you surprised that Pacific came second in that poll?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought
honestly,
China would be
I feel
there.
like,
yeah.
in my opinion,
Are you not gonna give the time zone breakthrough?
No, I've moved past that. That's
okay,
2024,
sorry.
maybe.
So sorry.
No, but in my opinion, I think Pacific looked like the weakest region coming into this one, but it's still a close field, and they have a lot of fans, of course.
Yeah, I think people are underrating T1 a little bit. I know DRX, you know, we know they're good, but I think T1 can do some damage. But let's take a look at the predictions from us and the other talent members, of course. And it looks like Kukuka, I was a traitor. I'm sorry. I was a big-time traitor.
Really a traitor.
Yeah, and you are the only person that went with Team Liquid.
I think they can possibly do it. I know that when we get to the maps, maybe I change my mind, but they've been so insisting in someone believing in them and what they can achieve that honestly, I believed it. I've been in the past. I've been in this situation in the past. Didn't end up well, but I'm going to believe them for this one. I think that they should know how to prep against this team.
Only seeing the Pacific talent go for DRX2 is a bit of a surprise to me. I think Chen is favored there, but I don't think they're massively favored.
I got bribed. That was a bribe. Yeah, I would have gone with DRX. I got bribed. You know, I had to be the allegations or somewhere. But the wait is nearly over for our first global event of the year. We are kicking things off with EDG versus Team Liquid, and then followed by DRX versus Sentinels. I hope you guys are ready, because we definitely are. You don't want to miss any action today. And without further ado, day one of Masters Bangkok starts right here, right now.
Let me just feel the punch. Let me get a punch. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need. You've been a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pal. Put when they put get back pun yao. Pop gun now. Yeah, I'm a cut to ying my pow 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 pow. Take it out, back it out. กูสาวมึงพับหลับ Yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงกูพวกกูจัดมึงจุด now out out. Pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมัน panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมี point of proof ไม่ควรได้ break เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพายกูพูดไปก็ right point เขาต่อยสักชุดโตพวก All problems proof in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่ใช่เธอกูจะดีกว่า one punch. You whip ที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูช่วยกูสักคนมา one punch. One day one life one dream one punch. If you have one shot better have one punch.
ในภาษาไทยเรามีคำว่าใจสู้หมายถึงหัวใจที่ทรหดไม่ยอมแพ้ต่ออุปสรรคแม้ว่ามันจะหนักหนาสักแค่ไหนซึ่งเป็นคำที่เติมไฟให้เหล่านักสู้ดูลิสทุกคน
Once the game begins, my confidence just kicks in.
Block up the noise, line up the shot.
As a duelist, I always keep my eyes forward.
当然，所有人都会觉得，作为一个决斗者，应该有勇气，应该去面对。但是，我认为，身为一个决斗者，你不仅需要这些，你需要创造力。天不生我 EDG，VCT， 万古如长夜。我准备好卫冕。
สวัสดีครับโอ้โหวันนี้นะครับก็เป็นไงบ้างรู้สึกไงบ้างชาวไทยทุกคนนะครับดีใจมากนะครับที่ได้มีวันนี้เกิดขึ้นมาจริงๆก่อนอื่นเลยขออนุญาตแนะนำตัวนะครับผมอิดนะครับก็จะรับหน้าที่เป็นพิธีกรของทุกคนในรายการแข่งครั้งนี้นะครับเราเจอกันยาวๆอย่างแน่นอนก็ถือว่าเป็นรายการแข่งที่ใหญ่มากๆของประเทศไทยอีกหนึ่งงานเลยทีเดียวนะครับผมที่รวบรวม8ทีมจากท็อปที่สุดของโลกนะครับเพื่อมาประชันกันในการแข่งครั้งนี้นะครับผม and hello ladies and gentlemen watching back at home watching in the stadium wherever you are I'm Asara and I'll be your host for this event for the next 2 weeks and trust me man this time like the teams top 8 teams coming from all over the world for the VALORANT qualifiers are able to come here to fight, to compete in one of the biggest international stadiums in Thailand. And of course, let me give a round of applause to all the teams. Apologize there, I'm just super excited to be here, being in the middle of all the Thai fans, all the fans from all over the world as well. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, let me attempt, okay, to welcome all of you to the local name of this incredible city. Welcome to Masters กรุงเทพมหานครอมรรัตนโกสินทร์มหินทราอยุธยามหาดิลกพบรัตน์ราชธานีบุรีรมย์อุดมราชนิเวศหาสถานอมรพิมานเอาตาลสถิตสกทิตยะวิษณุกรรมประสิทธิ์โอเคครับขอบคุณมากครับผม Thank you everybody for all the support I really needed that but yes that is the full name anyways I'm sorry I'm taking so much time I believe that everybody is super excited to watch the games already so let's do this one more time together make it short make it simple let's do it officially ladies and gentlemen welcome to Masters Bangkok
Welcome to Masters Bangkok. Indeed, both of these teams had a bit of a shaky start, but they are here for a reason. EDG still to see if they are the best team in the world, and Team Liquid to prove everybody else wrong. But Kakuka, you mentioned earlier the map vetoes are going to be super important. So talk me through why.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we're just gonna go straight onto it. Everything's displayed. Team Liquid keeping their permaban. Same goes for EDG. Going on to Split as the first map. EDG decided to go onto Pro. Makes a lot of sense. Team Liquid, a little bit wacky, still has not won it. But I wonder if Team Liquid is comfortable enough in this split, and especially not having that much tape onto EDG. Just not much.
Yeah, it is also really interesting. You mentioned this earlier, Yinsu. The Chinese teams had 30 whole days off from when they qualified this tournament to now playing their first match in Masters Bangkok. So a lot of chances for EDG to iterate, to come out with something new, to show us here. That's an advantage that Liquid does not have.
They do not, but I do think the advantage they have here is forcing EDG to pick the Pearl. I think this is a trap. We've seen Liquid do this before when they leave Lotus open and they looked insane on it. So I think EDG have to be careful because for Split, as we talk about this map, I will be very, very surprised. Just, you know, even with the break, can take it into consideration that EDG can come out with something better than Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid had looked really good. They were 3-0 in EMEA on this one. I love the look they were showing with this double dive, raise Yoru composition on Split, and I'm interested to see them go back into that here.
Oh, Kiko's going to be amazing, having his debut just being on the duelist. What is it?
But people are going to be so confused. They're like, Kiko roll swap, he's an open player now. Why is he playing Raze?
It's flexible, okay? He can do it all. You know, if we're going to talk about everybody playing duelist, just Rock T1 already onto the stage. But especially for this split, as I was mentioning, there is not a lot of tape on EDG. And also, very important, the tape that they had is playing against a team that was running the Deadlock Vice, right? And they were struggling a lot getting onto the side when I was bot reviewing this. And I understand that they were taking more time than they usually do.
Yeah, I'm interested too. EDG plays in a way not a lot of the EMEA teams do. They still have the Neon. They still play their very unique style. And they're going into the Breach Tejo here to start things off.
Yeah, exactly. And if I'm not mistaken, wasn't it Simon playing the Deco here previously? It was something about him that I didn't quite like, and that he was not really proactive with the utility. So many things that you can do with Deco, and he was much more reactive.
They were playing the Teo Sky last time. I think this comp makes a lot more sense. You have a ton of utility to combine, set Kung Kung up for success on that Jet. When we swap the defense, he's going to be an absolute menace with the off as well.
Yeah, and I want everybody to remember what Nats used to do on this map. You have that in your head. He still does it. Nothing has changed. Absolutely. And EDG should know.
What a perfect head-to-head, too. Him against Chichu, the same role on the lurk to start off on Split, getting to see those guys play against each other once again.
I want to see the explanation onto why the Jet instead of the Raze. I'd like the trade denial here. Both of the teams also playing without a Sentinel, right? They are going to rely more on Chichu and Nats to just have that control over middle. I think that is going to be one of the key areas of the map.
I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see it. And it sounds like the crowd cannot wait to see it either. So let's jump into this game and welcome your casters for this matchup. It is Sideshow and Bren.
Absolutely, and we've got an absolute banger here for our opening match of the first international event of our year, of our calendar here in Bangkok. EDG, reigning champions, going up against Team Liquid, who've been on a bit of a heater. Couldn't quite stick the landing in terms of that regional performance, but they made a hell of a go of it.
They certainly did. Team Liquid have already taken out one of our last year's champs finalists to make it here. They destroyed Heretics 3-0, and now here's another one of these champs finalists that Team Liquid has an opportunity to take down. Split's a wonderful map to open things up. We know what to expect from Liquid. One of the big questions about EDG and Trace throughout this tournament is going to be how effectively have they used their break. They had over 2 weeks extra to prep before Bangkok, but they'll have used some of that, taking a bit of a holiday break because of Chinese New Year. Here we can already see that EDG have retooled their composition. They'll have the ability to anti-Team Liquid a bit more heavily. By the look of things to open, Team Liquid are pulling out the same defense pistol that they played against Vitality, where they play B for full retake, a flood defense over towards A with that teleport so that Camo can get back and quad fighting in mid. Have EDG been watching the tape?
Let's find out, we'll see. Don't shy away from it whatsoever. Instead, Kangkang's going to be going straight up through a ramp. Now, he's alone when this is happening, and the fight is kicking off into mid.
They have not watched the tape.
Yeah.
Simon was not ready for that. He's just out in mid with the spike.
Donated, yet still the right click in the hands of Kangkang, and he picks up the upgrade, but he's going to be cleaned up. This is what Team Liquid are good at. Comes down to that discipline. They've honed it, they've refined it. Still, openings could be found. It's a 2v3, and it's going to be a difficult one at that.
I mean, how on earth do you recover this spike? Chichu and Smoggy are going to have to take fights. At the same time, there's a bait and switch setup here as well. Kiko has been playing some incredible Valorant so far in EMEA kickoff, and if he fails, Camo's played in.
The micro plays that Team Liquid love to cook up on the fly are so good.
Last player standing.
It's what's really set them on that path, and it really begins here in Bangkok with a pistol round win.
Already at the beginning, I'm reminded of what Chichu was talking about in the press conference. The Chichu Nats romance.
Sure.
People are loving it. People are loving it. But what I got from the press conference was that Chichu was saying because he's such a fan of Nats, he's been watching all of the Team Liquid games. So he said, I know how their playstyle has shifted. I've watched all of their footage, and I think we need to play slowly to counter what Team Liquid is doing. I think that's accurate. Team Liquid love fighting on their defense side, and I think EDG need to find those moments to slow down the tempo. That pistol round was the exact opposite of what Chichu said. Kangkang went instantly up ramps and died. I mean, they died in mid.
Yeah. Some semblance of an idea, but Camo's going to be postured early off the angle. You all grouped up now, obviously. By the buy for them. Walls up. Camo a bit of spraying and praying. No reward though. Gets the info. TP to evacuate in case he needs it. There's going to be a flash into his face, just slightly turned, but no. Still blinds it up. It's going to be a Prowler to supplement it, peeking out wide, but he's still going to play his life. And so, giving up the site, it'll be an open plant for EDG.
Spike planted.
We'll find out what he can do past this pointer here. Cheeky angle for Kankang. Tucked up close and personal. Let's try and set up that as well, but the horn just reveals as well. Not quite anything to break it. Satchel, lay it down. Stuns right behind them. That's an attempt by EDG just to try and bail out one of their star players. It's going to be an inevitable round at last. Team Liquid up to 2.
Now we get to see whether Team Liquid have got a new bonus round idea. They ran a very similar pistol to the finals that they played in EMEA. Have they got a different bonus round idea? Kiko is only 2 away from getting his showstopper online. He's been able to get tons of kills early on. 4 of those, pick up some ult orbs, diffuses, that kind of stuff. Last defense bonus round that Team Liquid ran was an explosion out through B main. This time, it does look like a different setup. But with the propensity of Team Liquid to fight aggro on defense in rounds like this, I think EDG need to be cautious. Even if the threat in B main doesn't exist, you can see them 4 stacking outside B right now. They are not going to allow the same plan to hit.
It's be another one though. Oh my god, barely getting a handle onto the horns. There's a pull to supplement, and this guy is being chased now. Chomping at a bit to try and get a piece of him, and meanwhile, Kankang's cracking open the opposite side of the site. Chico does isolate the fight with Chichu going down, but still Kankang will not be stopped. It's relentless here in the opposing section of the map. He gets that plant down, cracks open the site for them.
If Camo had just played that a little slower instead of trying to go in through the smoke, Team Liquid would not have been in a bad spot. But now, player disadvantage, weaponry disadvantage, tough to convert a position like this. They're just looking to do damage to EDG. Having said that, Kiko just got the ult online.
Yeah, and that's also a critical kill of that. It's going to be catching mid-lurk, and already you can see it, the ult, the threat of it, already pushing out and pulling out some of that util. Kankang tucked up, top rafters, nobody swinging for this guy, and it's all dealt with. 2 surviving.
And that's an enormous round from Kankang. He really makes that work for EDG. The entry that we didn't get to see over towards the B side takes down the side anchor, that Astra. And also, let's dial it back. Let's talk about prep. EDG got completely caught by the same pistol round, but they were ready for the bonus round idea. 4 players waiting outside B main. They just weren't ready for the fact that it was happening on the opposite side. The A push.
One enemy.
And it's Kankang that comes out with the goods, as he's so often gonna do.
Despite the fact that only 2 players survived of EDG, they pull out the showstopper in that round. It's not a bad one for them. We are already in to the following round, round 4 here. And guns across the board. Just a bit of the action. There was that conditioning with the salvos, a bit of fault line into B main from what I could see. Just to get EDG into position.
Yeah, and that makes it does make it more difficult for Team Liquid to fight over this B area. And their comp is actually not very good when they're forced to play passive positions as they are currently. Liquid are going to want to try to take time. They're going to want to try to push through smokes, contact in. It's EDG's job to control the pace of this game and then allow their overwhelming utility to come through good on the executes.
Deep Prowler used on the other section of A. Team Liquid just trying to clean up the unknowns across the map. There's only 1 player left to stand here. Kamek is going to be tested into this spot and position. He's got some help from on high. People are going to be joining him, and what a beautiful shot that is. Easily dismisses it, but EDG are not to be trifled with. They're going to be running them down onto the site, and just walking straight into the sightlines. Nats makes a decent go of it. That is flicky. You need more than that at this point with EDG playing like this. Nobody, a 4-piece to finish off the 4th round.
And that shows you that even when Kankang is going to get taken down in some of these entries, EDG have that second wave follow-up. It was this flash push through. Breach util from Simon, empowering Smoggy and Nobody to get into the B side. They didn't need Kankang to make the space. They still were keeping util in reserve. Great shots hit, and Team Liquid now, after a successful pistol, that's all they've written so far. Back down on an eco.
Seeing a pause and a timer could mean one of 2 things.
Yeah, I mean...
Someone spilled a drink, or
I prefer a
tech
tactical pause, and I do
Yeah.
think that this would be a reasonable time for Team Liquid to take one. But who knows?
Yeah, it'll be 2 gun rounds. Well, listen,
tragedy.
can't always be lucky.
A dagger to the heart.
Yeah,
A
can't
dagger
always
to
be
the heart.
lucky. And the arena lights up red.
It looks beautiful.
Yeah.
It looks beautiful.
Blaring warning signs. We'll see. I'm going to take a gander over the stage. Who do I have to blame about this one? But
I think it is really interesting that Kung Kung has gone for the Jet on this map. The fact that he's working with an unconventional pick, I suppose, of the... Normally you would want to see people running the Rays on this map, generally speaking, if they're going to be playing the Duelist. But I think one of the reasons for this too is going to be that on the defense side, he's able to play those off angles, dash out of position. And here you can see his follow-up on the entry from Nobody and Simon's util is still really solid. He doesn't necessarily need the boombot to be able to trade off of. It's time for the teams to collect their thoughts. I got to say, I was a bit worried when we saw the pistol and EDG just ran straight into what Liquid were cooking. But
yeah, a team,
since then, it's been good.
As tenured as EDG, you know, sometimes it can be a bit nervy. Fair enough.
I mean, if you want to talk about nervy, if we're talking about inexperience versus experience, this is another game that typifies that completely. We've seen Paditek, obviously, on the big stage. There was a sub most recently, getting his chance here to avenge Team Heretics for that Champions loss. And we've also seen Nats, of course, at the big stage as well. But if you're looking for anybody to be crumbling under the pressure slightly, I think your eyes would have to turn to the rest of the Team Liquid players. Somebody like Kiko has honestly looked like a top 5 player at Masters Bangkok, I think. Like, if you're looking at all of the players heading into this tournament, Kiko has looked top 5.
I mean, it's phenomenal.
He's been otherworldly, and yet last year when he was playing Duelist, you barely got a hint of this kind of potential. So they saw something. They did a fantastic job of swapping him over to Smokes, but even here on Duelist, he's been electric. Those are the kind of players that I'm looking at. Can you keep it up when the pressure's on?
Yeah. We'll be getting into games shortly as well. Just had to do a quick little remake of the round. I'm not rolling anything back as well. Just want to keep you all in the loop. I can see the timer ticking down at that, so we will be getting into the action momentarily. I didn't lie to anybody.
And we're back in.
Yeah.
Lovely. Good stuff. A lot of ults starting to get up here. Kiko obviously decided to invest his a little earlier on to see if he could secure the bonus round. But now we're starting to get up to everybody else's cycle. So looking towards Nobody, looking towards Camo as well, to potentially be a bit of a playmaker.
Time to take risks if you are Team Liquid.
I think the entire defense, they've got to take risks.
Yeah.
This composition is not comfortable playing slow rounds at the start. And one of the big reasons for that, as Camo goes to try to take a risk, is Camo's gate crash. It's got a 30-second expiry date on it. And once that's dissipated, you don't have the ability to reinforce the other side. So you want to try to get things going in the first 30 seconds, force EDG to make fast reactions rather than slow the pace down.
EDG can't quite find the options they were looking for, I guess, into mid, but with Nobody picking off towards A, that's where they're setting their sights at the 50 seconds mark. It's important that you don't end up running the clock against yourselves.
And they have historically struggled on anti-ecos, but I don't see the resistance here.
No. Just one player's paddy with a shorty in hand. I mean, we've seen some ridiculous stuff with this gun, but don't think in this scenario it's going to be paying off too much, unless... No, not quite.
Shorty versus Outlaw.
Unless... I mean, Kang, does he expect it? Wait a second! How the hell is he getting away with that? He might as well the skin of his teeth.
This might have all distracted for Nats coming around on the flank, you know. No Sentinel.
Yeah.
Defense pushes like this, they've got to be watched, and Smoggy's got eyes.
Plan is down in the midst of all of this. But Smoggy, very aware. All avenues accounted for, apart from Kiko, who's actually done, what's that, 140 as well on top of that?
145 as well.
Oh my God. Yeah, Smoggy's dropped down. Damage definitely being done, but the time is ticking. Chances to win the round, dwindling still. This is sharp by Kiko, man. Doesn't matter, it's the eco. He's doing damage and more. Him and Kamek side by side. The rifle picked up, but we'll be able to keep it into the next. EDG, keep two of their guns at least.
It's good signs for Liquid that somebody like Kiko, who has been instrumental to them getting here in the first place, is still performing. I mean, he is hitting shots. He's looking super sharp here. Wanted desperately to make it at Masters Bangkok. Got his own personal reasons to do so as well. His family, I believe on his mother's side is Thai, so he's been here quite a lot in the past. So he's obviously going to want to perform when it comes to an event like this too.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if he's also half Canadian. Maybe he's going to pop off for Masters Toronto too.
We'll see. Camo's got the op though in the hands, and he's got plenty of targets to choose from, especially when no one deals with that bloody eye on high. TP's back with a gate crash. Safer position. Can't quite dodge the flash in time. Ramp control going to be gained here for EDG, but the issue is what you do after that point.
Somebody's got to be in charge of breaking that haunt. Can't be allowing that. Paditech almost always plays A at the start of these rounds. It has to be something that EDG are aware of. Of course, you don't know where Camo is at this point. He could have easily teleported away and be set up on a different part of the map.
Yeah, it's a trouble. Dealing with the Yoru. Pesky.
Toxins going up. EDG actually have a free path all the way through mid if they wanted to go there.
Choose to take it. Double drop down into vents.
But it's not easy to hit B. You've lost B main control. Nats and Kamek are going to hold on to that till the ends of the earth.
Yeah, this is really quite struggling, I think, isn't it? Team Liquid primed and ready, I think, to dissuade and push back any sort of attempt onto the B site. And EDG, oh dear. I'm seeing Melons, man. This is a time issue potentially occurring.
30 seconds left.
Made a bit of noise in cutting it just at the 30 seconds mark.
And they baited Kiko into B heaven, so now this A site is a little weaker.
It's Paddy that's going to be tested, challenged. A shot missed, going wide. Camo does have the dimensional drift. That's going to give him all the information he can work with, but Paddy cannot really help. He's not much long for this. War still stunned. Hits that. Trade inside, kick off to the side. Plenty more targets where that came from. Simon has to stick that plant down so they get that extension, but it's a 2v4 at that. In through the corner, Kiko is taking names and ripping off heads at this point. Too much to overcome for Kang Kang. That's 3 in a round, man. Kiko is just on one. He's already earned himself up to another showstopper.
He looks spectacular. How is the haunt not getting broken at the start there? It felt like with nobody dying at the beginning of the round, they were lacking a little bit of their execute power. They won't be worried about it next time. They have the Rolling Thunder. Simon got that off his death. Or got it right as he died, I should say. Now you're worried about the operator, you're worried about showstopper being used by Kiko, and the fact that Kiko is 11-3 to begin with should send shivers down your spine. I think EDG are approaching this well from a macro point of view. They just tripped up a little bit there in round 6.
Time to jump.
Plenty of ults built up in the war chest over EDG if they want to make a go of things over towards B at least. See that the haunt is dealt with. They're taking it slow to begin with.
A fake teleport over towards B main. Should make Kamek a little scared that they've taken this control, but still pretty bold. Getting decent info for the rest of the team.
The control given up. Oh my, Chichu. Cheeky with a peek, but it's a head ripped clean off, and here's that showstopper. Earned up, primed and ready. He's going to be running out. What is that?
That's unbelievable.
Ludicrous stuff from Kong Kong. Pulling that one out, it's our opening game, man. You got to hold some of it back still, Nats. Tucked up, ratty position at that, but he's traded nevertheless. And here's where the fight really kicks off, straight through mid. There's going to be another kill found with Kamek. Can't quite find it. Camo off to the side as well, and he finds that stray shot. Slightest of angles to work with, and Simon is left alone. Back against the wall. 2 targets to deal with. Knows the rough positioning. Heads on a bloody swivel. And not enough to dismiss Paddy, not from that high ground.
What crazy impact from Camo in this round with the operator. The fact that EDG are trying to play slowly, and then Team Liquid have gone, all right, we're going to adjust, we're going to add the op into the equation, and suddenly it's so much more difficult. Yeah, we've got to see the replay of this. Oh, that is one of the most filthy shots! The fact they don't win the round after that is actually a disaster.
I don't even want to talk about the round they just lost, bro. I want to talk about that shot a little bit more. Oh my goodness.
EDG have just called a timeout.
Nice. The way I just died, crazy.
So legit.
So
legit. That is one of the most disgusting flick one-taps I've ever seen. Unfortunately, it's probably not going to go in many people's frag movies because they lost the round. And the reason they lost the round, I think, is so much to do with Camo repositioning. He got that op kill right at the start of the round over towards A from Chishu, and then he's in B in an anchor position by the time they actually commit to the B split. That's really good. And EDG are doing all the right things, trying to get into positions, even countering the showstopper. But they're not really being able to navigate this op.
No, finding it difficult. because it's exactly the thing you don't want to be going up against if you're playing slow, trying to bait out somebody, the aggro plays on Team Liquid's defensive side of Split. The more you run the time down, the more you try and contact into it, you just leave gaps open. And like you said, I mean, Camo's all over the map. He's everywhere at once. When you're on a Euro, you get that luxury. Be fluid with your placement. EDG can think they've spotted him out in his position, but he can be on the other side of it in a blink of an eye.
Look at him here, for example. I mean, they've actually swapped the operator around, so Kiko's got it up here.
And this is a lot of presence. I mean, emphasis being placed by EDG up towards ramp, but that spam, again, instinct at its core. Forced to really dash away from the fray.
Kamek re-clearing over towards B. This has got to end A.
Trying to take it in that direction here. There's going to be Paranoia sweeping forwards up towards Heaven as well. There's going to be a bit of safety around for EDG. Swift passage into the side as well. Even a plant that is possible for Heaven here, but Team Liquid looking to try and take this one, and potentially with the flood. That's a flash around the corner. Kankang dropped single digits. 1 HP at that, but potentially all he needs.
They know where the danger player is. Yeah. But they just don't have utility to be able to flush him out properly.
Players crowd onto the side. EDG, they win out that critical fight though, out towards elbow. Paddy gone. Maybe they can try and fight their way past. Time is ticking here. This operator in the hands of Kiko is really slowing them down to a degree as well. And now you're seeing it. The peak's coming out. Smoggy tries to take that fight, but surely the openings are done and dusted. Kiko just trying to save this operator, trying to keep it into the next. It's a round one. The goal is damage for Team Liquid.
And I'd say they achieved their goal there. Everybody on EDG falling. The score up to 4 each. But EDG's economy is going to be in a bit of a rough spot. They're definitely primed to get ecoed again here. They're going to have enough to be able to buy for this one. But if Team Liquid can come out with a big strategy, admittedly, well, they've got time to think about it, I guess.
Yeah.
Take a look at how this one went down, though. Paddy, does he spot something? Just a glimmer, perhaps, but often people are going to be going for that kind of spam lineup based off the wall timing as well. So as Chichu puts up the wall, you spam that kind of angle, really likely to be able to get damage, if not a kill out of that spot. But yeah, this time, swapping the operator over to Kiko's hands did not get the job done. Took a little bit of the pace out of the retake, I agree with you.
For sure. There's a tech pause. Now, I was hoping, because the stage wasn't initially lit up in an ominous shade of red, that we might have just escaped. It was going to be a quick and easy fix, but maybe not.
Alas.
So. Tech pause gear.
Alas,
take guesses of that.
Yeah.
Pray that they're not a sponsor of the show.
Well, I mean, maybe it's because Kiko's on the gear. I don't know.
Okay.
He's playing like he is.
It's a mouse issue, I've heard, so
okay.
Do some digging. Next time the camera does the flyby onto the stage.
Yeah. This is a crucial round that's coming up as well. You hate to have this kind of pause in momentum, but actually for both teams, it's not like it affects Team Liquid more than EDG or the other way around. EDG need to win this one. Their economy is at risk, so is Team Liquid's.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid, did they even want sounds weird, did they even want to buy into it?
Yeah, I'm not
sure.
sure.
The money's odd, it's all over the place.
Yeah, they don't have very good money.
You could put together a buy, but...
Is it worth it to try to damage EDG's economy further? They'll be thinking about that, but they're not allowed to communicate during a tech pause, so those are the thoughts going through the players' heads in this kind of situation and how to go for the adjustments. It's going to be interesting as we move on to the later maps as well to see whether the off time that EDG has had has meant that they retool their comps for every map.
Yeah.
We saw them run, they literally ran more Neon than Tejo in kickoff, which I think is bonkers. Almost every other region was going crazy with the Tejo. Almost every team that got here was going hard with the Tejo.
But it's a symptom, I think, of the fact that they played their games earlier, right? You got to think.
Yeah.
They've had a lot of time to prep, like we said. I mean, potential double-edged sword. Do you want the momentum coming into the event? Do you want the extra prep time where you can trip up some of your opponents who might be prepping? Because honestly, a large portion of Team Liquid's game plan when they were in that finals versus Vitality came down to some very individual reads and tailoring their game plans around it, especially on Split, especially on Haven. They do like to counter-strat, changing one or two major elements to the way that they play.
It's so difficult to ante the Chinese teams at this event.
I think EDG only played Split once. It was at the beginning of the kickoff event.
And they've changed up their composition,
Yeah,
so even if you did look at that game, it doesn't matter. You can see here from the POV, we're watching Kangkang have a couple of issues with what's going on. He's the one that's suffering from mouse issues, but you wouldn't believe it looking at the flick on the Kiko earlier.
Maybe the hospital flick. Transfer the pain to the mouse.
Did he break the mouse? Destroy it? I don't know. I don't know what he's done over there. I mean, we're framing it as if it's his fault, but I heavily doubt that it is. You can see him examining the mouse. What's happened to it?
What's going on?
What's happened to it?
Pick it to pieces.
Live disassemble and reassemble the mouse.
Okay. Well, we've changed out the peripherals at this point. It's all about just rebooting, getting Kung Kung back into the fight. There's a lot of Chinese fans here. Listen, they were loud as well with the intros coming out.
Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of people are loving the Chishu Nats bromance going on as well.
Absolutely.
Just the fact that you have a player who is so good. I mean, Chishu is so phenomenally talented, has won champs, something that his idol Nats has not been able to accomplish. But it's still that concept that we all are familiar with within esports, where you find somebody early on and you attach yourself to them and you're like, this guy is how I want to
idolize
later on.
Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you study the tapes and
of course you were studying the Nats tapes. If you were a Sentinel back when Chishu was getting into the game,
Nats
there was nobody better.
He was defining the role.
Yeah.
I mean, they were talking about it on the desk about Nats' lurk setups on Split. He's like, yeah, he was doing that eons ago. He was the one who came up with it.
Now, if you look at Nats' setups once we get to the third map, if indeed we get to the third map, he's already changing stuff up too.
Yeah, well, in the meantime, while we're waiting for this game to kick off again once more, we're going to send it down to the desk as well.
Thank you very much, Saisho and Bren. I hope you guys are happy that Pansy is in the building. I can confirm I have seen her, and yeah, that is the only reason why we're here. But we spoke a little bit about how the rookies on the team, on the side of Team Liquid, are going to be able to perform on the international stage. And Mimi, for Kiko, it doesn't even feel like this is his first time.
Yeah, I mean, for context on this guy, he's never been in a global event before. He has the pressure of, you know, family being, he's half Thai. He's the only person with any real relation to Thailand here, and has obviously the fans behind him, but no pressure at all. He's absolutely fragging just these first few rounds on the stage.
Yeah, before we even went here, I saw him in makeup, and I was like, hey, are you like nervous for today? He was like, no, I wouldn't say I'm nervous. I'm just excited. Like, I wanted to start, and definitely that is something that we saw on the game as well. I think that also the camo with the Yoru and the operator is having a lot of impact in the game.
Well, the issue has been resolved. We can get back into game. Over to you, Bren and Saisho.
Thank you very much. I feel sorry for the desk. Honestly, they had to get a bit of a run on to try and fill for us, and it wasn't even that long of a tech pause.
Now, we're about to launch into the next round here, assuming that everything has been solved. So just to bring you back up to speed, the score's 4-4, you can already see that. But it's a tense economical situation here in Split. EDG, if they lose the round, are going to get their economy broken, and Team Liquid have actually opted to go for a half buy. They could have tried to salvage some kind of force together here, but it's only Nats who's decided to force a rifle full armor. So Team Liquid's job is to try to do as much damage as possible to the EDG economy, keep it honest. And they're going for that fight over towards mid, same as their pistol round setup.
There's that trade. I mean, Team Liquid, the discipline has been honed and refined over the course of their running kickoff. Not the same team for the opening games.
Paditek's going walkabouts over here as well. Chishu's super disciplined, holding a really, really passive spot. I think Chishu could even walk forwards a little here, because you know that early round they were fighting mid.
This is the Team Liquid classic, isn't it? Eco round, pack mentality, try and group up and take these fights together with them. Still, it's that equivalent exchange when it comes to it, and Nats is just taking off heads.
This was the forced rifle that Nats went for, down to only 100 credits, had to make something happen with it, and now they've got themselves into an advantage spot.
Exactly.
2 rifles versus 2 rifles, and Patty's there just holding down A.
It trips up even the best of teams.
The timings that Team Liquid take and how proactive they are on the defense, you can see that EDG are set up to try to handle it.
And a call made by Team Liquid as well to give up map control, so making sure that they hold really far back. I mean, the battle line's being drawn all the way.
I'm not sure about this one, because if you allow Chishu to get into position where they can plant and pit, that is going to be tough.
Oh, Nats. Will he spot the head? Silhouette's waiting. It's a fight taken out through spawn, and the crosshair placement is immaculate. I mean, that's a round where, I mean, they're barely investing in Team Liquid. They steal it away.
Couldn't find a better round there, Team Liquid. They've completely crushed EDG's economy. That's going to be a heartbreaker. EDG have just come off the back of a technical timeout. They're like, all right, this is our chance to get the momentum back into the game. We've got ourselves an anti-eco, and once more these EDG anti-ecos trip them up. Even in their successful run at Champions, they were losing a lot of these. They have to do better if they want to be able to close out halves like this.
He's on the other foot for EDG. They do have the knives to work with, though. Hongkong's going to be happy with that. See if he can make a go over towards Heaven. That's going to be Salvo's fault line. Everything going to be committed. Nats, you're in the danger zone, son. Plenty of targets, but he's going to be swarmed and overcome still. Bit of help maybe occurring. Paddy Tech is quick with it. Reinforcements have arrived. Mowing them all their way down, man. Mid-controlled. And it's chill, it's cool, it's easy if you're Team Liquid at this point. You're running away with a half.
They certainly are. There's only a couple, I mean, it might not have been a bit chill there. Look at this situation as well. Kiko holding such a passive spot just with the shorty. Counters Kang, the star player with Bladestorm in hand. 2 rounds left in the half. And like you said, Team Liquid, they are poised to run away with things here. They're getting so close to big ultimates.
Beautiful, good job.
EDG holding outside B main, looking for an early round push. That isn't going to come. They caught Kamek every once in a while over here towards B, and he is in a really aggressive spot. He's got a recall star to try to get out.
Hard reliance on his team to hold on to B Heaven control, but EDG are grouped up. Looking for a fight. Wait a second, they spotted it. Just a shoulder. Oh my.
He goes back into the same...
There's no way. Steps forwards. Wants to take the fight straight to them. What a challenge from Kamek! And it's 2 taken away. EDG, but a bite from the round. Removed just as easily as that. The spike dropped down at their feet. EDG left reeling.
Another situation where Chichu could possibly get a pit down and maybe win things. He's going to pit at the same time as Smoggy plants. If there was anybody close, maybe that would be dangerous, but EDG have gotten away with it. Now can they win?
TP disengage, backs himself away. The pit does allow Team Liquid options. At least get themselves into a site and position for the retake. Still difficult in itself to deal with. Prowler committed. Spawns alongside it. Sees. Dumping the util. Now it comes down to Stray. Spam kill is going to be found as well with the highlights occurring. Chichu takes back Fate. Takes back control of the round. Side by side, him and Smoggy. Could have got dicey.
They had to find the right timings there, and Paddy was doing what he could to try to flush out and get them info inside the pit. But that is a desperately needed round. They had 2 very similar situations. Chichu's pit was able to come out good in at least one of them. Considering how important some of these rounds have been that went the way of Liquid, a 6-6 half here, I think, is a win for EDG, even though you would normally expect Team Liquid's attack side to be better than their defense with this comp.
Bring them down.
Straight back into it. It's an outlaw in the hands of Camo.
Yeah, he's pushing up.
Yeah, 3 players of half armor. Meanwhile, mid-take by EDG. Bit of util to salvos. Quick dash by Kong. It's going to be granted that space. Paddy's got a hell of a task. To be careful in this spot. Almost the 6th sense, I think, for the danger zone there, because he's already pushed his way back. G looking for a bit of a play.
Kiko has ult.
To be Heaven, and his that ult comes into effect. As you were saying, Fuse is going to be burning down just to cinders, and he's forced to just pre-aim it off into the corner. EDG, an opening. Paddy, 4. Still, that's a nade. It rebounds. Brings down nobody. Straight to his knees. Mad dash now on a scramble up towards the A site. Potentially, they're calling for a bit of a pause here. 45 seconds left.
They can go for a pause, and Kankan might even realize that B Heaven is open.
Camo! He's right there, ready and waiting, and a dimensional drift as well to escape if he chooses to use it. He's going to be able to get that information. 35 seconds.
They're going B,
Where
but
are you
Kamek's
going?
there! Kamek's there!
Straight into mid. He might be able to find this one. It's an easy target, potentially yet. That's a spike on down into mid. Meanwhile, Chichu up through the guns, trying to find it up through Heaven. This is chaos, this is anarchy. But EDG, they thrive in it. They were molded in it.
They know that Kamek's here.
And Kamek has got a lot to do as the playmaker. No way, man! Down to the 1v1 somehow. It's EDG up to 6. They bring it even.
That is a ridiculously chaotic way to end the attack half from EDG. Kankan became the lurker there, finding space in B Heaven. Kamek had pushed out all the way through B main. But now we're going into Team Liquid's favored half. I think they're still in a good position to win.
Yeah, we'll find out, won't we, on the other side of this. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more action coming up.
had it with your old phone? We've got you. At Verizon, trade in any old phone for iPhone 16 Pro on us, on any plan. And get iPad and Apple Watch Series 10, all 3 on us. That's up to $2,000 in value, only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Estoy en la mía, ando suelto hasta el otro día. Hoy es martes y yo no sabía. 2 mujeres y las 2 son mías. Ando en high.
Taking a look here at our opening map of Bangkok. Team Liquid versus EDG. It's split as the staging ground, and Josh, you were suspecting and thinking that maybe this is where Team Liquid are going to really shine.
Yeah, I think their composition is favored here. They've got the double duelist set up for their attack side. They love doing a bunch of contacting stuff, which is good against the Breach Taeho comps anyway. Expect them to actually be running fairly slow attack sides here. They love doing a bit of 1-3-1 defaulting, but they can increase the tempo anytime they have Raze ult, anytime they have Yoru ult in particular. And Nats was running some outrageously good fakes last time we watched him play on Split. This is a different pistol setup for them, making it feel like they're putting pressure over towards mid.
Poison's off.
It's a nice orb lineup that we've seen from teams before, designed to cut off information from the defenders, and Team Liquid are hoping that it pulls people into mid.
Exploration though going on by EDG. They push all the way out through B main and out. Without util being used, got a bit of a feel for the round here. You know, it's going to be landing over towards A. Util going to be expended just to try and keep Team Liquid out of it, but an open site given up and granted. EDG going to be happy with heavy control. Let's see how good their retake is.
Team Liquid don't have any util to go for post-plant aggression here, but they have to. Nats might even get caught in sewers.
Yeah, they're going for the deep fight out towards screens with Simon falling. It's a critical kill at that. Nats as well. He's getting away with murder. Still alive, but surely should be falling, and yes, nobody hunts him down. Precision at its core.
The fight in heaven.
The big wraparound, yeah, and this is where it's really important. Damage being done to multitudes of players. Still surviving into the tail end of things here, but it's a 2v2. Camo is low, but not planted for them. That is a worldie of a shot. Camo with a wraparound, but now he's given up his position. Chichu half already. He's earned himself the outs, and shots are rattled, fired off. Camo TPing away. Chichu, he's sticking this one. It's down to the minor margins. And my God, sails away into the sunset with that. It's a pistol round into the second half for EDG.
So beautifully played there from Chishu. The shots he hit, the first half stick as well, realizing that Team Liquid weren't going to fully commit to getting him off it. And then, as soon as he hears the teleport away, reads Camo like a book. That is an amazing round to come out there from Chishu to get EDG into things again. I think they need everything they're going to get here on defense. Oh my God.
They certainly are. We're right back into it. Kong ordered that outlaw. Make it look like an operator even at the best of times. Here it is. Oh, an attempt to try and push past that. Orb will be punished.
So much decay damage going on there.
Yeah. Chichu doesn't look like he suspects that there's that Camo tucked to the side, but Camo's also not really expecting it whatsoever. The lurk up, anticipated, so clean, flawless. Many ways to describe it.
It looks easy for EDG in this round, but that's because Chishu was able to kill 2 instantly. Once we start to get rifles up, and if the spam doesn't instantly kill onto Nats and Kiko, I think this orb from Nats is gonna still find a lot of value. I think that we haven't yet seen EDG come up with a decent answer against this. said that, Nat's not choosing to throw it this round by the look of things. He's going for the orb over towards ramp, looking to apply pressure on the A side of the map instead. And my eyes are on Kankan because he looks like he wants to take a fight.
Yeah. There's potential for him to, oh my goodness, this is a deep push. He's not messing around.
There's also a potential fight over here over towards A.
Nats always in danger. That's going to be drone spotted. Fault line was ready. It was held primed just for that. And they're going to pounce.
Is there a reaction from Team Liquid?
Maybe up towards mid still. Kang he's locked down the avenue. B main taken away. Team Liquid are going to be scrambling for options here.
One of the reasons that I think Jet is a great pick for Kang is because he can get the operator online more often, play on more conventional op angles for the Jet. And that's just so good against Team Liquid's contacty attack style.
Info gathered. Smoggy's willing to give them up a little bit of that space up towards A heaven. Some control from EDG. Out through spawn. Chichu. Get away. That Bulldog in hand, because they know that they're putting the squeeze onto these Team Liquid players. The emphasis is going to be placed onto them.
It's also uncomfortable, though, for Nobody and Smoggy to play on A. They've got no control anywhere.
30
and no
seconds
reinforcements.
Here's a challenge occurring out towards it. Now getting a bit of a run on and a bit of a move on. Nade at that. Rebounding towards the back. Chico finds it. Bulldog in hand. Nobody. Short work. Made of camo up towards heaven. Snappy. Chico will attempt to make do with what he's given into the round, but it's absolute shreds. It's scraps. You've got 9 seconds left, and you are tiptoeing around the side, son. It's a bonus round converted here for EDG. Lights out so far in this half.
Yeah, they're looking so good. I mean, their game plan is working perfectly against Liquid. We know that Chishu has been watching the games, and listen, I'm sure a lot of the other players and coaches have as well in terms of prep here for Bangkok. But we didn't see as much of it in the first half. We definitely saw them play that slow control style, but it wasn't always coming up with the goods. Here, I mean, instantly in the bonus round, you're seeing the value. They found Nats, hunt him, get the pick, and then have the operator, or the outlaw in this situation, ready to collect over towards B main as well. At some point, maybe Liquid will figure out that EDG are actually giving them mid. They're not worried about holding on to mid control. If Liquid wanted, they could play really passive with Kamek and Nats and just be wandering around through mid, through vents, through B heaven.
See if they explore that as well on their half by round, because that's what they're going to be coming into on the backside of this timeout. Obviously, whatever they're calling in the adjustments, use this as time to cement an idea into your head, find out where the setup is exactly. EDG are also going to be playing mind games of their own, to be honest, as well, because I'm looking at the bank that's been built up by them. They are flushed with cash, and there's always a threat of the operator at the back of your mind, but they're not going for it.
There absolutely is. I think the more that they threaten the op in these kind of situations, the more difficult it's going to be for Team Liquid to run these slow-paced rounds. And they can't really increase the tempo until they have an ult to be able to work with. They can try, but it's not going to be as effective as if they have Dimensional Drift or the Showstopper. And those are still a round at least away.
We're into it once more. This is the beginning of fast B take through main. No pushback, it's an orb given up.
Just looking to get closer to those two ultimates I was talking about on Camo and Kiko. Camo already gets it for the next rifle round, no matter what.
Hold in mid. There's danger here for both teams, to be honest.
This looks like an adjustment for EDG, thinking that Team Liquid will recognize that mid is empty. They choose to fight it here. That means that they have to give up somewhere else, and you can see the Camo's working along with Nats and has got a lot of space over here on A.
Going wandering.
Not a normal pathing either.
Guns out for Smoggy, but it's a little bit too late for that. Beautiful shot. Takes him out.
Kamek's got to survive here.
Oh boy.
Okay, but now the spike. How is the spike going to cross?
That's what I mean. They've got to try and create openings here. Chichu can definitely suffocate them out of the side. They want to try and get themselves in. Drops it down. Sees avoided narrowly at that. Still Nats. Okay, I mean, the snake bite. That's the job.
30 seconds left.
Chichu into that uncomfortable position.
This is going to be another eco round win for Liquid.
There's 25 seconds left, though. They do have to get a move on.
EDG are just struggling so much in these kind of situations.
Plan down.
Look at the positions. It's so difficult to retake this. You have no idea where Kiko is. And Camo at any point can go and get info with his ult.
Too much to clear, but Simon and nobody. Well, util. I don't know how you use it. Sending out the salvos. Push players into unfortunate scenarios and positions potentially there with the aftershock in hand. Flash up and away. It's all dodged in time. That's too clean and a thrifty.
The MasterCard's Thrifty once more coming through for Team Liquid. EDG have... There is a decent chance that we look back on this map, and rounds like this are the reason that EDG couldn't close it out. Yeah. The gap is only 2 here. They're not in a comfortable lead. They can't be allowing Liquid avenues back into the game in spots like this. They took a gamble, though. They took a gamble that Team Liquid would be fighting mid, and it didn't pay off. And it was a beautiful lurk in through A. Kang now goes for the operator.
Still big options remaining for Team Liquid. Dimensional Drift was earned up just from prior. And Kang holds his nerve.
That's not Durka.
It's a trigger finger, yet still slams the shot. And you're right, it's not Durka. No fakes occurring just yet, but we'll have to respect it with a Dimensional Drift. And hands a camo, clears his way. The site is paved to that plant. Kiko going to be earning himself to that now. He's one step closer to the showstopper. If he gets himself a kill, retake is going to be incredibly difficult. Camo going walkabouts up towards stairs. You just don't expect it, but these awkward timings is where Team Liquid thrive. EDG going to try and pick up the pieces now and forge something better out of the round into the middle of it, but there's smokes in their face up towards heaven, and Camo still causing all sorts of difficulty. He hears it, the rumble, the footsteps! My God, man! He's ripping them to pieces, and Kang, knives in hands. You have to do more than slice and dice. You need a bloody miracle, but maybe he's the man for the job. Could potentially do it. Time ticking, though, getting away from him, and Camo knows it. Play to the win cons, doesn't even give him the fair fight, and doesn't even let him save the operator.
Kang's a miracle worker, but that was one step too far. Team Liquid, what a beautiful piece of post-plant aggression there. Working a 4v5 round, and Camo, they knew that he was in heaven, but because he's playing Yoru, they thought he'd reposition. And that's kind of just passive value that you're getting from running a Yoru in your composition. Camo's somewhere in B heaven, he gets a pick, and they don't fully clear through stairs, through B heaven, and then he ends up getting another 2 on the backstab. 2 rounds in a row now have just tossed this away from being in EDG's control.
And this is nobody's going to try and make a go of that one, but again, doubled up. The weaker buy of EDG, so they're going to take risks. And okay, Chichu, beacon, orb up. Doesn't choose to evacuate. Wants to press the advantage potentially. Looks like he wanted to try and maybe go forwards. No, it's backs away now, and it's all quiet by Team Liquid. Slow and steady is the game plan, and has been essentially almost their entire run in kickoff.
Yeah, and look at what they've done again. They found the same lurk timing here, where they get 2 players. Instead of going and following the Viper wall up ramp, they're making an adjustment for this match where they take the lurk into the site. They're recognizing that EDG are not running a hard anchor. There's no, Cypher or whatever that's anchoring over here towards elbow.
Yeah, he is very alone going for this play.
You are divided!
With the plan going down, Cosmic Divide in their face. He could do a lot from this spot, but he's got to deal and contest with these players off into the flank, and Kiko's just so hard to root out this guy. Ingrains himself towards main as well. He's going to be that backup policy with the ultimate in the back of his hands, but there's bodies and backs facing towards him. Kang up and around, and still flicky, but Kiko, man! What is that? An explosive opening. Kang with 3, down to that 1v1, and still, again, the time's going to be ticking and potentially getting away from him. He needs to find a player with Kamek. This man, he's a thief in the night. Can't get a handle on him.
Another one of those situations that looks so winnable for EDG, and yet Team Liquid come through in the clutch. In both of those spots, though, Liquid have had the advantage in the 1v1. It hasn't been clean. I mean, previous round, it was a 3v1 situation for Liquid, too. Kiko played this situation masterfully. Such a passive spot, and then comes back in with the showstopper, crushing this retake attempt. But now EDG have rifles in hand. Now we'll see what they're capable of doing. And they need to hold out against an A push that's currently coming through.
Team Liquid going for their ramp take. Standard stuff, because they've been watching the boards into the corner. That's going to be a clone. And still Satchel plays straight into the fray. Kang and Camo. You can't quite dismiss this guy. Not so easily.
That's an... Oh, here comes the retake.
Wait
so
a second.
fast.
Yeah, that's a flash. We go trying to flood attempt in here as they're trying to plant up for heaven. That's a pit. Lay it down. It makes it a bit more awkward. And Chichu, instinctual plays. Highlights will not help you there, Nats. The pit falls. It is planted for heaven. But Kamek in a 1v3 to tap. Trying to root Kamek out. Smoke covering most of the fire, tapping away, but he needs a rifle spray to just go his way, and it's not going to happen. On round 19, EDG narrowly take the lead.
Two amazing adjustments there from EDG. One, they realized that Team Liquid were doing that lurk through the Viper wall into A. So they run two people hard anchoring the A site. Now, that's a good adjustment, but it doesn't work. They still lose the A site to this teleport from Camo, but the other adjustment was going for a fast retake. Instead of allowing Team Liquid to get set up for aggressive post-plant ideas, get the retake going immediately. They barely allowed the plant to go down.
The pace increase, sometimes it's what you need.
The money hasn't been stable this entire match for either team, by the way. Liquid are back down to another eco.
It's stopping right down. Oh my god, Camo's just been spotted. Pinged out, spamming away. Simon's got to be careful of this particular spot here. I mean, he was called out by his teammate, yet still Camo gets the kill. How is he handling this? How is he doing this?
That's rough. He should be stepping back in that spot.
TP forwards. This is so damn fast. This is so damn fast. And no one's expecting Chichu, man. Caution to the wind at this point. Both of these teams are taking chunks out of each other.
It's going to be so difficult for Team Liquid to get this spike back. They don't have, you know, an ult for Camo, for example, that would make this much more doable.
Going walking. Camo's found Kang.
It's the contact plays. Camo just finds the right timing and wins the duel whenever he walks into someone.
It's added just so many absurdities into the rounds. Nobody finding Kamek. Camo up onto the ropes, but decapitated. 9-11.
And finally, EDG able to come out with the win in an anti-eco. And that one, it looked dangerous again. It looked
all
like
over the place, man.
It certainly had chances for Team Liquid to throw us another thrifty. They're hunting for Nats now, over towards the A lurk too. We know that they've been taking faster timings on A. Team Liquid are going for attack time out here. They want to adjust something. Because even though the gap is still really small between these two teams, the score 9-11. EDG are only 2 away from being able to take Liquid's map pick. And that would be a disaster. Because even though the whole series has got good maps for Liquid, or at least playable maps for Liquid, Pearl, which isn't a good map for Liquid, is also not that great for EDG, I would argue.
Yeah, you don't really want to...
But you don't want to...
your opening game to a potential coin flip if you go down on that first map?
No, no way.
Awkward.
I mean, Team Liquid are most happy here on Split and Bind, map 1, map 3. So, losing early is very rough.
The big thing that Team Liquid are struggling with right now is that tempo increase. I mean, EDG have just been chucking bodies at them.
Yeah, I agree. I think the faster retake kind of style and the decision to brawl wherever you find Team Liquid, wherever you first take contact. And also EDG are taking contact earlier. They're not sitting passive, they're not sitting back, they're actually looking for the fight on early angles. Talk about a player who's going to be looking for some early angle fighting. It's Kang with the operator coming back out. Chichu's dropped him that one over. He's going over the B main, which is, broadly speaking, where he's been playing the op in this game.
Team Liquid going to be forced in passive positions, at least at the beginning of these rounds.
Yeah, I think because they're worried about a set play coming out from the Armageddon. They think that there's going to be some kind of big crunch here with the Armageddon from nobody.
Yeah, with the fault line. Tejo, nightmare to deal with. Similar take. Kang was ready for the jump spot last time. We'll see if he can do it once more. Star recalled, players spotted, but that dash is going to be fading. There's no way you're committing. Flash connects. The barrel poking out. Will he be betrayed by it? What kind of targets is he working with here? TP into the back of the side. My God, this is all over the place. What is going on? What is going on, man? Kanga's not ready for it whatsoever. I mean, Camo was on an island.
Oh, Camo also didn't realize that the operator was pushed up that close until he took the shot. There was a prowler that left everything out there. Nats hunted, taken down. They've been good at removing this A-lurk, but the retake can't come through as quickly as in previous rounds. So now another opportunity for Kiko to go walkabouts in the post plant.
Yeah, okay. The time has been ticking as well. This plant was down. Rapid at that. Kiko with the fault line missing. Still Simon's there with a trade. Crouched up in place. Needs to do a bit more. Heaven not watched for, and Paddy, he's perfect onto these angles once more. Camo, just absolutely dropping these EDG players, dismissing them, scattering them to the wind.
And just as we've been seeing this whole half so far, the adjustment that EDG made of fighting early angles and then getting fast retakes, if they'd been able to do that this round, maybe they would have had more of a chance. But this ended up regressing. They couldn't get the value out of Kangkang's operator.
Enemy remaining.
And they were also slower to deal with Nats, so they weren't there on the retake.
Oh, babe. Sorry.
Have you had enough of these anti-eco rounds? Because here comes another. The economy is broken here for EDG.
The same game plan.
They're pitting off the rip
into B when you don't have weaponry
at the very beginning of the round.
It's interesting.
That is a heavy investment instead of using it in round 23 or round 24 to try to close out.
Hoping that they push Team Liquid through mid towards A, where a lot of the bodies are stacked up from EDG.
But the weaponry is terrible.
Yeah. Haunt, fake TP.
There's a massive trap here.
Oh boy. Yeah, there's tension in the air here. Kangkang, what an adjustment!
No mouse problems now.
Nope. Swiftly deals with that one. Fault line's gonna be Howard Simon. Your body's sticking out, man. Oh my goodness, almost punished for it. There's plays to be made. Team Liquid are gonna be fast onto this one here, but that's gonna be Rolling Thunder, committed, TP, evacuation, salvo at that, but Camo, he's deep into their spawn. There's players and kills occurring all over the bloody place.
That's a crazy play from Camo. He's left it down to nobody, with no hope in hell. Camo teleported forwards through the breach ultimate and got a triple kill, delivering disaster to EDG, who committed multiple ultimates to this round. Goodbye Viper's Pit, goodbye Rolling Thunder, and you're about to be going into a rifle round. I mean, what is the decision there?
Nightmare scenario for EDG. As you said, you're going into the rifle round, you don't have the ults to work with. 11 to 11.
And it's not just that EDG used them here. It's that Liquid now have the Euro ult to increase the tempo, Showstopper to be able to push back EDG or to make post-plant aggressive kills. The game has now flipped again to the point where Team Liquid have a big advantage. They've got, I mean, look at this triple kill. Camo's been playing like a beast here on Split. The two duelist players for Liquid have 47 kills between them.
26 and 14, 21 and 17.
That's monstrous. And considering how well somebody like Kangkang has been playing on the other side of things, it's difficult to match.
Yeah, it really is.
There's only one of Kangkang.
A lot asked of this guy onto his shoulders.
I don't know what EDG can even be discussing in this tactical timeout, to be honest with you. What kind of game plan can you construct that is going to be effective against the fact that Liquid can just run at you this round and you can't stop them? Camo is literally going to be indestructible with his ultimate, and then the next wave through is going to have a torpedo.
Yeah.
That's tough.
It's tough, man. This comp is going to be rapid without their attack side.
I think EDG, if they wanted a game plan for this round, would be operator on one side of the map and triple or quad push through mid. So at least you have flank retakes going on.
Wondering if...
The problem with that, though, is that Team Liquid have been so aggressive in the post. So even if you flank against them, they're going to be pushing out a different area of the map.
That's such an annoying team to play against, I think, as well. Those expected timings where you think, okay, I have free reign here, I can run a bit knife out. Team Liquid have a player in your face. All in though over towards A. No lurk wall in sight. Kind of spells it out openly. EDG, they're going to try and take this one, but Kangkang forced to reveal his hand. On top of that with a dash. Push back and away.
Camo looked like he wanted to go aggressive there, but he has to go back, plant the spike first.
On sight. Other than Camo. Liquid trying to make a go of things. This is going to be a showstopper. Committed. Just spotting that player out, Chichu. No more. Be a playmaker into the round. Not for much longer here. There's chaos occurring at the same time. Kamika's on the other side of the bloody map. Armageddon trying to get the move on. Calling for the pause. Kills to be occurring. I mean, that's just a peek through, and Kangkang just, he can't hit the shot.
There's no way.
Kamika's from behind.
Oh, the awareness!
Ticking. Yeah, he's got that awareness because these guys are just rats in the walls at this point. Liquid, they're everywhere. Diffuse occurring. Smoggy's got a smoke to obfuscate.
They missed! They missed!
Smoggy! Oh my!
It this?
Are you joking? What are we watching?
Team Liquid, what a fumble! They were in complete control of that round. They had layers on layers. And somehow still a Red Bull clutch for EDG. The awareness is remarkable from Kang. And I thought when they killed Simon, maybe they think that's the diffuser.
One enemy remaining.
But the fact that the pull
misses.
I mean, how has that happened? Kamek looked like he was going to close the round.
Stolen the round away, and it puts EDG up to 12.
They've still got a terrible buy, by the way. Bulldog, Spectre, EDG are working with scraps.
Yeah, I mean, money does not come into the equation, I think. The amount of thrifties we're seeing, at least from Team Liquid side of things, but EDG are working with scraps, looking to get it done. They want to try and prevent this one from going to OT.
Cutting through.
Once more, Camo. He's been cheeky with his TP plays. This one, it's going to be spotted potentially. There's no way, Smoggy. There's no way. Flashed up, revealed. TP to evacuate. Camo straight in there on top of it. A bit of spam might just not go amiss here. I mean, nobody's trying to play up close and personal. Cuts it up onto the angle.
Can he get one in this spot?
Smoggy hard committed, but running wide and dropping down. Chichu's lucky to get away with even that. It's an open side for Team Liquid. Cracked it open wide. Chichu and Kang have got to do it all. Dash still available here for Kang. Not even choosing to proc it. This guy walking out, but he's missed it. Oh, no way. He's just missed the corner. Trade there. It's instantaneous. But Chichu's only on 8 health, man. What can you do in this spot? And he doesn't want to know where any of these players are. 12 to 12 OT. Inevitable.
The manner in which we got here, though, unbelievable.
Overtime.
Economy finally stabilizes for both teams as they're granted the loan of 5,000 to begin in OT. But this was so back and forth the entire time. There was no moment where a team was stable. That's a ridiculous kill from nobody to open things up. But Liquid, on the round where they have the massive ult advantage, they somehow fumble it. And then on the round where they just had to go for a B pop, they get it done.
Fundamentally, Team Liquid are just playing so damn good. Players in position to trade themselves out, but as you mentioned, the money not going to be a factor at this point.
This is the same pistol round setup that we saw from Team Liquid. They did run it with rifles at one point in the half as well. Quad fight over mid, teleport to help Paditech if it does come over towards A, play B, full retake.
Thrown off the guard onto the A site. Kang attack side operator. Now avoiding the Prowler, but still hits the flick. There's a trade in sight though as Paddy turns the favor.
That was so sneaky from Nats.
Put his way right into there, still into the site. These players are going to try and push this one back. EDG.
Look at him looking for the lurk.
Into the corner, yeah.
Team Liquid are so heavy looking for the lurk.
So convinced, I think, that it's even occurring as well. But EDG's post plant's not the best. No players playing towards main or even off site. You've got to try and carve out the path to success here and now. Out to the side and wide as Chichu picks up that two-piece once more. And Smoggy forced to reposition. Kills flooding in. Up to 13. A one-round difference and match point again for EDG. Not that it's been doing these teams much good.
But this might be where we see the experience difference between these two squads. I think we just heard, right before this round went live, there's a segment from the Team Liquid comms where they were saying we should have won this game already. And I think it's reasonable for both teams to think that, because there's been wild plays, thrifties on either side.
Some of these rounds are just coming down to who sees who first. Can Camo's TP not get spotted?
But this guy, Shishu, also came up huge there in the post plan.
We're not going to be slowing down. Round 26 here.
Kang's got the operator, but he's swapped it around. So instead of holding B main, he's now over towards ramp, looking for Nats. And EDG going for a rare fight towards mid. Although now they give it up.
Snakebite layer down, but this is all just avoided. It's an off angle by Smoggy.
He dodged the Prowler. What an immense play.
It's created an opening. It's all about making sure that you can not bleed away too many more players at this point here. The salvos are good, but there's a pocket to play in. Nobody not aware of that fact. Still, Horn a little bit too deep. Smoggy still alive, still kicking. Spam is the The game, Tech just trying to draw attention, I think, for the Heaven players to lurk their way up themselves. It's all contact plays here from Liquid. That's the name of the game. It's the philosophy. Got them this far. Might just drag them. Another section of OT. See though, 4 versus 4, and it's all calm until it's not. Players not watched for, down and towards hell, but up on towards Heaven, and the trade in sight. Kills exchanged. Spike is dropped down into the middle of nowhere.
They lost the spike on top of rafters.
Up onto Heaven, and Kang there's a prime opportunity!
Kiko's too good for it. Shuts it down before it began. And what a call there from Nats to have his whole team contact not just up to the point where you would execute, but they literally walked into rafters on B. Even after they got this pick onto Smoggy, look at them walking fully out here. Kamek taking all of the space, making it really uncomfortable for EDG to know the timings. They kept their composure.
They really did. Padatech, the one-man army as well. All that pressure he's applying, just spamming through the smokes.
Yeah, they do mix up Padatech a lot. So sometimes he's going to be completely alone, throwing out all of his Fade util. And sometimes he's going to be heavily with the two duelists. What we saw from Team Liquid in their game against Vitality to finish out EMEA was a couple of rounds sprinkled in where Nats ran some beautiful fakes. We haven't seen any of that so far in this game. He hasn't run a big elaborate fake. If you wanted a round to pull it out, it would be the one after this, surely. They're going to start on defense, but if there's a moment to try to subvert all of the conditioning and expectations of the regulation, it's here, when tension's at its max. Round 27 of Split. What a banger opening to Bangkok.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Couldn't have asked for a better opening map between these two teams. It's been messy at times, don't get me wrong, but honestly, Team Liquid thriving finding those openings.
EDG holding super heavy around B main. They know from watching the VODs that this is an area that Team Liquid can fight very hard over. So this stun might not go through right off the rib, might be based off contact, but the point is control.
Simon holds it back. There's no signs of life from Team Liquid there, but when are you ever going to get that with the amount that they're contacting around the map?
B with Team Liquid setup is played pretty much full retake. This is the first time where we've seen EDG find this opening.
Right past the pull, flash in through the back. There's a nade up from Heaven. It's going to be preventing the walkout. And Kiko, he's right in there. Yep, flood attempt caught for Team Liquid. They sense it, they smell it. There's blood in the water. And as these players line up, the damage is done and more. Nobody makes a good go of it. Two brought down, but eventually he will fall. And this is Liquid now with the lead.
That is disgusting. I thought, EDG thought they would be able to get the site there. There's nobody home. And yet Team Liquid make the bold decision to just jump out into sight. Flashes, double duelists, getting through the smokes, entry in on the retake, flooded in through Heaven. A beautiful round to put Team Liquid one away from winning on their map pick.
That tension in the air here. Just getting started with Bangkok, but the timeout taken by EDG.
I could be wrong, but I think this is the first map point that Liquid have had as well. I think EDG
so
got to 12-11 until it was tied up.
Yeah.
So this is, like I'm saying, this is Nat's opportunity right here, man. EDG are taking a timeout. They're trying to figure out what to do on their defense side. You could hit them with a crazy play. We know he's capable of it. In fact, when I was listening to the press conference, Padatech was even saying that he thinks Chishu is on track to become the greatest IGL. Now that is unbelievably high praise and a scalding hot take, I think, as well. But judging from what they've done in their lower bracket run in EMEA and some of the stuff you're now seeing them do, at least early days here in Bangkok, maybe there's a chance that he's onto something.
But have faith in your teammates.
Camo's dropped 30, by the way, as Kang hasn't quite been able to keep up with either of the duelists now over on Liquid.
Their fears betrayed them.
Both these teams going to have to dig deep, I think. The Liquid, it's to pull it over the, not quite finish line, but at least get them over the hurdle of that first map.
They're making it feel a little similar to their previous B-leaning default, Liquid. With a Prowler, And Chishu's going hunting for Paddy Tech.
Walking around here, oh my. Dash has to be expended just to try and get the hell out of there. Kills. Found at least. How the hell has Chichu got his way through there?
Yeah, he just walked through the smoke.
He's found that timing indeed. Kang!
What's that?
Here he is.
He's gone
time
for
to show
another.
up and try to shut them up. Finding a multitude of kills. There might be more where that came from, but the counter spam goes both ways, son. Nats sends it flying straight back. Head spotted. Simon giving a slight haircut straight through the box there, but with Nats as low as he is. 2 versus 3. Limited in terms of chances, but you never know. Flash forwards, Kiko still lurking, contacting another flash as well. And a peek forwards, almost with a reset of the aim. Chichu is their guiding light in that round.
Chishu and Kang will not allow it. 14-14 again, and Chishu gets up to 30 himself. I was just talking about the fact that Kang hadn't quite kept up. I mean, look at this play. They know from the VOD footage that Paddy Tech loves going on that kind of lurk. He'll throw a Prowler in mid and then walk up really deep, tuck behind the box. We've seen him do it a lot in EMEA. And Chishu, he's been watching. He's seen these games before. Kang is going to pull out an attack side operator to try to push them onto another map point. And they're doing a slow crawl up to A.
Spotting the corner, they know that Paddy plays perched up onto heaven. It's a beautiful one at that. Pretty blocked by the drone, but I don't think they're going to be too worried about it. It's open access. An easy access at that. Nats, what is his timing? You're seeking to take. It's a flash and a flood. An attempt at a play, but EDG are 1 step ahead. Players to the game plan. Kiko not slowing down though. Kamek out wide onto heaven once more. He's looking for bodies. He's hoping that EDG will just open themselves up. Kiko sailing sky high. Brought down like a clay pigeon. It's EDG now up to match, or at least map point.
It feels like we've played almost a full match here, doesn't it?
I know.
Round 30. Another opportunity for EDG. I think the read here is remarkably good for them. Ever since they took that time out, I got an opportunity to talk to the coaches. EDG have been making really nice reads and hitting really good shots. Kang's going to pull out the operator again. He's been opping towards B main in every one of these rounds, apart from one. And he goes over here once more.
See it.
The spike, though, is on the A lurkers, and Nats hasn't even committed his wall yet. This is super weird.
Paddy holding, lucky to be alive. There's damage done through the wall, but Chichu dropped down into mid.
Nobody!
Nobody!
Was that spam?
That
What was
is
that?
spam or something, I'm not too sure.
Is that because Nats didn't commit his wall?
And that's a spike drop down into the laps of these EDG players. This is it, surely. Hard to fumble from this point, but Team Liquid will look to dig deep. And again, back to old reliable, walking around, casual jaunts around the map, contact plays, creeping and crawling.
Simon's watching.
And Simon says, you might not pass this one. There's a horse up into his face, and still Kiko, he just deals with it. Takes that guy out. Kang with the operator will have to just back himself away. They gotta know where these players are, but still Kamek, no way. Kamek! A body! What is going on?
We're never getting to map 2, never mind the rest of the matches here at Masters.
It doesn't stop.
We missed some really crucial fights, and I don't blame the observers. What is going... I mean, why? I don't know. We're into really deep territory in this game. Nats must have thought, if I don't commit the wall, they won't think about the A flank. So he ends up going down and delivers nobody 2, and then 2 answered back in almost the same spot from Kamek. Flips the tables. And Lohan is happy about that. Round 31, score even.
Nice
and you can tell the teams are trying wild stuff at this point. They're just throwing at the wall and seeing what sticks.
Exactly, the playbook ripped up.
I mean, I don't think that Nats has ever run that strat before, where he just doesn't put down the A wall. That's the kind of audible on the fly stuff. And EDG, they turn the pace down.
Taste of their own medicine here for Team Liquid. Run up through mid, a bit of presence shown for that one here. Team Liquid have given up a lot of space over towards the map.
Gate crash being thrown from Camo. This one's his second. Did not land where he wanted it to. That's not going to allow him the safety.
Team Liquid are offering up full mid control. No one holding to contest A ramp as well when that wall goes up, so there's a lot of unknowns for Team Liquid right now.
They had a hard read that this was going to be B. They stacked 3 players on B for the defense, and they also had Camo's gate crash over there at the start. So, and honestly, the read is good. I mean, look at it.
They got players in position. But a sour end to the round here for EDG, and that's a dash active, and that's going to be the go button. Signet, Gang moves forward, steps forward, Kiko dropped, and this guy has been a thorn into their sides, and that's taken care of. At this point, we've seen some miracle rounds from Team Liquid, but I think it's a hard ass for Camo and Paditech. Still going to make a go of it. You have to at the end of the day. Paddy.
One enemy remains.
His way around though, but that's a bullet to the side of the head. And he's dropped dead. Chichu. Cold with it. Up to 16 for EDG.
At some point here, if EDG have this many map points, they've got to convert on one of them. The entry from Smoggy is great. And even though Team Liquid had people stacked here, had the right read, they didn't, I think, expect that lurk to be coming through, or not lurk, but the other side of the pinch. You know, from Team Liquid's perspective, I think they thought that was a B pop, and they weren't ready for the people up in B heaven. Kang is going to go for an operator. He changed his mind there with only 3 seconds left in the round.
This is all over the place.
They want to brawl in mid and close things out.
Prowler. Could be broken. Rifle spam.
They're hoping. Team Liquid are hoping that EDG walk down mid right now. Off the A ramp pressure.
Going up towards ramp though. Kang. Hold up. Plays in his face and a shorty at that. My God, Camo just turned him into mincemeat down towards the fence and a peek out wide. Chichu, if you got a little bit more, maybe, potentially. Can't quite get the third, but Smoggy by his side. Nats slices and cuts him up, and Simon, there was damage done. Weak as anything, Swift Breeze will bring him down, but a bullet does the job nevertheless. This is down to 2. Team Liquid, not to be denied, to drag it out just that bit much further.
So difficult for nobody. He has utterly no idea where these Team Liquid players are. They could be in any part of the map right now, apart from where he's recently cleared. Could he find a possible timing? Maybe if he'd continue through vents, but it's looking unlikely now. Nobody was an absolute star for EDG in the grand finals of China. He took that game and he decided to win it for them. If he could pull out a 1v2 here to take split, at this point it looks like it's going to take an enormous play, a miracle from one of the teams to put the other to bed. And it's Kamik and Nat's job to hold on.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I know Pearl's an unfavorable map for both teams, but neither of them wants to play it at this point.
They decided not to give the plant to Nats there, who would have had Pit.
I think that goes to show, I think, that getting a bit flustered.
Well, at the same time, you don't want to get timinged by nobody. The chances of nobody winning a 1v2 in this spot, it arguably might even go up if there's a Pit.
Gives him ins and possibilities to get himself into the fight. That's bullets rattled and away. Back behind screens, and nobody does need a miracle at this point. Stun, rattled and away, 1 kill found. Needs that second one, but he's really just going to be guessing. Nats holds it down, out towards elbow, 16-16. Neither team wants to give this up.
An utterly ridiculous beginning to this tournament, and an utterly ridiculous beginning to this round as well. A really nice macro idea called from Nats, and Camo flies into the face of Kang to take him down at the beginning of the round. At some point here, Kang might start giving up on the operator, because while it's theoretically really good idea against what Team Liquid are doing, it's kind of making him less able to carry and win the rounds, I would say. Whereas maybe he might just be able to go walkabouts as Paddy and Camo are doing.
The walkabouts is going to be that refight attempt. Pushing Chichu back. We'll respect this one and look at that TP all the way back over towards B.
This is the way that Team Liquid love their early rounds to go. A little piece of aggression and try to force you into the stack. Here, there's a 4-player stack on B if EDG try to react. But they're not taking the bait.
Flash forwards on a drone, clears his way into vents. Kang, no intention though of holding and taking that space. It's just a threat of it, but Team Liquid are giving this one up anyway.
Remember last time, even despite Team Liquid having a stack on B, EDG came up with the goods because they forgot about B Heaven. Nats was so focused on the pop coming out through B main, they didn't think of Heaven, and Kang is that lurker that could backstab.
Oh, this is going to get messy.
What an entry!
My God! Nobody somehow finds that one. This is going to be it. Salvo's in the fault line. Cuts it up and dissects the site. chances and opportunities, but Nats is still alive, but with the paranoia in your face, how much longer will you be kicking? They can't remove this guy. It's a thorn in their side and more. It's buying time and space for his team to get back in. Util expended, out through the smokes. The feed is filled with red, and we missed all of it. No shade to the observers, man. This is a mess.
It's the same strategy, roughly speaking, though, called again from nobody. It's working beautifully. It's a disguised B split. You make it feel like everybody's popping through B main, and you send somebody on the backstab, or send two people up through mid. This time it was Kankan coming through heaven that sealed the round up. But all of the brawling that happened on site, nobody coming alive. Chishu, he's been phenomenal for them. 35 kills, now the kill leader. And we're in with EDG at another map point.
I'd love to break some records for our opening game.
I mean, how many have they had at this point? I've lost track.
Ridiculous, man. It's just absurd, and there's already flashes into the face of Kankang. Push back, forced to respect the Chichu sees, that connects into the corner, needs some help, needs some bailout, Camo. Instant with the trade. Chichu lucky just to get the one. Putting a squeeze now onto him, Kankang's hot on the heels, and he does eat him up. Camo not long for the world, not long for the round, EDG. Is this it? Could this be the impetus? Just spotting barest of heads, Simon whips it around, and it leaves it all down to Kamek.
That kill there has got to be the death blow. Simon having the awareness to swing round and take down the star of Team Liquid. He doesn't even get the plant, Kamek. He misses another 4 seconds. And the ambush is going to start to close in here. He has got to come up with a miracle.
Anchor smoke opted in for. Just try and push them back. 1 star left remaining, and he needs to isolate these fights some more, but EDG are not going to give him those openings. There's discipline at its core, paranoia flushing him out wide. He's lucky that he didn't fall in the first time. Kankang finally puts an end to it and puts him to rest and puts the map under their belt. Split goes their way with an 18-16 finish.
Couldn't ask from an audience's perspective for a better game to open. Team Liquid fought them as much as they possibly could, but EDG have got a blinded beginning to this one.
They absolutely do. I think we all need a rest after that one. It's going to be a short break at that. Don't go anywhere. Even more action coming up on the other side of this.
Face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocketeer and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
It's always been much more than that.
hella rattle, so what you rather me then? She hella rattle, so what you rather me then? So what she hella rattle, so what you rather me then? She hella rattle, so what you rather me then? She hella rattle, so what you rather me then? She hella rattle, so what you rather me then? So what she hella rattle, so what you rather me then? She hella rattle, so what you rather me then? She hella rattle, so what you rather me then? She hella rattle, so what you rather me then? So what she hella rattle, so what you rather me then?
What a way to kick off Masters Bangkok EDG. They take overtime against Team Liquid. I'm your host, Yingson. I'm back here with Kakuka and Mimi. I mean, this is the way that we want to start a tournament, but Mimi, we don't always get something as exciting as this.
I mean, that was ridiculous. Double no senti comps. They're just walking at each other. It goes down to some crazy individualism, but EDG, they just shined in the chaos at the end there.
I think that it's very important what you're saying, right? The chaos, they thrive in that. The more messy the round gets, the more deeper we go into the map and into the match, they just feel more comfortable.
I mean, we spoke about whether Kangkang can do the back-to-back bracelet. If we take a look at the HyperX reflex moment of the day, it turns out maybe, just maybe, Kakuka, if he keeps doing this, he can.
Man, I think that this was an insane shot. He hears the showstopper, flies back, just... I need to see that in slow-mo because it's just beautiful. He also had one with the Sheriff that was also unreal, and that somehow is a headshot.
That is insane. It wasn't even luck or like he was moving or anything. He just precisely, perfectly tapped rays out of the sky and dashed out. I mean, Kangkang, still ridiculous. No matter the year, no matter the situation, this guy performs.
And I love Kiko's reaction there as well. He's like, fair enough, you know. Sometimes
what can you do about that?
Apparently
sometimes
this is what happens when you come into the international stage.
Yeah, sometimes it happens. But you do have to give it for the duelist players on the other side as well. Kakuka, they also did incredibly well against EDG.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Kiko had a great performance at the beginning of the map. I think that Camel, once he got onto the operator and then later onto the attack, I think that he was key into some of the ideas that Team Liquid wanted to put on the table. But I'm actually surprised because with all the changes that EDG had brought into here, seeing a Jet on split, that's something that we do not see that often. I really saw the intention behind it, which in so many cases with EDG was missing.
Yeah, and if we take a look at some of the things that happened later on the map as well, this round from EDG, which originally, Mimi, could have been a round for Liquid.
It should have been. This was a sick round for Liquid. They have the read that EDG is going for these ramp refights on their defense. They send everyone there. It's so well set up. A plant down, an advantageous post plant. This was Team Liquid's opportunity to win the game. And then at the very end, things start going wrong as EDG goes in for their retake. And this one just ends with a missed suck, losing them this round. Team Liquid then goes to overtime, and it just falls to pieces. In some ways, it feels like a return to form of early Team Liquid with these little mistakes ruining rounds for them.
And just like this one, which was, you know, painful to see from that side also because the nade then falls and you think that, you know, they could have sprayed, but they, you know, had no way of knowing. It also brings us back to what happened in the pistol round. They could have possibly won that round, but because of that last TP of Common just going back, and I believe Chicho having the spike, there are so many occasions where Team Liquid was just on the receiving end of EDG just having this massive round.
Yeah, I mean, that was the game pretty much in that round, but EDG went it out. They're so good at finding the opportunities when their opponent makes a mistake, and now they're up a map in the series.
They are indeed, and let's check in with Mika Fabs and EDG's coach, Muggle.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Muggle of EDG and Luna, of course, to help with some translation. That was a very intense first map. We noticed some composition changes though. Can you tell us maybe whose idea was that? How did that come about?
我们在图一看到了一些变阵，能不能告诉我这些是谁的想法，谁的主意呢？
之前我们这张地图就是对于除了太湖以外另一个先锋的位置挺纠结的，然后参考了 Sentinels 的阵容，然后决斗上选择了我们康康更适合的接锋。
Like other than Taiho, we are really confused about another initiator about this choice, and we learn from Sentinels about how to another like initiator, and also we choose the duelist for Kangkang as Jet. It's more suitable for him.
That is perfect. Well, best of luck to you guys.
such an interesting answer there. They've obviously been watching what the other regions were doing while they were on their break, and also you had some questions about why the Jet, and it's just purely down for comfort pick.
I think that it has to do with the trade denial that I was mentioning, because in so many occasions we see Kankan that is not being set up, and from the defense he just goes with the operator, trying and hunt for a kill, and in so many cases they were right. We also saw them using the utility to prevent where Nats plays every single time that he plays on split, and I think that the preparation was very good from that.
It was an incredible map one to watch, but I think this puts Team Liquid now in a very scary position because they're going into a map that they were 0-3 on in the regular season and in that run-up in EMEA, and they haven't really been able to find a solution. They've changed their comp once on this map. They've still lost it every time, and this is a very comfortable position for EDG.
It is indeed, and Pearl, I think, is probably the only map of Liquid that I felt like they tried the same thing as all the other maps, right, Kukuga? They tried to change something, and then the change was amazing, and then they don't need to change again, but it just never worked for Pearl.
Yeah, I think that regionally in EMEA, it's not like this is a map that we love. I think that this is a very America's map. Ours is Fracture. We love Fracture any given day. But especially this map, I think also having Nats in something that is not the Cypher or the Viper that we've seen him so many times going on to the Vice. I think that probably we can expect some changes or some tweaking around. Probably they just need more reps on the map. But I'm also looking forward to see if it's EDG going to be changing something.
Well, hopefully we can get those answers from Team Lohan, who's standing by with Mika Fabs ahead of map 2.
Hey guys, I'm here now with Lohan of Team Liquid. That was a very intense first map, and now you have Pearl coming up next. The team's history isn't exactly the greatest on this map, so I was wondering, you know, could you say something to maybe keep the fears of the fans at bay, ease their worries or something, because you can't blame them if they're maybe feeling a little bit uneasy about this one.
I mean, I don't think it matters the map that we're playing. What matters is we play together, we play as a team. We're confident on the map, we're confident in ourselves, and we're going to show a different face on this game, 100%.
Love to see that confidence. Good luck to you guys.
I like the confidence, but fact of the matter is, even in EMEA during their run, they've never had to come back from a losing position, Mimi. They always won map 1 of Abyss, usually, and they've never really had to trail from behind, so I'm questioning a little bit of their mental as well.
And they also probably haven't played against an EDG-style team on this map before. They're applying the Neon. No one in EMEA Americas is really leaning into that the way that EDG is, and Kung takes over games on this one. EDG's been undefeated on Pearl thus far in the run-up in China, so this is indeed a very worrying position for TL.
Well, you know, they had a close overtime. I think that there is some shining light. I like what Lohan was saying there, because also it's a big test for him and the assistant coach as well, just coming into the international event. There are some tells that I've been seeing in the way that EDG plays the map. Like, for example, Kankan is not that big of a fan of like taking B long, something that we see a lot, and just plays a little bit different, just mostly focus on A and just putting that trident of them pushing on that side of the map. And I want to see if those tells are still here, because we keep talking about this month of preparation.
And speaking of that preparation, I like the way the Muggle was like, yeah, we just copy Sentinels, they did something really good. I want Liquid to do the same. I want them to take something from Americas.
And what I want to see is them go back into the Vice. They tried the Vice comp last time they played. I think that is the best counter to this Neon. Wall is going to be separated Kung off. They're going to have to play very slowly to deal with the Thorns, deal with that shear across every round on the attacking side for EDG. It's going to force EDG to slow down, and I think the same way they did some of those early split rounds when they were on their attacking side. So very hopeful they go back to the Vice here.
Is it a hot take to say that I don't really want Nats to play the Vice?
But do you want Liquid to play
Yeah,
the Vice?
I want,
So
but someone else. Kamek could do it. I think Kamek could definitely play a nice Vice out of it. Paddy could also do it. I just don't want to see Nats on. I don't know why. I wasn't super convinced by it the last time I saw it.
But they've also had time to grow on it, and I think this is one of the agent's strongest maps. He's great as a solo anchor, and I honestly, I do hope to see it again, even if it is a different player lock.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want to see it again, but maybe just on a different player.
I think that when we hear Lohan speaking about is playing as a team, is playing comfortable, I do not see it that crazy if they just go back to putting Nats on Cypher and just let him roam across the map.
I will say that the util, when we're talking about the attack side for EDG, honestly will probably look even better here. I haven't been a huge fan of Nobody's Tail. I feel like he uses the missiles very infrequently, is missing out on a lot of the combo plays you can do there. But when they play these kind of Sova, KO, simple double initiation initiator comps to just set Kung Kung up to send it. I think that is where these EDG boys shine in setting up their duelists.
And I love the fact that you're, mentioning the KO. I think the way that they presented both from the defense and from the attack, again, there's a lot of tells, but they can be so proactive. They can be so EDG when that knife hits that I think also could be game changing.
And the other thing that Lohan mentioned that you said about playing as a team, you know, the teamwork and stuff, they cannot be throwing 3 5v3s.
Yeah.
That is insanity. Out of 6 5v3s, they threw 3. I think that probably would have been a difference maker on the last map.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in any of those situations, I think that when we're watching and when people are watching at home, when you see Kankan still alive, the final boss is still there. He's always good for 2, always good for 3. I love the trading that they were having on Split, and we can tell that their nerves are definitely there for players like Kami.
Yeah, 3 players on this team for Team Liquid. It's their first time playing at a global event in Valorant. The pressure's high going up against the world champion who, let's be honest, EDG has some crazy aura. You're going up against Kung Kung. You're going up against the guys who won it all last year. That's a big ask for players making their debut on the global stage. And I think that pressure mounts even further as you're now down a map.
And also, the chat, you guys are really, this is a very 50-50 poll, you know, between EDG and Team Liquid, because on paper, you would lean more towards EDG on a map like Pearl.
Yeah, you would, but there has been time, right, for Team Liquid. They couldn't figure it out during EMEA, but they did have a bit of time to reset. I imagine they expected this, knowing they were going to go in and ban their Lotus. They know EDG's going to piss
spoiled myself.
Yeah, I spoiled myself as well. Let's pretend like none of us just saw what happened.
I didn't see it.
I think you're going to like it. I think you're going to like it. You're in for a treat.
You are I don't know if you're going to like it, but you're in for a treat.
I think she is.
You're definitely in for a treat because we do have Agent Select coming up in just a moment. Stop the count. Stop the count. We go for the 50-50. We go for the 50-50. But yeah, Kiko here not expected to play the duelist again. So I feel like this is where we actually see the role swap arc.
Honestly, if I'm talking like dream side anchors flying on this map, Kiko one side on the controller, Nats the other maybe on the Vice. That's a good lineup for me.
That's definitely
he's going to be somewhere. And looking at this, do you like it, Mimi? Do you like it?
Do you like it, Mimi?
You said you wanted them to be America's build. This is very America's build. Coming out with the Chamber Vice double controller on defense. You have tons of tools with Patty to hard anchor one side. Nats is going to be able to go for a lot of proactive looks with his Yoru camo. Walking up, TPing out. There's so many cool things.
But the coolest thing is seeing Kang Kang on the Yoru. You know, I think that it is an agent that he hadn't been playing. I know that he played it on the past, not successfully, I have to say, and on maps like Bind. But him moving on to the Yoru, Ultra Chicho on the Vice. This composition also shows a different face that EDG did not need to show regionally.
When you play against Vice, I think you need to be locking the Yoru. So both these teams understanding that counter, dealing with the Vice utility is going to really be the win condition for EDG on this attack side.
Yeah, I want to just shout out BBL as well. You know, maybe Liquid learning something from them, but it's time to jump back into map 2 and throw this back over to Brandon Sideshow.
Thank you very much, gang. Yeah, this is it here. These are 2 teams that, listen, very America's Pill, Josh, as Mimi mentioned. Listen, we're going to be able to flex our regional expertise with this one. You've got a bit of Yoru in play.
This is literally, it is literally the same comps as G2 playing against Sentinels. Isn't it? I mean, Team Liquid have taken the G2 comp, EDG have taken the Sent comp. So now we get to see, for the first time for both of these teams, how good are they actually executing on it. So let's have a look at the pistol setup then. EDG looking to take some A control. Are they going to slow down after this?
Okay. Simon's horn just rebounded into his face.
Time to jump. A push-up from Liquid on the other side of things. Nats and Camo both going walkabouts.
Yeah.
Getting active on the defense side is pretty good with this comp.
Team Liquid, it's not out of the ordinary from how they like to play. Question is, how much is Nats going to extend himself out?
Camo just escorted Nats into position and then teleported back.
This is a good job, I think, just getting rid of the drone. Nats is going to be...
This is a weird pathing, actually.
Yes,
because you've got to expect the wall to be here. It's the most standard position for it. So he's giving it away and now deciding to go all the way around. What's he up to?
Yep, up top, onto the high ground. Paddy, not enough bullets in the chamber to really do the job. Give him the business. Still, Kiko through the back of the site. Ghost in hand.
And now they're going to make the pivot. This is a right call from EDG. The wall got triggered over towards A main. You don't have A main control. You don't have a good entry into the site. It's time to call it quits and go back over to B. Yeah. Team Liquid have got themselves a nice advantage here, though, even though they're going to be playing retake.
See what EDG opted for. Let's plant out. It's a weird spot at that.
Spike planted.
A few positions to play from, but what risks are going to be taken? Oh my, jump spot almost punished, not quite, backing away into halls now, and everybody retreating. Ingrained positions here for the EDG players. We're going to see if they can do some damage and rip off a few heads, but it's all Team Liquid so far. Get them a move on. This is a rapid play at that. Plenty of bodies ready to meet them, but Chichu has got to do a bit more with that, and he's dropped down to just 10 HP. Surely too much for him to overcome, and that's bullets all it takes just from the Ghost himself. So that's going to be pistol round here for Team Liquid.
And showcasing that they're pretty comfortable with the defensive aggression side of this. Camo and Nats combining together, pushing up. They had a good defense over here towards Art as well. Bit of a whiff there right at the start that I missed on Simon's Haunt. Simon bounced it off some kind of object around the map and it just landed back in A main, which is not what they were going for.
Nice
yeah. I'm just showcasing as well that, listen, EDG might have had 2 weeks, I think, to try and prepare this composition, but still, it's going to be some growing pains.
We don't know when Team Liquid started playing this comp either.
That's very true.
So it's possible that both teams have been working on it for a while.
Yeah.
Neither of them love Pearl.
This is so risky by Camo, man. I mean, listen, not an eco, but or at least against the eco. Don't want to give away the gun too early. Just gets the kill and gets himself out. Bit of pressure now over towards A.
Take a look at Nobody, wandering his way down B long. I think you'll see this a lot from this guy. Not a conventional way of playing the Tejo, but he loves going for these kind of attack side lurks, no matter what initiator he's playing. But he gets collected this time by Paditek. That's the kind of play that I think gives you a little bit of information as the IGL for how much you can get away with in the future.
Kang was hard inserted there just at the beginning of the round, I think. Hoping that Team Liquid potentially rotate off. They're making their way over towards B. Flash gets the acknowledgement, so Paddy now knows he's going to be facing all sorts of these players, but backs himself away after just receiving the one he's low up.
Just wants to play his life in this spot.
Yeah.
Play for the reinforcements.
Make it awkward. If he can deny the plan as well, it'll be good, and he does do just that. So, it's 2 on the board, flawless here for Team Liquid.
I hear Fade has trouble sleeping.
Eyes are going to be fully on Kang Kang for this Yoru, but also Nats on the other side. I want to know a mad stat. It's only the 6th time Kang Kang has ever played Yoru, and it's also only the 7th time Nats has ever played Chamber, which, considering that they've been around in the scene for so long, and these have been options that you could go to. We've had our metas for, I mean, now is really the meta for Yoru, but we've certainly had our Chamber metas in the past. Not the kind of players that have opted into it. Here's a big A main fight.
Yeah, you're going to see this fight taking place. Guns in hand, Team Liquid. We're going to try and save the day themselves, but Camo just saves his own life in the process. Backs himself out. Barely alive on 17 health. Gives up the A side for EDG here, but it's 3 versus 3.
Team Liquid will be fairly happy with that clash. I mean, they were the ones with a bit worse weaponry.
Going for exploring.
A lot of it came down to Patty there. Had to win that fight, I think, and keep some art control.
Sees up and over the top here. Simon potentially looking to reposition off of it. He's worried though. Potentially worried about main. I think he might have just hurt that one. Yeah, the TP. So he's got his eyes trained onto the spot. Camo almost winning that one out, but with one left. Standing headhunter in hand for Nats himself. Can't quite get it done there. So EDG get that round on the board. No bonus round conversion here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, trading out pretty heavily over towards A main, making sure that they get these kills off the back of the Tejo drone. Little bit whiffy there from the Liquid players. They'll be hoping for a better occurrence. But also important to note, Chishu has got off the bat here really strong. I mean, he was amazing on split as well. I think he ended up being the highest performing fragger for EDG, but he's got his Vice ult online for round 4. So an opportunity now to break Team Liquid's economy by getting some good value out of this. And Team Liquid are trying to deny him mid.
Again, just creeping up onto the angles. Similar play. Camo can try and afford this one, but Camo can't afford to be losing his life. Not in that spot. And now a rapid go around. Thorns are going to be popped off Paddy. There's pressure on him. It's going to be tested, but oh my, no one watching for that potential option. Off to the side, it's a steel guard and let loose. Makes his way across into the site and a shorty into the hands of Party. Tries to earn himself that upgrade. Not that it would have been much help in the end. Still trying to maintain control and shut them down in through lane. Team Liquid, every avenue accounted for.
And that having missed the timing in mid completely. I mean, they thought that with Camo taking that walkout into mid, it wasn't possible for EDG to be in B-Link that fast. That's why you see Kamek just running away at the very start of the round. This timing, Kamek thinks that mid is secure because of Camo's information. Yeah. But it's this refight into B-Link from Camo and Paditek that squeezed EDG. And that's also kind of flying in this spot, top heaven.
Let's go, boys. Round by round. I need one.
Basically the same idea again here for Liquid. This time Nats gets punished holding that angle.
Saw plenty of thrifties on the other side of things here, but maybe EDG's time to shine. And Camo, he's got that get out of jail free card. Will opt to use it, but at this point you've already lost 2 of your players. Horns layered down in through lane. Paddy was going to be slowing down a potential approach. EDG did set their sights over towards it, but calling for a pause.
Yeah, and think about this from nobody's perspective. On a prior eco round, he realized nobody was fighting B. There was no resistance there. This time, though, Paditek is pushed up to pillar.
This is so brave.
He could get run down.
Yeah, he absolutely could. He's just spotted the players. Yeah, this is problem. Territory, dimensional drift. Yeah, that's the danger, man. Knife out. You've been playing Europe, you've been bracketing it, and Kangkang showing a bit of promise on it. We could take that timing. The rip into the ult without Camo. He's hoping to do a bit more damage. Kangkang, though, he is the danger in this one. 3 already in it. Make it 4. It's a cherry on top and a thrifty. Presented by MasterCard.
And if you were expecting a nice, clean game between these teams, I mean, first of all, I would ask, have you been watching them so far at kickoff? Because they've certainly shown the ability to get real down in the mud at times. But this game, even more so than Split potentially, which went 18-16, back and forward, eco rounds all over the place. This map, I think, is actually worse in both teams' map pool than Split. And they're playing new comps for the first time. So the potential for chaos is so high.
Listen, I thought we were going to get a breather into this map, but clash after clash and engagements here. I mean, Nats has just hopped his way back up onto the Ang.
That is a great shot as well. One bullet, Headhunter, takes out Kangkang. Surely EDG are not going to lose an anti-eco.
Surely no back-to-back thrifties.
And Nats, he's picked up the op, which means now he can hold this angle over towards B. That allows Paditek to rotate over towards mid. Team Liquid can go either stack A or go for some kind of info re-exploration throughout mid.
Makes a lot of sense. They are giving up a lot of mid control, though. But Team Liquid obviously still on the weaker buy, so they're not going to be worried too much about that. Just hoping that Nats can get a bit of info. Nats is hearing, I think, a bit of util being used out towards lane, so he's set his sights over towards that angle, and there's that level of awareness. You can see Team Liquid holding possible little nooks and crannies. Flying forwards. This is going in multiple different directions, trying to pull rotations and players away, but there's still one to be anchoring. This is it in through the back of the side. Kiko, Sheriff, rattling off the shots. Can't quite get that one done. Still with the steel guard, and maybe there's a little bit more, but gonna have to opt into the secondaries now. And EDG on equal footing with these Liquid players. Sidestepping, happy feet. Paditek, short work.
The post plant here, though, should be really good from EDG, especially with this kill from Simon.
No one's watching. The mid looks.
That's cleaned up. Salvo's available. Armageddon as well, if things do get truly ridiculous.
Salvo's for the first tap.
But I think that's the win con here for Team Liquid, is get the ult out. Make nobody scared.
The tap, gotta believe that they could be off of this one. Still with the Armageddon committed. That's Simon gone. He's dusted. Out towards the back here. Rifle's gonna be picked up. The time ticking away here. And with the damage done, listen, precision, not necessary.
The guns,
But
the
EDG, gotta keep these weapons, no celebrating.
All good.
All good, all good, all good.
All good. You see nobody hopping around at the end there. You know he's going for the fist bumps.
Yeah.
Okay, so EDG managed to navigate an anti-eco situation, but they did have to burn pretty big ultimates. They used the Fade ult to fake over towards B, just to be able to get the plant down, and then they had to use Armageddon in the post, so A spot here where Liquid have got an opportunity. Things are settling down again, rifles online. But it's pretty much a must-win round here for the defenders from EMEA. They're taking a tag timeout to discuss what they need to shift around. And we can see that Nats has bought the operator. So that could be a crucial tool for them to be able to use. We saw him get posted over towards A main at the start of last round.
I'm curious in terms of positioning of where Nats is going to be playing, because at least when we've watched G2 play this comp, mid-control, pretty heavy presence, I think, for the chamber player. Towards A and towards Art, right? Well, that's how they want to be using it. Just to plug up the gaps that potentially are there from mid-looks of EDG could opt into. We saw evidence of that, at least on the prior round, even though Team Liquid were on the weaker buy, so that's probably why they were there. But
one of the things
where he wants to place this op.
One of the things I think also that's crucially important with this Team Liquid composition is that you're gaining info in A main somehow. I mean, this round it looks like it's going to be Nats getting posted with the operator, but in previous rounds or in future rounds, they're going to need to use the Sova too. I mean, Trent does this amazingly for G2, where he's always regaining information in A main. Those are the details that can get missed when you copy somebody else's comp.
These are the liberties afforded to you when you're playing onto the Yoru, but that drone... Wait a second.
Surely.
No way.
Surely.
No way. No clearance at all, and he's got the hell out of there!
That's rough. I mean, that is just a straight-up error from nobody. That's one of the main angles that you need to be checking. I don't know how he doesn't think about that. And this looks like Shishu's going to go walkabouts. Master v Apprentice.
Uh-oh. We'll see who ends up on top. Oh, yeah.
He took the teleport.
He did.
Perfect timing.
Back. Meanwhile, into the smoke. That's Paddy. Watchful eye onto it. Contact plays called out. All baited out. And the spike retrieved, but a lot more to do from this point if you are Smoggy, and Chichu's on the opposite side of the map.
I mean, this round has gone disastrously for EDG.
Yeah.
From beginning to end. A small error. And it only takes a small error, but you have to be looking for the Yoru and the Chamber all the time. I mean, one of the biggest strengths of this composition on defense is that the Yoru and Chamber can be playing on such weird angles because they have that ability to get out.
I'll say, I mean, it's good presence of mind, I think, from Liquid as well. Camo in that spot. Left. I'm not sure who was helping him out onto the site, but not breaking the drone there.
Yeah.
To not give away his position. Smoggy, you going to make a go at this one with 20 seconds left? I don't think so. Chichu's on the opposite side of the continent, so unlikely.
And to shoot nobody a little bit of bail as well.
10 seconds
What he was doing with the drone was hard clearing pillar. And pillar's a pretty common position for the Chamber to be playing because you've got the range with your teleport to be able to get out to Jenny. And so that was probably what was going through nobody's head. It's not just that he's oblivious.
The telly working? You could do some drawing. Come out. Some educating.
I could. But alas, we're not actually in America's brand.
Man, I didn't even know if we had a telly, mate. I'm going to be honest. I was just saying it. Yeah.
This positioning inside the smoke as well, not what EDG were anticipating or expecting.
Here.
Kamik started the previous round droning out through Art, which is weird when you already have the trademark there.
Yeah.
I think maybe just trying to push them back from early breaking that piece of info. Nats is going to get posted up again. He missed the timing on Chishu's lurk last time. But there's that drone, finding the Yoru, pushing the Yoru back with the salvos.
Breaking the thorns in the process. Camo waiting for the time to strike. Is the util being expended? They're going straight up the gut. Okay, EDG making it awkward for Team Liquid.
Kamik gets pushed out, but Kangkang needs an escape lever and has to go so far away from the rest of the team. This is going to end in an A split, and Nat still has A main control.
Kiko had to be tested. He's going to try and push back this assault that's about to be occurring here. Nats with that A main control. And again, he could be a playmaker. He could be the man of the match, but okay.
He shot the clone.
He did indeed, and Kangkang obliged in return. Kiko's still alive and kicking out towards the back here. The Salvos might just push him out of position. No, not quite. They're not going to clear him. He can just spam himself through the wall. There's 40 seconds left roughly into the round. Camo lets it loose with a dimensional drift, and the crosshair placement. It's impeccable. It's perfect. And from Team Liquid across the board, more than ready for it.
Look at that sad cosmic divide towards the end from Smoggy, hoping that the rest of the team was still going to be alive. Yeah. That shows you a difference in tempo. EDG were hoping that they could slowly get in, use their ultimate, and Team Liquid forced the fight. EDG not ready for it. Even with Kankang picking up the op and holding towards Flowers, he misses the shot. Goes down, and Camo and Kamek come up with the goods. EDG here are going to take attack timeout to figure out what to do about this. And to EDG's credit, even though this is their map pick, you have no idea what Team Liquid are cooking here.
No,
because yeah, they've been bad on Pearl in EMEA. They've gone 0-3, but the chances that they're going to change something when they don't ban it first round. I know that Yinsu on the desk was talking about this. They
for a trap play, right?
They absolutely trapped Lotus during EMEA, and now it looks like they're trapping Pearl as well. So Lotus goes into the permaban territory, not going to see the Reina, and instead we get this G2 comp, and by the
Breathing a
look
sigh
of
of relief for that.
they're playing it pretty well.
They are. It's going well for EDG's side. Like, there's so many things to consider when you're playing against this comp, because as we mentioned, like when you're running the Chamber and the Yoru, there's just too much map control that you have to try and push back.
Yeah.
Deep positions of the Yoru and the Chamber, it's a lot to account for. And granted, they've got a good comp for it. I mean, the Tejo is fantastic for trying to break the common positions of where a Chamber might be set up just off the rip at the beginning of the round.
Actually quite a lot of those positions.
But it requires, I think, VOD review and prep, which they wouldn't have expected this comp, I think, coming out for this match here.
But also, think about where the Chamber currently has the teleport. You could put it there, or you could put it 2 meters to the left and dodge a salvo. And that's not really the case on maps like Abyss. It has to be in one specific spot.
That's true.
On this map, there's a little bit more variety with where you can put the TPs.
But not going to be making the same mistakes. That's exploring out towards mid.
And one big tool that EDG have to work with is this dimensional drift. Kankang will be able to run some kind of big, fast exeg, or by the look of it, possibly even a fake.
I mean, the spike's nowhere near, so...
And he's got the teleport gate crash over in spawn, so this, I think, is a B fake into A.
Okay.
It's just no, it's a...
They're going to go back into B?
Yeah, they're going back into B here, aren't they?
Paddy, though, has been proactive with this flash onto the back wall. And it looks like he might want to go for it. Double flash play with a dart on top of it. Triggers onto the first one. Paddy doesn't have it, it's on cooldown for now, but there's going to be that dimensional drift, and here it is. Kankang spotting out these players, multitudes at that. Let's it rip. He's let loose now into the back of the hall, so he's carved out a bit of a path for his team to play in here. Simon with that plant, nothing to push that one back either, so Team Liquid going into the retake here, but already going players down. It's topsy-turvy for Liquid. What was looking like potentially a good setup, but they're just losing fights outright.
Chichi was set up on that B-Link lurk. Team Liquid gonna commit to this? They would lose the operator.
So, not with the operator in hand. You need a kill.
It looks like they're going forwards, though.
I think this is trolling ever so slightly. Kamek, though, might be making me eat my words. I'm all here for it. Give us a game. Making a go. Still off to the side. Kamek still doing damage as well, but time is ticking. And this is where the problems arise. Backing himself away. Smoggy's on for an ace. And Nats does not want to give it to him.
No, there's no world in which Smoggy gets his ace here. Nats is backpedaling as fast as his little legs will take him. The op saved, so disaster averted. And Team Liquid still have the money to be able to work with, so they did a little bit of damage there to EDG's economy, but overall, these 2 picks that came out, I mean, that one is a bit ridiculous, isn't it? Paddytech falling and B-Link just on a crack angle.
Yeah.
Brutal. And a very slow, controlled round, considering that EDG ran into that one with a Yoru ultimate.
That's a nice change of pace, isn't it?
Yeah.
Catch my breath a bit from that first match.
They're going to push up towards B long to start here, Team Liquid, while Nats collects any kind of reaction in mid.
Perched up, just onto the box, and unexpected is the angle. So Kankang just wades right into it.
That, you actually do need to respect that. When you see teams that are pretty good at Pearl, they'll be walking in there with a Prowler. They won't just be face-checking that angle. I think that's a bit of an error from Kankang, especially playing against a comp that has 2 people that are playing on unorthodox spots. It's going to be much harder for EDG to pull off this A-split now.
EDG managed to walk their way up through most of the way, so they've got a lot of util saved, ready for the rainy day, which might be around about now. Okay, Salvo's in through the back, doesn't clear most of it. It was a shot rattled off from the op, so might put the fear of God in them.
One thing that EDG did a lot in China with their previous composition is this kind of pathing where they go down art and then through mid back into B-Link. And it can be really difficult to defend against. It's an uncommon pathing from the attack side, but this time, Team Liquid had nobody there. It's not like you could catch Nats or Kamek holding over.
I'm a bit confused at EDG's game plan as well, though.
They were just looking for a pick for the last 30 seconds. They haven't found one. They've got to end in an A split or save. Those are the only options available to them, and I assume they're going to give it a go. They have the money.
20 seconds. Clear out these players towards the backside of pit, though. They're going to be problems. Smoggy with a plan, anything to push it back. It's a Hunter's Fury, but guess what? He's committing it. Smoggy, hey up. Narrowly avoiding it. One burst connects, but not the second or the third, so he's still alive here to play a bit forwards, but the positioning is expected. Predictable. Kiko happy to capitalize, and he takes it one step forward. Camo up onto the flank, dodging, juking. Chichu can't see a bloody thing. Blind as anything, yet still wins that fight out. Dominates the angle. It's important to control A main, and Simon with the slam bloody dunk.
A 2v4 for EDG in a round where they looked lost and clueless. How have they done that? Utterly remarkable from Chishu. I think Camo is going to be kicking himself for how he played that fight in A main. He was so timid. He full blinded Chishu about 3 different times. Double flashed and with the clone. And he was just so timid to take the fight. Yeah. He was waiting for Panitek to pinch and pincer. And Chishu killed them both. And then Simon leaps out of a smoke, and somehow we're at 5-5. What is going on in this game?
Get the individuals when you watch EDG. EDG stepping up to the challenge, up through mid here. Close quarters action. Nazi was cutting it up close. Still down and out, and these players are just flooding into mid. Anything to stem the bleeding.
Nazi. What a shot. A 2v4 in one direction, maybe a 2v5 possible. And it would be a big blunder from EDG to allow this round to slip.
Can't split up too much, though. They've left Chichu essentially alone. He's on an island up through mid. He's going to be trying to get information himself, but Kiko also is not holding anything back, of course. He wants to get a gun for himself, and he will. Recycling in process.
This should speed things up for EDG. They know that somebody's heavy on the flank. They've still got a 4v2 post plan. It really looks impossible here, especially with the way that EDG were shooting at the start of this round.
Spike planted.
Look, I want to go for it. Okay, Simon, watchful eye, off onto the flank. Good crosshair placement. Predicts exactly where Paddy's going to be walking straight back into him. Kiko just being stalled out, swamped with util. He's only missing a kitchen sink, and it's going to be that triple face towards the end. So lead just by the 1 round here for EDG, but
it still feels as back and forth as Split was.
It does, yeah.
I remember back to Split thinking Team Liquid could run away with the first half here. And then EDG made a resurgence towards the end in a pretty similar manner to what we've just seen. Pulling off that 2v4, potential backbreaker for Team Liquid. And here, I think pushing mid on the eco round is probably the most standard, expected thing you could do. Potential to run some kind of elaborate fake setup here with EDG's ults they have online.
Going out.
But just starting things off early, trying to clear these spots, jumping up, clearing the pillar,
timing! Kanggang still steps up. Single-handedly dismisses Natster.
Good try from Natso.
Yeah. I'll respect it. Salva's going to be used to clear the way, mostly. Tight corners. Breaks up any potential Thorn, util. Could impede this potential hit, but it's all just a bit of presence. Fake pressure at that, recall, and a refight called at that. Kang, he's got a bloody dart in his face.
But he's left nobody.
Quite. He has, with the spike in hand. It's a bit of a bailout. Team Liquid don't even realize how lucky they potentially were. And going walking and exploring out towards the lane. It's Chichu ripping Kamek's head off.
This is going to be so tough for Liquid, even with the ults that they have online here. Cosmic Divide is obviously great for going for a retake, but Paddy's so far away. Might even get caught in mid by Simon on the lurk. I don't know why Simon's been hard lurking with Nightfall.
Angle, Salvo as well. Comes about here, players almost lining up for it, but EDG going for that clean sweep, or attempting for it. Paddy still alive off to the side, and he has that Steel Guardians. The final round, you might as well expend it, and he's getting the move on at that. Lets it loose. Unleashed now, and takes the fight before they can even get ready for the setup. It's a 2v1.
Does he think about Chishu being behind?
I mean, this is just so damn unlikely. Pull. Just for that first tap, Paddy's got so many obstacles to navigate, and of course he doesn't expect it. A wraparound from on high. Chichu, the IGL himself, delivering that 2-round lead.
Switching sides.
A 7-5 half and a big recovery. A big recovery. And Chichu is 13-5. What a monster he's been today. Making sure that Nats has been put on notice.
EDG bringing a bit of passion, a bit of fury as well, showing that they are the reigning champs themselves. And we'll see just how far they can take it on the other side.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I just need to know what's on your mind.
Let's get to it then. It's a minor lead at that for EDG, just by 2 rounds, but are already leading overall in this series, just by that initial map, and they could take it that one step further. Nice little 2-0 win. Would be quite tidy for EDG.
And yet gutting for Team Liquid because they had many opportunities, maybe not many map points, but many opportunities to be able to win on split. 18-16 on their map pick. A devastating loss puts them in uncomfortable territory on Pearl. Running an amazing comp. They've changed it up, both of these teams. But now we're in a spot where Team Liquid, I think, really need a pistol to be able to get on board. The way that these comps tend to work, Team Liquid's got that double sentinel, so it's really difficult for EDG to push out mid against this. You just end up running into Trademark, running into the wall. But Liquid are gonna need some big results from Camo.
Delayed Haunt from Simon. He's looking for that mid-round information towards A, and it wasn't broken, so options for Kung Kung if he wanted to go for that deep push, but mid is the goal here for Team Liquid. Drone sets the sight over towards at least lane, but it's Art that's really getting contested.
There.
They didn't clear nobody in B Link, but Nats has found this walk up over towards B.
So damn deep here.
There is a Vice Wall, of course, so he can't full commit to it, but he knows where Chishu is now. And that is...
Yeah. Chishu giving the plot away here, and it's just a call for the 3-2-1 swing out from the players to the wall triggered. That's an attempt of a timing by Kiko. He's going to make a go of it. Still, he's trapped tight to the corner once more, and EDG barely removing this guy, but still finding the value, and as the wall fades away, Nats ensures that nobody's going to be fading to Black. Kang barely there. Flash backs himself out.
They have to go back and get the spike at this point still.
It's miles away.
And look at where Patty is. I mean, Patty and Nats could not be more disconnected from each other. And Kang looking great here on this pistol round.
It's a lovely one.
Determined to have EDG run away with a 2-0 to start at Bangkok. They have read that Nats is rotating, and I don't think it's a bad read. Because otherwise he abandoned Patty Tech, and that is what happened, but they had to go and get the spike. EDG are not reading into the fact that Team Liquid just left the spike in the shops.
It does leave Nats an open plant, an open site here. EDG look to play this one together. Simon has Haunt as well, so it's good util to clear out potential corners, and as long as you play together with that discipline and trade each other out, in theory, should go well, but you are up against Nats himself, and this guy, he's a menace.
It looks like it's planted for back halls. When do they decide to use the Haunt?
Beautiful, but timinged. Simon sticking, diffuse, potential half, and it's not quite planted for him, so the stick all the way through into the end. And it's Simon who saves the day for him. Nats, consolation prize with the kills at the end. Still, pistol round is what EDG are going to be happy with.
It's a net profit there, using the Headhunter bullet to get the kill. This pinch Well played by the EDG players. It's such a weird one because Nats knows where Chishu is, calls for a crunch onto him, but then doesn't commit through the wall with Kiko. They get separated. And I think some of these coordination errors are starting to make a big difference. The fact that we haven't seen these two comps match tested from these teams. There's promise for sure in terms of them both having great records here on Pearl potentially, but the details are getting missed in some of these rounds.
That's a suppression onto Paddy. Looking his way around. This is very much almost desperation in terms of the buy, but what is occurring here? Smoggy walking around. Okay, one player dealt with, removed from the side. Chichu can't be asleep at the wheel into that spot. And he's got the supplementary util at least to try and help him out. Asawos, so there's no pushback, but there's a pull into their face and they're all blind as anything. Spamming away, vulnerable dump. Can the judge even save you here? It's Nats making a good go. My God, they put him into a bloody blender.
EDG though still coming out with the results in the midst of all of that chaos. The shock into the pool felt like it should have been able to kill both of those EDG defenders. And that gamble of going, as you had pointed out, for the force buy, I mean, it was such a bad force.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought the HUD bugged out.
It was such
I genuinely,
a bad force.
I didn't want to comment on it because I didn't think that they would actually go for that.
Like one of the camo half-bought, some of the others had full armor ghost.
Brother, they're losing the plot. Don't bring out the goo. This, I mean, dude, come on. First match.
It does kind of feel like Team Liquid are losing it here.
Yeah. Please do not bring out the Elmas. Camo, kills to be found. Oh my. Simon, can you save the day? Put up a bit of a stand against this one. Cuts it up close. My God, this smoke is just blooming.
The hero rifle's actually, it's doing it. The fact that Camo saved on the previous round now gives him the Bulldog that might win them round 15.
Too soon, apparently. Still, Chichu cuts it up to the side there, and Kiku just taking a few bullets straight. Camo not long behind him. 10-5, EDG steamrolling.
It's a gamble from Liquid. When they go down 8-5, deciding to go for the force, not willing to go down by 4, and now they're down by 5 because the risk, the gamble did not pay off. I don't understand what the read is there necessarily. They must have thought that nobody was playing tucked up over towards double doors.
Some interesting moments.
Yeah, some bizarre moments in this one. 5 to 10, can they pull this lead back a little? Feels like EDG are running away with it.
What's the buy even looking like? I mean, at least Nats has the ult, so danger in the hands of these Team Liquid players, but Kankang's immediately just taking out Paddy. Up over towards A main, moving a potential position to play in. Rejoining and regrouping with the rest of his team. EDG have got that pack mentality now, looking to clear the way out through mid. Nobody's alone, essentially, taking this fight. I mean, they all are, man.
This is the spike just dropped in the middle of mid.
What are you doing?
Team Liquid have got a decent read on the fact that B is being played for retake. They should have that info. They've seen it on the pistol. They've seen it kind of by dying at double doors and dying in art. And yet, not really respecting EDG's ability to fight in mid.
No.
The Liquid players have talked before about having a feel for the game. And when they feel like they've got the rhythm of what's going on, they get the timings, they feel good, they feel confident, they're playing together. Here, this round was an example of the exact opposite.
Yeah, they're not quite hearing the drums, are they?
Nats is going to give it a go, but there's 15 seconds. It's not even possible to get the spike out.
Exactly.
But, I mean, Nats has got a free gun, so you might as well.
Look a bit flashy into the tail end of the round.
His own slow betraying him there, though, from the Tour de Force, and it's looking like a bit of a limp end to this.
Nobody?
Oh, that's
he pulled that one from. Doing tricks on him.
EDG running away with things right now. Team Liquid need to revitalize. All of the energy that was in the air for Split, and the way in which that ended, it's been sucked out the room.
There is so much individuality occurring from Team Liquid. And like you said, you know, they feel like when they've got a rhythm and a feel for the flow of the game, they're taking liberties, they're getting quirky with it. Contact walking up, always as a pack usually as well, finding the gaps and timings, but EDG in control.
Tag time out here for Liquid. The coaches, Lohan, who had such a great result with this team through kickoff. Come up from Tier 2 to Tier 1, Liquid's coach had quite a lot of success at the Tier 2 level with Job Life, and now he's here and has made a resounding success out of this Liquid team in terms of getting them to Masters Bangkok, but they desperately need his input now. Their ideas on the attack side are not working. They're not finding the space that they're looking for. And their contacty style that they've been loving to run with on attack is just getting shut down by EDG, essentially holding angles against them. Kang's got his dimensional drift to work with here too. So 5 rifles for EDG. As you can see, only 2 available for Liquid. And that's with Nats forcing up, by the way. Wait, Nats and Camo are going to decide to
I don't know what they're doing with their economy.
What are they doing with their eco?
Taking the time out to discuss this one. Of course, it's 11-5, so do you want to try and take it with the thrifty, or do you want to invest fully, but they are half in, half out?
That is so strange, because it's not even like Nats has his ult in the next round. That's a weird one.
I wouldn't hate a full investment when Camo has the dimensional drift.
No. I mean, also, I wouldn't hate just Camo running a shorty, basically, and trying to get a pick.
Going for it. Instead, he's going to be sent straight to the dirt.
Right, that's a nice coordinated play from EDG, though, realizing that this pressure's been coming through B. They clear it out. Defense reclear is good for both teams in that area of the map. Team Liquid, though, not in position to react.
Yeah. Simon. Slightest of jiggle gets the confirmation with that info. Thorns popped off at a moment's notice there. EDG were very much ready for this one now. Turning into the A split with a Cosmic Divide. Splits the way, gives a bit of safety in terms of the plant.
Planted. Taking that back.
And a plant that can't be spammed as well. Very open. Kang looking for information.
Yeah, Cosmic Divide of his own, so sets them up now for the retake. He's trying to spot a few of these players. Hold on, seen one. Not much more past it. Oh my god, what an overextension! And Kamek returns with a fire. There's that trade, earns a rifle as well, just for his troubles, but the dart dealt with. Chichu. Watchful eye onto a multitude of these players, and he's cleaned up almost single-handedly. This guy running rampant now, and EDG, the safety in numbers. Simon with the defuse, fully sticking this away. The weaponry just not even there for Padatek.
12-5, EDG. A clear difference here in this second half of Pearl. Not even close.
Yeah, it's not.
And they are, Team Liquid are actually going to be able to scramble together a buy here towards the end. That 750 credits that they were keeping in the bank has just been enough. Thanks to getting the plant down. And any kill money that they were able to acquire as well. It's just enough to get Nats a Guardian and Camo light armor rifle. So they haven't completely trolled their economy, but they are going to need 7 rounds in a row on a half where they haven't even got 1 yet.
Yeah, Sisyphean at best, isn't it? The boulder might just be crushing you. Kang sees it. Dimensional drift though, so okay, Camo's going to be safe here. Spotting out 2 of the players, including the operator. Kang's backing out. Chichu, he was dropped, so that means their setup on B does go down. Team Liquid have cracked this one open. Camo to hold on to the space towards back halls.
Cutting through.
Can't give up too many easy kills. Kang with the operator. It's going to be difficulty in that. Hunter's Fury, Simon just predicts incorrectly. Sidesteps into the wrong direction. Smoggy just going to be fading away here. It's a stun with good connection at that. It's going to be onto the second player, but pulls it back in a round. It's going to be the TP to evacuate. Salvo's in through, into back halls. No one able to capitalize just from the player's position. So Team Liquid get the round win and still are alive in this series.
Yorowell ended up being super important there for them to crack into this in the first place. Padatek is running all the way around the world right now to try to get rid of this op. And look at him sprinting around, hoping to find Kang, saving that weapon somewhere. Can he get it? Gets a bullet for his troubles.
Yeah.
I'll tear through.
This has provided a little bit of a cushion for Team Liquid to work with. They're not going to be hurting in in terms of the Rico. Got to be able to get guns up and online.
1 round at a time is what it takes.
Chichu contesting against the Yoru ult is really bold. I think at this point they were just kind of disrespecting Liquid. They'd won 5 rounds in a row on their defense side. They weren't scared of him. So back to the kind of regular defensive setup from EDG. Nobody on B. And I don't mean the player, I mean literally not a soul. Not a soul on B.
Happy to leave it. Getting proactive with the flash on top of it, so no acknowledgement. Oh, it's a blind spot. It's a blind spot, yet still an adjustment. Reactions off the charts from Kangkang.
Oh, that's gross. And they've triple pushed out main as well. So Kiko is alone in mid. Does he get cleared? Does he get pinched?
Here comes the slow squeeze, and he's not aware of that. Snaps to the back of the head. That's execution star from nobody.
And this looks like a sad end for Liquid.
Steel Garden for a Steel Garden. See the shorties in play. Armageddon at least, trying to buy some space. Oh my God, Paddy, what the hell are you playing at? Pushing right into the fray, right into the enemy's face. There's 2 left to stand here. Kamek try and carve out some space alongside Camo, and they've done just that with a couple of kills of their own, but it's just 1 left to stand. 1v2, Nightfall. No more sound cues. It's pure reactions. Just the aim in your eyes that you can lean on and try and rely on. Earns himself the 1 to the 1v1, but Swoggy saves the day, and EDG shut it down before it just gets away. 13-6, 2-0 finish. What an opening here to Masters Bangkok.
I think you're coming away with feeling pretty good about EDG here. Opening game of the Swiss stage, they've showed us 2 different compositions on 2 maps, really making the best use of the break that they had with that earlier finish to Chinese kickoff. Playing good compositions as well, adding more of the Taeho into the mix. And even managing to defeat Liquid on their map pick, completely outclassing them in the second half of Pearl. I think Team Liquid are going to be very upset about this beginning to the Swiss stage. They had their chances of pulling it through the bind, but it slipped through their fingers with that 16-18 scoreline.
Yeah.
The experience on EDG just getting them over the line, with Kangkang and Chichu having a monster match overall.
And as you mentioned as well, that extra time to prep, to really hone a couple of the compositions, the weaker maps. I mean, it's worked out, hasn't it? It's early days yet, of course. I mean, Pearl was not a great map for both Team Liquid and EDG, we were saying in theory, but
actually, I mean, with the changes in the compositions, I'm not feeling too bad about EDG there.
No. A big question mark for me was if Kangkang was going to be playing Yoru at all.
Yeah.
And I think he showcased at least that.
We've got to see them play against another team, though, that we know is good at Pearl before you're able to make any real assessments about it. Fun fact as well, that's actually the first time that EDG's even been able to beat Team Liquid.
There you go.
These orgs have gone up against each other, different rosters for Team Liquid in the past, but they were 0-3 all time, including 1 off-season result. So 0-2 in VCT. This is now, as Chichu said in the press conference, this time, it's our turn to win.
Absolutely. I mean, EDG, they might have been tested in their own region, but listen, they came here to play. They have a title to defend at the end of the day. They played like it towards the end of Pearl. I mean, it was just momentum, full control over the state of the game.
It certainly was. I mean, this is one of the rare maps as well where Kiko didn't really come online. Kiko has definitely been Team Liquid's best player in their run, and this one was a quiet map. But I think it's also because it's towards the bottom of their map pool. It's probably the worst map that they're not banning.
It do be like that as well. It's close to begin.
Yeah, I mean, what a beginning. What an amazing beginning to Masters Bangkok. The 16-18 scoreline on Split, that's going to charge up EDG. They've gone, I mean, they're on an undefeated streak in terms of from champs to here.
Absolutely. We're going to set it down to the floor here for the Verizon post-match interview. And I believe we have Kangkang ready and waiting.
All right, we are back here again with... Okay, with who? ชื่ออะไร? No, we are back here again with Kangkang. All right, first of all, congratulations for the win. สำหรับวันนี้นะครับเราก็มาอยู่กับคังของเรานะฮะบอกเลยว่าเล่นกันเดือดมากๆจริงๆแล้วผมเชื่อว่าหลายๆคนก็น่าจะมีคำถามเยอะเหมือนกันนะครับในการที่จะถามคนผู้นี้นะครับผมสำหรับคำถามแรกครับผมอยากที่จะรู้เหลือเกินครับว่าทางคังเนี่ยครับบอกเลยนะว่าอีเวนต์เนี้ยนะครับเรียกว่า Dawn of the Duelist รุ่งอรุณแห่ง Duelist อยากรู้ครับว่าเขาคิดว่า Duelist คนไหนเก่งที่สุดใน การแข่งนี้ครับผม so first question this whole event is called the Dawn of the Duelist I would like to know who is the best duelist in this competition in your point of view for this competition
首先，恭喜康康你们取得了这场比赛的胜利。那我们整一个赛事其实的主题就是决斗序章嘛。那从你的角度来看，你觉得谁是最强的决斗者呢？
我觉得德克应该是最强的决斗，但是你身为一个决斗者，你就要有以下犯上的决心。
I mean, in my point of view, maybe Dirk, but as a duelist, you have that determination to be like, even if I'm the underdog, I have that determination to win.
โอ้สำหรับผมเองนะครับผมก็มองอยู่ว่าเดอร์เกอร์ก็เป็นคนที่เก่งอยู่เหมือนกันนะครับผมแต่อย่างไรก็ตามครับการที่จะเป็นดูเอลิสต์ที่ดีเนี่ยเราจะต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นความตั้งใจนะครับผมและนั่นก็คือสิ่งที่ผมมีนั่นเองนะฮะโอ้โหไม่ธรรมดาไม่ธรรมดา alright awesome to the next question Kang you mentioned previously that you would want to be champions at one of the Masters, to add you to your trophy collection. How confident are you after this amazing performance in your match?
之前可能提到过说想要再要获得一次大师赛的冠军，来进入到我们这个奖杯的集收当中嘛。那在这一场精彩的比赛过后，现在信心如何呢？
怎么说呢？信心肯定是有的，然后能不能拿冠军再看吧，对吧
？Of course, we are confident, but if we can finally got this trophy, got this championship, we'll see.
ก็นะครับผมสำหรับความมั่นใจนะครับต้องถามก่อนนะครับเพราะเมื่อกี้ผมน่าจะลืมถามคำถามนะครับผมคำถามคือว่าเขาเคยพูดว่ามีความตั้งใจที่จะได้แชมเปี้ยนนะครับผมในรายการมาสเตอร์อีกครั้งหนึ่งเลยถามว่าโหเล่นขนาดนี้เนี่ยมั่นใจขนาดไหนนะครับผมซึ่งความเป็นจริงแล้วเนี่ยคังเขาก็บอกว่าไม่รู้ว่าจะเป็นยังไงเหมือนกันครับผมแต่ค่อนข้างมั่นใจกันเลยทีเดียวนะครับผมนะครับผมอีกหนึ่งคำถาม one last question right and we cannot skip this oneสำหรับคำถามสุดท้ายนะครับผมอยากรู้มากเลยใครจะไปคิดเกมแรกเราเล่นไปถึง30 ราวน์เลยทีเดียวนะครับอยากรู้ว่าคิดอะไรนะเพราะว่าเอาจริงๆคือเป็นแชมป์เก่ามาด้วยอยากรู้มากเลยว่าไปถึงจุดนั้นเนี่ยคิดอะไร so I don't think we can skip this question the first game it was really intense your performance was great but also your opponent has put up a great fight we went to round 30 I want to know what went through your mind
当然，我们绝对不可以错过的一个问题，就是在第一张图的时候，你打得非常好，当然你们的对手也是发挥非常的出色，甚至一度到了一共30轮的这种小局嘛。那当时什么一个感受呢？
我不想管他们到底是什么感受，我只想把他们碾碎。
Actually, during the matchup, I actually didn't really want to think about what our opponent is thinking. I just want to smash them.
โอ้แปลไงให้ดูดีนะฮะเอาละนะครับคังบอกว่าก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันนะครับผมคือไม่ได้คิดอะไรมากครับคิดแค่ว่าต้องลุยให้ชนะครับผมand that okay ladies and gentlemen and that is just match number 1 we do have one more left but first of all that was amazing thank you Kang congratulations on your first win and we'll take it back to the break and we'll be right back.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
have some very important people next to me here, the Vibe Merchants of the respective teams. We have Vayne and we have Zelsis, and of course, we have my goat, Jen, to help with some translation. So guys, I mean, you guys share a connection. Vayne, you call yourself Korean. Zelsis! Yeah! How did this start, and why did you call yourself Korean Zelsis?
그냥 젤시스님을 봤을 때 이렇게 분위기를 올려주고 막 이런 게 저를 닮은 것 같아서 너무 마음에 들어가지고 좋아. 또 좋아하는 형. 그래서 코리안 젤시스로 스스로 부르기 시작했어.
So when I looked at Zelsis, I kind of saw a little bit of me in him because he's the vibe merchant, you know, keeping everyone happy, and you know, he's like my American hyung bro. He's a good person, so I started calling myself Korean Zelsis.
Aww.
Thank
Look
you.
at that. He
Cutie.
sees himself in you.
That's my little bro.
Aww.
That's little bro.
See, what am I going to say? Connection here. What was your reaction when you heard the Korean Zelsis thing coming up?
At first, I think I saw it from a tweet, and I think it was my teammates that were like, "Yo, someone is calling themselves Korean Zelsis in Korea." I'm like, who? And then like I saw the tweet, and I was like, "Oh, that's so cute." And then I was watching his like hype video. I can't remember the team you were playing, but he was just like yelling on stage and really hyped, and I was like, "Yeah, Korean Zelsis."
Yeah, he representing the brand well.
Yeah. He's doing great. He's a very happy guy. Every time I see him, he's smiling, having fun. So yeah.
So that is the Zelsis spirit
That's
that
the
you
Zelsis
want
spirit.
to impart. Okay, well, one very important part of that as well is the fact that you are experts at selling your respective bundles. So here's what we're going to do for this segment. We are going to be selling your respective bundles. You will have 30 seconds each to promote your bundles in any way possible. I'm going to give you guys the biggest platform, so prepare well. Let me know if you guys are ready, and yeah.
Ready?
Ready. 준비.
Okay.
준비. Okay, who wants to go first? Any takers?
Do you want me to go? Okay, I'll go. I'll go first.
Hyung will go first. Okay, all right.
Okay.
We are going to learn from the master himself. So Zelsis, anytime you're ready, on your cue.
Okay, I'm going to start now, and sadly, I'm going to take this to a competition. I'm just going to write 2 because there's only 2 bundles here, and we're not the second bundle, so Sen bundle is number 1. It's also the number of how many masters we have compared to DRX and why you should also buy the Sentinels bundle. And yeah, that's all I'm going with. Nice, short, simple, and sweet.
All right. Spoken like a true veteran of bundle selling. Okay.
Okay.
Korean Zelsis, take it away.
저는
네.
말을 못하기 때문에
네.
그림으로 표현하겠다고 해주세요.
Okay, since he can't talk,
of
he
course,
doesn't speak English, he'll draw it out.
Okay.
Okay, 30
Let's
seconds.
This is exciting.
I won't look.
No.
I won't look till it's done.
Don't. He didn't take a look at your work, so.
That's true. Kind of nervous.
Oh.
It's a very different approach.
Yeah,
that you
very
had.
different.
So. Jen is snickering.
Jen, don't laugh. You're making me nervous.
Jen is snickering.
So we need a timer here, by the way. This is cheating. I did mine in like 15 seconds, I think.
Wait. Okay.
Okay.
Finish.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Sends us.
He shot you dead with the
That's
bundle.
good. DRX bundle.
DRX 클래식 쓰면 젤시스를 이지 컷 할 수 있다.
Oh, okay. So you get DRX bundle, use the DRX classic, then Zelsis is an easy cut.
Oh!
You got me.
My
You
gosh.
got me.
I think you both did great, by the way. Show that drawing loud and proud. That's a very nice detailed drawing over there. Thank you guys from learning from our expert bundle sellers here, our Vibe merchants. Hope that convinced you guys to buy both of these bundles. And yeah, we'll see you around.
Bye.
Bye.
Vika hit it on the head there. If you can't choose which bundle to buy, just buy both of them. Welcome back, everybody, to day 1 of Masters Bangkok and our second match, DRX versus Sentinels. I am your host, Yingsu. I'm joined here on the desk by Mimi and Kakuka. I think that's how we should roll up to the venue tomorrow.
Every single time. This is insane. We should have tuk-tuks for everybody to get here.
That's incredible. I mean, What a baller way to roll up.
Yeah, slow-mo John QT exiting that tuk-tuk. Oh my goodness. I can't wait to see the fan cams of that. Now, let's talk about this matchup, of course. It was all very friendly and wholesome and cute. But Mimi, if we take into consideration what happened in Champs, it's not like that when they get on the stage.
Yeah, absolutely not. There is some history between these teams. Last time, this was Sen taking down DRX. Sen went on to make a top 4 at Champions, put a pin on a very strong year for them last time. But since this match, a lot has changed for both these teams. Picking up 2 new players apiece, but for DRX, the guys definitely still have a chip on their shoulders after losing to them last time.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think it's only about Sentinels, it's about DRX as an organization and what we've had throughout the history of Valorant. Them not being the first ones to lift a trophy for a Pacific after the name that they had made for themselves for so long. Yes, they still have to even take a map off of Sentinels historically, but the face that we're seeing from DRX with the changes that you were mentioning, Mimi, is definitely looking promising for 2025.
And now a very peculiar position, I feel like, for DRX. You know, they are the seed 1. They did win the title, but Kukuka, they only played against Korean teams. They haven't played against anybody else yet this year with this new roster. So how big of a challenge do you think this match against Sentinels will be compared to what they had to face domestically?
Exactly. I think that for Sentinels and any team that has to, you know, at some point have to go through the lower bracket, having that loss, losing as a team also is very important. It's going to play a part, right? Like you have people that are going to be, for the first time in a global stage, on the state of Sentinels, you do not have that. Even though they have new players, they do have that experience.
That they do, and let's be honest, their new players have been just insane to boot for this squad, but I think they've really found themselves in this meta. They've worked together in a way, have really good team fightings in these late rounds. They play a lot of double initiator, have super strong exec ideas. The meta right now, to me, feels super good for a lot of the classic Korean style of a lot of Yuto combos, a lot of hard execs, and DRX have really leaned into that, but Sen is a very different team. They're playing the Yoru, they're playing the Vice. It's a lot different than what they've experienced back in Pacific.
Yeah, and speaking of some of those new faces, let's check in with Mika Fabs and Hyunmin.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Hyunmin from DRX. Now Hyunmin, you are now debuting on the global stage, and just a few weeks ago you debuted on the Pacific stage. Are you feeling a bit more nervous now? I mean, especially since Sentinels are your opponents. Does that add to that? How are you feeling?
I wouldn't say if I would feel nervous. I think I'm more excited to play, and also more excited that my enemy is Sentinels.
Well, I'm eager to see that excitement on stage. Good luck.
Cold, very, very cold. Doesn't seem nervous about it at all. But this is the thing about all of the players that are new on stage today. Kukuka, the 4 additions, the Sentinels as well as a DRX, all very cold, all very calm, all very collected.
Yeah, but that's until the match starts, right? And the tension starts going up. You actually have to perform. But Mika put it there perfectly. A few weeks ago, he was debuting in Pacific. Now he's debuting here. 2 days ago, he turned 19. Like, there is a lot going on in his life for such a young player.
Hyunmin's story is so cool, too, because this is his first time playing in Korea when he was playing in Pacific. He's a Korean-American guy, but he was playing in Challengers Japan last year. Well, I believe living in Hawaii, playing on ping all the way over into that Challengers scene. DRX scouted him, picked him up, and my God, has it been paying off. He has been outstanding in Pacific. He's one of those players that you look at him in a position where he's getting swung by 2 different players, and he's so good at getting the first kill, strafing, readjusting, and almost always doubling it up. The amount of 2Ks this guy gets it's just ridiculous, and it's his rookie year.
Yeah, we will talk a little bit more about freeing in just a moment as well, but for now, Bang and Naray, it's like seeing an old friend for us, you know? Naray was in EMEA last year. We so graciously gave him back to America.
He's an American
we
dog.
We graciously returned him, and he looks great.
Yeah, he looks great. I think that he's found a very nice home in Sentinels. I think that he goes along with the entire vibe of the team, but see him at the way that he is evolving as a player with them, it makes a lot of sense.
And it was big shoes that he and Bang had to fill with TenZ and Saucy, 2 of the biggest names in Valorant, former champions in their own right, retiring. And it wasn't an easy road for Narrate. He had a pretty rough start into Americas. Even after winning a game, there was that clip of him like going up to Kaplan, being very down on himself about his individual performance, but the last 2 games that Sentinels played to win the lower final and then go and make a great run in that final, I think he found the player that he was back with K-Core again, and he's at his 2nd Masters 1 in a row.
Yeah, but the last Masters, it wasn't a great end for him, but I suspect it'll be a lot better this time around because, Mimi, there is a reason why that everybody rates Sentinels so high coming to this tournament.
Absolutely, and it's because of the history. They did it last year, going on a lower bracket run in Americas, qualifying into the first Masters tournament, and there they won it all. They were the team that came out of the offseason with a lot of prep, with new changes, but in a lot of ways defined the meta and had an incredibly strong start to the year.
Not only that, the rest of the year was probably the most prolific for NA last year. Yes, they didn't end up winning champs, whatever, this and that. It was a very good year for them. And this roster is looking pretty good for what we're saying about the filling out the shoes. And also going back on the subject of narrate, yes, Casey bombed out of the tournament in Masters Madrid, but his performance was not affected by it. I think that he was putting in the numbers even if they were losing.
And we can't forget about Bang. 100 Thieves did so well stage 2 and making an okay run at Shanghai. I think Bang was their best player, and he's just kept in that stride now with Sentinels in 2025.
Yeah, speaking of some of the Sentinels players, earlier Mika Fabs caught up with John QT. Take a look at this.
Hey, I'm here right now with John QT of Sentinels. Now, it wasn't too long ago that you faced off against DRX on a global stage, but they look a little bit different now. What's your read on their new squad?
I think they're coming in very strong. Obviously, they won Pacific, but I feel like they kind of still have the same structure, same IGL, same coach. I think we'll have a good read on them, and it'll be a good game.
What's your read on the Instalock Tejo?
I mean, me and Freyan are kind of like the Tejo brothers, but I think I'm better than him.
All right, well, best of luck.
I'm so glad he mentioned that, the Tejo brothers, but he thinks he's better than Freyan. Do you agree?
Yes, because I have seen Freyan using ultimates and salvos that I don't think were really thought through or really understanding how to use it, or when is it's not when is the moment, but actually what you're trying to achieve with it. Yes, he has only played Tejo for the entirety, for every single map that they have played during kickoff, Freyan has been on that agent, so the reps are definitely there, maybe.
I have to disagree in some ways around his drone and his stun use. I think it's the best of any Tejo I've seen. He does a great job of using those abilities
stun I will give you.
Proactively.
Honestly.
He oftentimes is using the drone's suppression ability very strategically to take care of opposing ultimates. But John's looked great on the agent as well. This was a new thing for him, playing Sentinel in 2024, role swapping along with some other members, also changing roles into this year. And I think that him playing so much of this Tejo has allowed Sentinels to lean into this read they have of constantly breach Tejo, Vice, Yoru, which I think is so strong right now. Vice is the best Sentinel in my opinion. Yoru is the hard counter against other Vices, and a coordinated breach Tejo duo is so tough to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. And what kind of Sentinels are we going to see here? Are they going to go for the aggression? Are they going to take advantage of all of these pieces? Or are they going to be a little bit more laid back, trying to see what the opponent is going to be? I personally would like to see the first one because I want them to feel comfortable and convincing and to see themselves as winners of this tournament.
Honestly, I also agree with Mimi maybe a little bit. I think Freyan could have John QT's number on that Tejo, but the wait is over. The fans are getting very excited behind me, so it's time to send this down to the stage and bring out your second set of teams. Today it is Sentinels taking on DRX. Sentinels are no stranger to this stage. They won the first global event last year. It'll be interesting to see if they can do it again. But DRX, with the addition of the new faces and the addition, what we talked about with freeing, playing only Tejo in this meta, this map, Paul, how do we feel?
Oh, that's very interesting. Seeing the Pearl band out here from DRX as well, going to Lotus to start for Sen. I think they're going to feel really comfortable on that map. I think they found themselves right at the end of the stage playing there. Their Vice looks really good. Zelsis has a ton of different setups on this map that are really tough to call around. And DRX is a team that likes to go for a lot of hard executes, which I think is really brutal to play into the Vice while doing that, especially when you have no Yoru.
I like the DRX peeking onto the Haven. It hasn't looked the best for Sentinels, and even for them, I don't think it was the cleanest, but there are so many things, so much flexibility that you can have with the composition that they play in, that I think that it's the best choice they could have had.
Yeah, floating the Haven for Sentinels too. They've only played that once. It was in the grand finals, was their permaban throughout the rest of the stage. And I'm gonna be real, it looked pretty rough in the finals. They played the Fnatic double duelist comp. It didn't look super practiced. They have to have something cooking here to leave it open.
Of course they will, but map 3 for me is very interesting. But let's talk about map 1 for now and take a look at the agent select and see if we're gonna get any changes.
That's what I was hoping for from DRX. You know Zelsis is locking this Vice. You basically have to play into the Yoru, and you get the synergy of the Breach Teo there. Great decision from DRX.
And especially when you decide to, the band that you're going to have be in Pearl for any team that comes from Americas is the right pick. But seeing also these changes, teams coming from the first seed that we just saw in EDG and now DRX, identifying the strengths, the combos that they can also have on the map, and how they can exploit what Sentinels do here, it's key.
Name of the game for DRX is A Rubble reclears. Sen is going to be fighting there a lot. They have a super strong defense with the Vice, and the Yoru will help DRX get through that.
Well, our teams are locked in, so let's send it over to your casters. Give a warm welcome to Achilleos and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Here we are, DRX versus Sentinels for our second series here at Masters Bangkok. And already some changes, the desk highlighting it, the Yoru coming in for Hyunmin. Second time that he has ever played it in a tracked game.
This is madness. I mean, you've got Bane switching off of the Fade into a Breach, so this looks to be potentially a little bit more execute heavy, a little bit more set heavy. And then the Cypher as well, something that we haven't seen from Flashback on this map so far this year. He's played Viper, he's played Vice, now he's going back to Cypher, an agent that we know he's very comfortable with, but usually we're used to seeing him on the likes of Abyss and other maps like that. But he's gonna have an interesting situation. There isn't a lot of ability to clear those trips. Yes, you can get the information with the Fade, but you really only have the Raze nades to deal with some of those locations. So I think it could be a little tricky because Sentinels on this map really likes to go C on their attack side. They really like to put a lot of pressure on that side of the map. They weren't super rubble heavy the last time they played this, so I'm pretty curious to see if this is kind of a mega picture, like big picture strategic decision from Termi and company to more play against, like this comp to play against the way Sentinels plays.
And I think seeing that would be a bit of a relief for the DRX fans because it has been a little bit of a revolving door when it comes down to Asian compositions that we've been seeing from them. Played Lotus last 2 times versus T1, dropped both of those maps, and we kept seeing these little minor changes. This now a lot more overarching. It's not just the flip of that Vice to the Viper, etc. Now you have the Cypher back into the mix. You don't have that Viper, you don't have that Vice yourself, but then that Yoru from Hyunmin. He has been a huge bright spot for the team so far this year, but how is he going to look stepping into this, onto this agent rather, that he just does not have that much experience?
Yeah, both these teams. I mean, Hyunmin freeing for DRX, and then you've got players like Zelsis, John QT, everybody stepped up on the side of Sentinels at times where they can just make these explosive plays. I mean, Mako's a given quantity, of course, on DRX as well. He's always going to give you solid or beyond solid efforts, but both these teams have relied sometimes at some of those hero plays. You know, Hyunmin diving in, creating space, and getting these crazy 2K, 3Ks. But then on the other side, Sentinels have kind of done the same sometimes. And on this map, the last time, it was Zelsis who was popping the heck up. I mean, he had an ace on this map the last time they played it on the Vice. So super curious to see if he can keep that up.
See how they do fare. Mako, of course, continuing the reigns here, carrying those 4 from the last time that really they'd played against Sentinels at a VCT event. As the IGL looking for a bit of revenge, perhaps, versus John QT on the opposite side of that stage. But pressure's going to be mounting. And I think that overall, my biggest question for DRX is how prepared are you with your rookies for an event of this magnitude with this kind of crowd? Because let me tell you, I'm sure you guys can hear them on the stream, they have not been shy at all. The Thai fans here absolutely letting the teams know that they have their support. will these players from DRX be prepped enough to bear with that, especially when the game stops going their way, starts going the way of Sentinels, to be able to hang in there? The Sentinels overall, as far as that experience is concerned, they have the upper hand.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely correct. And I think another fun thing to look at is going to be the energy that both of these teams are going to be bringing to the stage, right? Look, Sentinels are a given quantity. We've seen them pop off. They talk about it literally during the matches, right? Like, so, but then on the other side of the coin, DRX, this isn't old school DRX anymore, folks. This is a team that pops off. If you haven't had a chance to watch DRX this year, Mako is yelling. Oh, yeah. He is getting involved even. So this whole DRX team now is also able to bring that energy, bring those emotions. Obviously, Bane is going to be one of those players leading the way, but it's the whole team. They are so loud on stage this year in Pacific. It has been jaw-dropping.
Well, you hear that roar from the crowd, and it can only mean one thing. This game is ready to get kicked off. Let's go ahead and hop into Lotus from map number 1. We'll see which side of the crowd rings out a little bit louder. Is it going to be the Pacific faithful, or those from Sen City known the world around? Let's find out, as already Hyunmin pushing forward here at Rubble.
Yeah, it's looking like a pretty similar setup for the side of Sentinels. The last time they played this 2-1-2 split on their pistol, they like to spread the map a bit, and they always use this Viper wall further back. They sometimes just give up rubble control because they like to pinch you when you're trying to go through tree, when you're trying to execute onto a site. A little bit of information garnered. Gunman past the wall.
Past the wall, flashes himself there for a brief little moment. Contact coming his way for now. Zels is just held back here at Waterfall. Rotation's gonna start coming through from Sentinels, realizing that this is in fact going to be a C plant. Now, we'll just go ahead and get into the 5v5, the back end of this spike plant. Everyone's still untouched.
Got a little bit of utility here. Paranoia and Aftershock available for DRX to utilize.
Shot through, flash connecting, but just a tuck away there. Mako staying safe here for the moment. That Paranoia still at the ready. Zekin trying to push forward. Paranoia crash across, connecting onto 3. Zels is trying to open things up here from that waterfall side. Swinging into the smoke line up there as Bane's able to find one to right. Firing back, but it's going to be DRX filling the kill feed as Zelsis can find one more, but cannot get it done. Pistol goes the way of DRX.
Yeah, just a nice start here to this map for DRX. Working things nicely, being patient off the rip, just seeing if there's anything unusual from Sentinels in the beginning. There isn't. They're able to get Hyunmin past the wall. Then it's a good use of the salvos by freeing right as that wall is dropping to give DRX the ability to make that execute cleanly, safely, for Sentinels to play a full-on retake. And then they just lock it down with some good shots, and you can hear them. They are loud, folks. This is not the DRX of old.
Certainly not. Bane on the rejoin, give them some much-needed energy, as it's going to be a little bit of a rush play out here towards Mound. Cut of the noise in the meantime, just going to be Zelsis on his lonesome over here by A. Rides the rope, gets up top over towards safety, just relaying this pressure coming his way to the rest of the squad. Site will be taken, the plant can come through.
Yeah, they've got the U-tilt to watch the backside here, assuming they check the camera. It's get cleared, so they're going to be aware of this long lurk flank from Sentinels. See if they want to get aggressive on this, try to deny Sentinels going down to the spike.
Door broken open, 7 seconds until that next salvo comes online here for freeing. Also does have that concuss. Mako plays close here for the moment. Bulldog in hand. Hyunmin down at drop. Bulldog of his own. Question is for Sen. They try to make a play for it. They just sit back. Looks like they're going to try to at least get something going here as Paint Shell does land. Hyunmin eating a bit of damage, but widely Sen seeming content to just go ahead and die to the spike. Get that death bonus for DRX. This does mean that they're going to be able to hold on to all of these weapons.
Yep, I think this is the right call here for DRX. Maybe you can find an exit frag with freeing. He's got one!
Pushes in. That's going to be a Bulldog loss unless Mako can get over there. He has one of his own, actually, so never mind. We need to try to relay that over to Flashback, who is just nowhere nearby. So we'll end up losing out on a singular rifle. DRX still get the 2-0 start they were looking for.
So far, so good, and DRX taking advantage of some of that early space that Sentinels will give up on this defender side. They do commit sometimes to fight for rubble, but they're not nearly as aggressive with it as a lot of other teams are generally on this map. So kind of an interesting way that they like to play. And again, a lot of it comes off the back of the toxic screen that John QT is going to be setting up and utilizing. And Bang in particular is really annoying in tree. He's really creative with how he utilizes that space and moves around with it. Looks like Hyunmin going to go out on his own, gets spotted.
Eats a haunt. Don't think he's too concerned about it, just given the gate crash setup that he has. And yep, we'll just go ahead and jump out. Bit of a rinse and repeat here for DRX. Similar scenes, similar movements from what we were witnessing in that pistol round. And once again, look to try to open things up as there goes the wall. This time though, gentlemen not in front of it. Now they'll just cut noise and look to play this out quietly.
And already Sentinels are moving everything they have over to try to cut this execute off.
CP4 into the side. Zelsa's already eating some damage earlier on, down to 63 as the plant gets ready to come through. Mako going to be looking to take a more forward position here. A little bit of reinforcements. The push out of the smoke comes through. Second from beyond the grave. Able to find one. Bane's going to be taken down. Flashback now with everything to do. Manages to find 2 kills. But in the end, they'll wait out the snake bite and get the defuse as Sentinels get themselves on the board.
That's decent damage for DRX, but I'm a little bit concerned there with how telegraphed that whole situation was for them. They used a bunch of utility to get the wall to go down. That buys the time for Sentinels to make an easy rotation over. Plenty of time for them to set up for that retake. It isn't the cleanest one, but the movement and the timing is good for them, which means DRX might need to think about that, see if Mako can kind of understand that situation. That things have been pretty readable for them so far. Sentinels are making fast rotates. See if you can maybe use that against them. Still though, nice blood retake here for the side of Sentinels. Let's see if they can get it going, continue on here. So that is going to be, I believe, a Guardian buy down for Zelsis. Start the round. Again, there's some execute. Going to be given up. Sentinels happy to give that space up. They don't mind letting you rotate over to B. Sometimes they'll use this toxic screen to catch you off guard.
Very heavy commit to this side of the map now. As Stealth Drone going to be spotted out, taken down. Mako able to find a kill. His bang is just straight across him, and the man can't see a damn thing! And as he regains his vision, he will lose his life. Mako picking up 2. Very fast reaction here as Narade just desperately going to try to hop away. Knows that if he swings out, he is dead. Ends up falling to the aftershock. As on a quick peek, we'll find John QT.
DRX are wise to Sentinel's way. I mean, it's all util here that gets the job done. It's the stealth drone that identifies Zekin, and then you're going to get the kill on a bang off the flash, and then you get an aftershock kill to boot. Crazy good preparation being shown so far from DRX. That round right there was as good as it gets as an ante. Unbelievable.
Zelsis now is having to stay tucked away, just that Guardian in hand. Doesn't look like anyone's going to go too deep in pursuit to try to find him and suss him out. We'll be able to go ahead and at least retain that, but DRX moving up now by 2. We'll get the upgrade here onto the Phantom. Just min-maxing as much as humanly possible here is Zelsis, but in the end, it's 3-1. DRX out in front at the moment here on Lotus.
Yeah, they're just really well drilled, as you would expect from a team with Termi coaching them. You know, some doubt with this DRX roster coming together this year. But Termi has once again worked magic. It's a great aftershock, great shot from Yunmin, man. He's been electric coming in as the duelist for this squad. Has really been a great replacement for Buzz's huge shoes to fill.
Now, Dimensional Drift won away the Rolling Thunder as well, right there for Bane. There are margins, and obviously just that one Phantom carried over here, still in the hands of Zelsis. Okay, push up into the smoke in second, able to find a right click. Showstopper's built up, but he cannot fire off the rocket. John QT, dead to Bane, who somehow was a second aftershock kill on this map already. Whip City here around the box, but in the end, DRX crunch back against Sentinels. They do not allow for them to get a modicum of additional damage in that round.
I like the play call here from John QT. You know, they haven't shown any real rubble congestion or aggression. Just go deep in the paint, see what you can get done. And they do a fair amount of damage at the very least, give themselves a chance to sneak this one away. But freeing their great reactions against the Showstopper, just in a really nice position to shut it down before the rocket could even get out to be shot. And then, yeah, a little bit of a whippy spray around the box, but into the next round, DRX this time going to go on an exploration towards Mound. And look at how fast the rotations are coming through. Already Zekin over here, along with John QT and Zelsis.
Has to be. Have to be making these faster pivots as Mako is just TP'd in. He's just hounding him down. John QT assassinated him and now strike. Zelsis is gone. Second here to try to hold the line. Spots out one. It's a good timing there, but now the Rolling Thunder is crashing his way. Hooks back into the corner, staying safe here for the moment. Warning shots out there from Freeing. Solid efforts here from Sentinels to be able to keep things as even as they are, but right as I say it, the rate picked apart. Cam cleared, second flashed, once again forced away as Bang now arriving in from Waterfall, sends out that paranoia, but it only connects onto one. 2 targets, second! Somehow nearly gets that transfer off into the second kill. With 2 players left alive, DRX now move up 5-1.
I'm pretty sure Mako double TP'd. I think he set up a smoke on the edge, on the corner of the C site, TP'd into it, then TP'd again, right into the back. Yep, unbelievable stuff. Hit the stun as well. So Bane there coming in big with his utility. Some big assists. He was so good in the grand finals of Pacific with that util. And he's continuing on that once again. Has just really embraced this role of, obviously, you know, the jokes abound that he's the Korean Zelsis, the hype man, but really he's been doing a great job with setting up his teammates. He has really embraced that role.
Action does not stop. Hyunmin off the rip here in the round. Immediately just going to be sending out the ultimate. Tries to send a flash, but ends up getting stunned, so can't go for the swing out that he wanted. Another little peek in the haunt. This time Mako TPing up on top of the platform. Ends up getting gunned down, and this is going to be a big advantage. The first real one that Sentinels have had. They look to get themselves a second round win. Plan's still going to be coming through. Armageddon available from Freeing. As that is going to be the Steel Garden coming in. Freeing trying to go off on a timing, trying to catch them here while he still had his rifle in hand, but ends up falling to the wayside. So now 2v5 to try to convert this one. Tapping the spike to swing onto the corner. Shorty not going to be finding too much, but Bang is finding them both. Massacres them there, and that is going to be a flawless round for Sentinels to go ahead and get the second win.
Yeah, that's a huge breath of fresh air here for Sen. It's just a quick execute off the back of the Yoru ult. Zelsis wins a battle against Flashback, just a fadeaway there with the Phantom. Oh, John QT got the spot off the fade util. And they're able to use that Steel Garden nicely to make sure that it is a much easier affair at the end.
And it's a great snappy reaction. Yeah. One ultimate, you get 2 away from DRX, and you get the round win on top while retaining all of your weapons, so you can try to start building up this economy that's widely been getting away from you.
Absolutely correct. And you've got some big ultimates to counter some of what DRX might want to do here. There's a lot of that util to clear the space. Catch a player out, and there it lets loose with the nightfall.
Sends it out, gets multiple players on the side of DRX. Be operating without their audio. 4-player setup here from the side of Sentinels. Damn convinced that this is going to be an A-site hit in the end.
I'd like to see DRX work the map a little bit now. Okay, the ult's been used. Your positions have been identified.
There.
Maybe you think you can get away with just kind of pausing a little bit. Open the door here for Hyunmin. That toxic screen looks like it's going to dissuade him momentarily.
Oh, the push-up from Narrate. Bold with it, goes out. Especially final one before getting traded out, and Bang trains it up. Hyunmin dead, Flashback dinked. Dead as Bang comes away with another. Now just Bane and Freeing. Still inching forward, still playing forward into this site. Sentinels have 3 players ready to reply.
Very difficult. The stealth drone could use it to check the site itself. Bane still with an aftershock for the post plan if they can get it there.
30 seconds
Boombot
left.
going to confirm the positioning here. Now Sentinels keen to wait for their moment to strike. See what the decision is going to be. If they're going to let them plant, that seems to be the case. Wait for John QT to get over, really make sure you've got the full forces available for this retake. Don't give DRX any chances. Don't give them the 1v1s.
Salvos is trying to check a couple angles here, and Bane respects the damage, creeps forward, trying to catch second off guard. Has it worked is the question. Freeing in the meantime, needing to try to hold the door. Zekin getting ready to go on the swing. The gun barrel spotted there for a brief moment. He's playing it so patiently, and he walks right into it. The kill does come through, but now he's on his lonesome. Looks to go for the drop down, get the aftershock through. But Celsius will take his feet out from underneath of him. Sen starting to rally back, get themselves a 3rd round win.
Yeah, this is the Sentinels that I'm used to seeing so far this year on this map. Really patient play around that toxic screen. Keep your opponents guessing. When are you going to get aggressive off of it? You know, you use the Nightfall. You don't do much off the back of it. Yeah, they get some info. They're able to just kind of plant their feet, wait things out. And then it's a nice push there from some of the players, waiting for that toxic screen to fall, for their moment to strike. Bang, right, ready and waiting for the trade there. Really nicely done. Flashback having a little bit of tough time on some of these 1v1s. He's been good on some of the defenses in terms of post plants, but
keep playing confident.
these 1v1s he's been losing, Zelsis and others, so I like this timeout from DRX.
I was going to say, timeout call comes through despite the scoreline. It is DRX, Termi, wanting to try to slow down this momentum that's starting to build up from the side of Sentinels. But you heard from Zelsis saying, guys, keep playing confidently. Clearly things a bit shaky in these initial rounds. Onus is now on DRX to try to silence that confidence on the opposite side of the stage.
For sure. And what I hope that Termi might be instilling in Mako and the others here is spread the map a little bit. Let's work, try and bait out some of the utility, try to bait out some of the Sen players. We used a lot of our playbook here with some set executes. We went with some fast rounds. Some of them didn't work, some of them did. Let's try and slow the pace down a little bit now and see if we can catch Sentinels off guard and push and pull them around the map a little bit more. You will find some openings against Sentinels as well. That's something that teams have done rather well against them. That's one of the weaknesses I found in my VOD review of the Sentinels leading up into this event, is that sometimes they just kind of leave some pretty big gaps. And if you have good reads on it, you can sneak through, get some huge flanks, get some easy kills. So far, DRX, though, has been really clean with their util usage. But Sen has responded in kind. Got their heads on straight now. Second, sensing the pressure. Just gonna get on out. Orb fed over to Hyunmin, still a few away from the next one, but still have the Armageddon, still have the Neural Theft available. Mako's ult as well.
Second, able to just go ahead and stay put here for the moment, but now that salvo comes through. Mako once again looking for the same TP setup. Goes over towards that side instead. Paranoia up over the top, gonna be able to get a connection, but Narray just spamming through the wall. Does manage to gun him down. Pain finding one, is freeing. The Armageddon across the way. Second ends up getting mowed down by it. Now it's Bang and Zelsis trying to somehow clutch this out. Seems like the call just put it back away, or at least just a quick peek in from behind. Need an opening and they need it ASAP. They actually want to try to pull the trigger on going for this retake. Player spotted the swing out. Hyunmin, however, holding down that defender's side. Bang hits the floor, and Zelsis once again is going to have to backpedal, but this time DRX, they are hot on his heels. They are on the hunt. Slides up alongside the box, a swing onto the corner. Snappy to readjust, gets the headshot. Everybody else swooping in from behind. They want this guy dead. We'll go ahead and make contact once again here with Bane, it would seem, but no. Looks like he opts to just go ahead, take his death into his own hands, not allow for them to get the ult charge, to get the money that could have given them the Rolling Thunder.
This is fascinating stuff that we're seeing from Mako and DRX.
Very loosey-goosey.
He's acting like a duelist.
Yeah.
He's the first one in. He's jumping in, leading the charge, opening up space. And Hyunmin there, able to be the one to back him up off the back of it with the Yoru util. I mean, it's crazy. And then you've got the Armageddon and everything else you need for that post plant.
Yeah, just a hairline catch there on to second. Thought he was clear of it. Ends up barely hitting that SK. Ends up getting ripped apart by that Armageddon. So now we're gonna see a timeout call, this time from the Sen camp. Kaplan similarly not wanting for DRX to start revamping up with their momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really tricky what DRX is throwing at you. I mean, that last time out was just all about another set play. That was all it was. And if they can beat you like that, against a team like Sentinel, sure, on your attacker side, you're going to have some opportunities to showcase your ability to do the very same thing, because this is a team that is very, very good at that. But right now, they got to stop the bleeding. DRX is looking really, really strong. You've got the showstopper for Zekin coming into this next round. Maybe you can find a good way to utilize that. Sometimes Zekin will get like really close to the front of B main when he has a showstopper or something like that, like hoping the opponents will group up, clump up, that he can find an opportunity to try to catch them in a choke point with it. See if maybe he opts to try that at C. Odin as well, going to be invested in for Narrate. Start spamming through those walls, seeing if he can find any connections onto DRX players, but for now, looks like maybe a 3-2 split. Flashback, calling for a little bit of backup from Mako. Zekin.
Immediate exit, dancing around these shots. He's stagnant, tucked in behind Mound here. Free swings out, and this time the shots will connect, freeing, able to go ahead and come away with a free kill. Mako just staying put here.
And they're rotating off that kill. They haven't done this yet. And Sentinels isn't moving. They haven't budged. They're not biting.
They've also kept this Odin quiet for the time being. Not sure if this is going to be red at all. Celsius also just tucked in behind the box, is trying to find that stealth drone. Cannot do so. Celsius is now going to be forced back away. The aftershock even thrown towards him to try to stave him off. And Mako once again leads a charge, rushing forward, finding John QT, finding Narrate.
Right there.
Just given the money here. Zekin going to stay put over on that C site. Celsius there at upper.
Spike planted.
DRX could go on the hunt, but otherwise looking like a flawless round for them to get to 7.
It's been, what, four or 5 years now? Mako's back to playing Duelist. That's what we're seeing.
Yeah,
he started out, yeah, Babo's back. Like, unbelievable. The way he's just pushing the pace here with these teleports, finding space, finding weaknesses in Sentinel's defensive setups, and getting through and getting huge opening kills, or at least creating the space that DRX needs to get their executes to go. And Sentinels there make some good decisions, quite frankly. They just get bamboozled by Mako, and he's been doing that to people on this map. I mean, remember what he did to Nongxin? The way he was all over the place with those teleports.
Oh, Celsius. Does he have the lineup for it? Mako out for blood, and he will find it. Kill comes his way. Hyunmin does get dropped off screen over towards C site, so Zekin able to go ahead and retain his weapon. That's as good as it gets right now. 7 rounds confirmed here for DRX at the half, guaranteeing that they will be out in the lead. Potentially all the way up to 9. The ult economy is also very much on their sides. Rolling Thunder and the Dimensional Drift both available from the shadows from Mako. Also there.
Let's see how they want to use the Dimensional Drift this time. Last time it was for a quick B hit, but now you can get some info. You could put that Rolling Thunder to really good use off the back of it as well. If you can find Zekin, even better, because he's got that showstopper still, and you'd love to get that identified. You'd love to get that out of the round.
Bang noted, Tree, the call comes in, it's clear, they know that he's backpedaled. There's the TP forward. Turn on the flash, another one sent, just trying to see if he can get a catch. Sentinels quick to get on the rotate, work their way across towards this A site. This is still on a bit of a late linger though, as Pain Shell as well as that bite sent, just trying to catch somebody with the vulnerability. Second for this showstopper is gonna have to go huge, finds one, Mako gonna be taken down. Rolling Thunder now coming out in reply, connecting onto 3 different players. Holds them here at bay for the moment. The South throws now built up, set up towards drop. Pain gets another aftershock kill. 3 in the map, it's unheard of. Narrate now taken down as Hyunmin just scales forward into the back site. Looks to steady the aim, but it doesn't matter. Pain and Freeing are there. They have the kills, they have the covering fire, and DRX with a 5-round lead going to the last round of the half.
The speed and tenacity that DRX is defending these retakes, these flood retakes with is crazy. I mean, look, we've seen some pretty insane reactions from these players. This is the best yet. They are clearly not bothered by being on a bigger stage, not even in the slightest. These new players for this team are stepping right up to the plate. And of course, you've got some of the veterans who were here last year, who played Sentinels last year and lost to them in Champions. And Hyunmin just gets one off the rip.
I mean, already second dead over by the orb here at A. And now they have to try to bail out. Bang here. It's positioned up on top of rubble. Narrate instead is going to be the one catching a stray as Bang slowly, steadily tries to creep back, tries to offer up something, tries to summon an elimination through this Viper wall, but has not been able to find it. Mako almost goes for the stick. Does end up getting broken, but Bang once again is going to have to backpedal. To set up the smoke, Hyunmin already, however, here in the side, and maybe a glimpse caught there on the minimap. Either way, Bang has fallen. John QT watching the rope. He's delivered a bit of a freebie, but as Mako just counter swings, he takes his head clean off. DRX will go ahead and seal the deal, 9-3 at the half.
I mean, this is just a masterclass in execution from DRX. And I'm talking about the way that they're setting up their attacks, the way that they're chaining and organizing their utility is immaculate. I mean, just finds a little bit of gap there. Hyunmin finds that kill. Freeing next up to bat. Let's go. Takes down another. Oh, Bane got the spot right through the smoke right beforehand.
They're looking damn clean.
They're on fire.
A moment of reprieve here for Sentinels as we get ready to go into the halftime. See you guys on the other side.
Had it with your old phone? We've got you. At Verizon, trade in any old phone for iPhone 16 Pro on us, on any plan. And get iPad and Apple Watch Series 10, all 3 on us. That's up to $2,000 in value, only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
All right, we are back and about to go into the second half here on Sentinel's map pick of Lotus. 9-3, the scoreline set up here by DRX after a very dominant attacker side. Sen believing in curses, hoping that they can turn this one around.
No doubt about it. They certainly can. There is no doubt in my mind. I've seen this team too many times, you know, rally back when things look tough or just go on a streak when they absolutely need to. So they definitely can right here. And they're already looking to try to do a little bit more damage to see. This is their favorite side against MIBR. And I pointed it out earlier, Flashback, I think, might be under a lot of pressure on this half. So he's gonna really need to step up on that Cypher.
As the cam setup hasn't revealed it quite just yet, and once he does toggle it, should pretty much reveal all, but they're actually gonna be able to get forward here towards the side a little bit faster. Now there's a trip, does get a catch. Hunman just trying to hold things down over for Waterfall. Flashback trying to stop, you know, get in there on the opposite side. Cannot do double frag! What just happened? Tap after tap! Freeing shuts them down and says, no, not this time. This C site is ours.
He is electric. That is crazy. That second tap is so good. Right there for the finish onto the ace. And the pop-off as well.
From on Dark Horse at first strike to one of the biggest stages in Valorant esports. Welcome to the global scene, Freeing. What a way to open up this second half.
He has just been nasty all throughout kickoff. And that's just case in point right there, folks. There's that cam again. Gonna get a lot of good info.
DP forward here alongside the box, but Gunman has the angle in towards the smoke. And it's gonna be John QT taken down, bang, noted. As they just continue to spray away, Freeing, looking for a little bit more, but there you go. Flawless round as DRX to absolutely speed run their way through this opening map.
And those are brutal losses for Sentinels. You know, when you're down 9-3, you're really looking at that pistol round to turn things into your favor. And this is something that killed Sentinels against G2 in the Grand Finals of Americas. They were losing a lot of pistols, starting on the wrong side of almost every map. And once again, they are on the wrong side of things. DRX looking so, so good. Come on, Soul, get the action.
Liven up a little bit. We must have gotten the footage, you know, from
That's
right after.
yeah.
Surely.
That was after the pop-off. Well, a little bit of attempted info gained towards mid to B, but now Sentinels, three-man stack, leaving the spike behind though. So trying to see if they could get any util out of DRX there. A little bit of a check, but DRX not biting at all. TP gonna be sent over towards A by Hyunmin to make sure that he can quick rotate. Instead, a couple players pivoting towards B, trying to maybe set up for a bit of a crunch. Freeing though, sliding in to maybe help out Bane. There is that tripwire right at the front of B as well. Give them a little bit of extra time and a little bit of extra info. Akko.
Going to send it off contact here. Salvos now flying forward, Freeing on the peak. Finds Zelsis. Armageddon now online, catches a glimpse of the shoulder there on the second. Opts to play this out wisely. Yeah, plays it patiently, knows, okay, I have the ult now available, and Flashback knows exactly what Bang is going to try to do. Finds the kill.
30 seconds left.
Boombot cleared out. Cam still here on the entryway, but flashback scales forward, getting closer and closer toward this entryway. Trying to surprise, wanted to try to get the jump. Bane here has the trip to try to play off of. Cleared out the Stinger, they line up! No, Mako does get involved. Gets a piece of the pie, but John just doesn't have it. The spike is stranded here at the entryway. He's got 5 HP. No recourse available other than to try to hold on to this weapon. Looks like DRX is looking at the death ball. They say, we've got the cash, we've got the funds, we've got the confidence. And now they're looking for the win.
I mean, they're just so great at reacting to every move that Sentinels is trying to make. It helps when you've got Freeing just lasering people down. And then Bane there able to play right off that tripwire. Mako as well, giving him a little bit of backup. Now Sentinels looking to take another timeout seemingly, as they are looking at a nearly impossible task of coming back on this.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe this is just a moment for Kaplan to kind of get the boys in a right headspace. Say, hey, let's try and get 4 or 5 rounds in a row here. Let's come out on a high note. Let's see if we can deflate this DRX team a little bit. I don't mind this at all. You've got the timeout. You might as well burn it. But this has been absolute disaster for Sentinels on their map pick of Lotus.
Yeah. Certainly not the way that we were anticipating this to go. And I mean, again, the quandary surrounding DRX was, how is this comp going to look? They are a very good, execute-heavy team. With the Yoru in here, there's a lot of things they can do, but how comfortable is Hyunmin going to look? It looks like he's been playing Yoru his entire life on stage.
It does. It looks so clean. I mean, and it helps when you've got players like Mako who can step into a slightly different way of playing Omen off the cuff and set up that space for you to be actually the secondary entry in a lot of situations for DRX. Here on the defender side, well, Freeing's been lighting players up. That helps a lot too. And he has been just as good as always. 17-5 right now for the Taeho main. Now they've got 4 players here at Rubble. They're so ready for this. DRX.
And watch that shot! Unbelievable. Any game plan that Sentinels established in that timeout has been shattered as Hyunmin picks second out of the sky. Armageddon mows him down. John QT is dead, and Celsius is surrounded. DRX collapse in on top of Sentinels, and they smother them out of this map of Lotus, 13-3.
It's DRX bringing devastation. So well prepared.
That they absolutely are. For Sentinels, how well prepared is your Haven? Was something brought up by the analyst desk. We're going to find out after a quick break.
Oh, what?
Estoy en la mía, ando suelto hasta el otro día. Hoy es martes y yo no sabía. 2 mujeres y las 2 son mías. Ando en high. Ando en
face your death. Cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets. Cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocketeer, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
With Termi of DRX and the Jen Lee. Termi, 안녕하세요. I have to ask about the Yoru comp because DRX looks very, very good. How were you guys able to make this work in such a short span of time?
감독님 일단 요루 조합이랑 요루 택틱에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶은데 시간이 별로 없었는데 어떻게 그렇게 빨리 깎아오신 걸까요?
저희가 퍼시픽 결승이 끝나고 나서 북미나 유럽 쪽에서 요루를 많이 사용하고 있는 걸 보고 저희도 빨리 준비해야겠다고 생각이 들었고 로터스가 약점이었는데 최대한 빨리 보완을 하고 싶었고요. 그래서 뭐 시간이 많이 없었지만 정말 많은 시간을 좀 그래도 써서 최대한 요루 택틱으로 좀 요루 택틱 자체를 좀 만들려고 했었고 결과가 잘 나온 것 같아서 너무 지금 현재까지 너무 기분 좋습니다.
Well, yeah, right after kickoff, we got straight to it because I realized that a lot of teams in EMEA and NA run the Yoru, so we had to prepare ourselves for that. And I feel like yeah, Lotus was, I would say, our Achilles gun, so our weakness. So I really wanted to add to our Lotus, make it stronger, and it worked out great, and the Yoru seems great. Everyone's executing very well, so I'm pretty happy how it worked out.
Well, best of luck to the team. 감사합니다 and fighting.
A huge performance there from DRX to kick things off. I am your host, Yings, when I'm back here once again with Kakuka and Mimi. Termi giving us a lot of insight in that interview. What did you make of it?
Yeah, he really was. I think this was such a good change coming out from DRX, playing into a team who's running the Vice. The Yoru just rips it apart. Clone is going to destroy the util. They had tons of very well rehearsed looking executes, and they were winning the A lobby fight every single time with the Yoru util as well. This was such a good ante coming out from DRX and a massive way to start their Bangkok.
Absolutely, and also think that Hyungmin throughout the rest of the year, he had not played the Yoru. To do it here as the first time with this, we know that he doesn't have a lot of experience, so for him to feel comfortable, the way that, as you're saying, that he was executing, he was TPing onto site, he was part of all of this, it's a level of work that not many teams can pull through in such a short time.
It's a scary, scary start for them. It's also time for our Verizon high-speed moment of the match. Let's take a look at this ace from Freeing. I bet you Textra sitting at home like, oh wait, it's this easy to get one on the global stage straight away. But Kakuka, for all the things we spoke about him, this is absolutely insane for his debut on stage.
I think that confidence level have to be through the roof. Yeah, the position is perfectly, the space and how he separates these duels. It's so difficult to do in this pistols when you literally have 4 people going onto you and he's able to separate and isolate every single one of them.
He did so well in that round, fragging across the board in this map, but his util was on point throughout too. His missiles are such a big key of their executes on these sites. I think his drone pathing was really good, combining with how Hyunmin was scaling on that Yoru. Everything just looked honestly perfect for DRX this game.
We do have to speak about Mako as well, because in an era where all of the regular players not making it here, Mako being the one-on-ones that did end up making it here, Mimi, there is a reason for that, and he also looked so good on map 1.
He's always been a beast on land, and he shows it here again, and we get to look at some of his best moments. His stats were outstanding, but that's in the context of him now being the IGL for the team, now being the veteran player for them, but he's still doing the things he's always done, Bea.
Yeah, exactly, and I'm happy to see things like him running in when the Euro's in the back and when the plan swaps a little bit, because it is that kind of experience that gives you the confidence to being able to go with this place. Every single time that they were a step ahead and the Euro was not spearhead in the pack, it was Mako.
He was also a big part of those executes that we keep on talking about. Playing on this Omen, he was going for a lot of double TPs to scale deep into the sites when they were pushing in, timing his teleports with the Yoru TP, which was so good, and he got a lot of the critical entries off of that.
Yeah, shout out to all of the fans here waving a Mako. He was giving a heart back to them as well. Now, in terms of Sentinels, how worried should we be? Because that is the biggest defeat they have suffered so far as a roster, considering Haven is up next.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map they've only played once. It was in the finals with a new comp that looked rough. They lost. They're basically staking this first game on the prep that Kaplan, John, and the boys came up with, because there has to be a big change from that last game now for Sen.
Yeah, and maybe the change comes in the composition. Maybe we even see another change from the compositions of DRX. Definitely, Sentinels was not prepared for what happened on Lotus, so I want to see if the curveball comes here as well, right? Like, for DRX, we said, like, if the Lotus is open, they will go there. For the Haven, it's the same.
Before we jump into Haven, let's hear what Coach Kaplan had to say ahead of Map 2.
I've got Cap here from Sentinels with me by the stage. Now, that was a very tough first map. I'm curious from your perspective, what do you think DRX were doing that, you know, the team just couldn't catch on? What surprised you the most about them?
To be honest, we were so below our own standard that it's really hard to say anything. They were, anything about them. I think we just played pretty hesitant, we weren't pressing the buttons as much as we need to. We weren't going when we need to, and we just need to wake up, and we all know it, and we're going to try our best to do it right here.
Well, I mean, it could just be a slow start, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's maybe I'm pretty sick of those, but still, it happens. We can still win this.
Well, thank you very much and good luck.
Usually when a coach says things like that, you take it with a grain of salt, but with Kaplan, I believe it. I believe it. Sentinels of all teams, if it's anybody that can come back into this, Mimi, it is them.
And if you were watching their games during the regular season, you have to believe it even more. I'm saying regular season kickoff, of course. Kaplan's been such a good job of building his boys up when they were in tough spots like this. Sen released some comms videos and some behind-the-scenes content of the way that he's not just acting as a strategic leader, but an emotional leader, especially with two new players, with Bang, with Narrate, entering into the fold of making those guys comfortable and really helping to remind them who they are in positions like this. So it has to be a real rally from him and the boys to come back now.
I love the honesty as well of just being like, yeah, they were great. We did not perform even to our own standards. We just have to forget about that and focus on the next map that is going to be Haven, as we're saying. It didn't look the best, but it did look absolutely terrible. Haven is a map that has been in the pool for such a long time, not received changes. So I expect them to be able to come here.
Yeah, and we just saw Zelsus for a moment there. I want to see him stand up, give it, have some more confidence, give some more energy as well. But let's take a look at the agent select and see if both teams, or maybe either of the teams, made some changes coming into this. And it does look like they're going to double down with this Yoru.
And this is what Termi was talking about, right? He's seen what teams in EMEA, in Americas are doing, thinks this is good, and this is ahead of the curve. Because Sen have changed into a Vise comp, and they have the counter ready to go on DRX.
Yeah, they have the counter ready to go, but DRX with the Euro, if it works as good as it was working on that first map on Lotus, I feel like Hyunmin is going to skyrocket into some of the best duelists or the best Euros in the tournament.
The strength of picking the Jet instead of the Yoru here is how much agency Zekken is going to have. You have to be rather selfless on the Yoru, TPing in, prioritizing your utility. Here he has a chance to just frag out with the ultimate trio of supportive utility with the Astra, the Breach, and the Teo. You're going to have to see a lot from Zekken in this one, but he was the hero for them. Masters won last year. The Madrid MVP has to show up.
Well, let's see if Sentinels can force a map 3 out of this and find out by sending it back to your casters, Achilleos and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Here we go. The turning point that is necessary for Sentinels to get themselves back into this. As Kaplan was saying, he's tired of those slow starts. He still, at this point, is going to be begging that is what that first map tees up. As we get ready to go into this, changes abound for both teams. Pretty big ones here as well. For the side of DRX, continuing to lean on this Yoru from Hyunmin. Now, third game that he's going to be playing on this pick, but also the pivot. A Bane moving over onto this Breach, not having that Sova.
Yeah, he looked great, though, with that util. Finding a bunch of aftershock kills, really clutch stuns, and flashes to set things up for his team. So, little bit more breach for Bane. He has really looked at his best so far. Let's see if DRX can continue, or if Sentinels have something in store with us with a little bit of a change-up of their own. Only the single duelist this time, and look at this. They are so stalled up, so ready for this DRX, and this is going to allow all these rotations to come through. Sen needs to pull off, and they do. This is really, really smart from them. They were read like a book.
Backpedaling away, Zelsis is going to linger in garage here. Mako just there in window. The salvos clear out either side of these connecting halls. Freeing able to find one. Second's going to be taken down. Noted there on that flank as Freeing also falls. 2 kills found. Mako just not quite fast enough to find the punish here, but they know that they have Zelsis widely surrounded, so they really want to try to flush him out, but he gets the headshot. Puts Mako on the floor. They're not going to be able to come through on this B site. They once again do get ushered across now in towards A. 2v3. Spike gets ready to be planted.
Should be really defendable. They're getting aggressive towards short.
Now, but Bane just draws it down. Doesn't take a lick of damage there. It already been whittled away at 62.
What a reaction from Bane. Thought narrate.
Spotting, flashback. Maybe getting a caught here on timing as John QT is able to find one to swing around the corner. And yes, this will be Sentinels getting started. It gets a little iffy there for a moment, but Sentinels will find their first pistol round win.
This is just really good decision making from Sentinels this time around. Leaving Zelsis as a lurk, even though Hyunmin somewhat ready for it, not really able to adjust in time. And then Zelsis is a real nuisance on that flank. Buys them so much time to get this rotate over to A, get the plant down, get a much needed pistol win, and get some confidence, get some security, and maybe see if they can string this into a really successful attack side on Haven. With big changes on both teams, it's really hard to anticipate because, you know, looking into this, I thought, well, Sentinels plays what T1 plays, so DRX has some experience, but it's a completely different comp. They're changing theirs up. A lot of the ideas you have widely out the window. Attempt at taking space here by DRX.
Triple push up into mid. Bang, trained in on the doorway. The swing forward, the nearly live form, and he's able to collect both. Solid shutdown. Plants his feet, freeing. She can cross the other way, about to make contact here, and cannot quite make it happen. Second quick to shut down the shenanigans. As DRX now widely just going to be looking to see if they can stop this from being a flawless round. Seems highly unlikely. Hyunmin can deliver some heroics here. Just the classic in hand is here at the site in correct position. It's right down a little bit low there on the HP, but Fault Line holds him at bay. John QT swings out, and that's going to be Sen flawlessly getting themselves up to 2-0.
Yeah, really clean stuff here from Sen, and I like what I'm seeing early, anticipating some aggressive push-outs. One of the things that caused Sentinels some difficulty against G2 was lack of flank control. And good awareness early here by Bang that DRX might try to push, see if they can claim some real estate of their own, try to get some freebies. Sen not having any of it. Good awareness, good anticipation. Guns in hand, though, for DRX. Sentinels, however, carrying over 4 Bulldogs and a Phantom. They're looking to roll this into a bonus win of their own. See if they can really turn this around. I was frankly surprised this map got picked by either team when we were coming into the map draft today.
Yeah.
But DRX feeling comfortable enough. A lot of pressure, though. Beyond flashback, has to pop. Couple smokes, try to hide. Does get the kill on a second.
Second going to be taken down, getting that reveal. Away here towards that back site. Goes back over onto the camera. Nothing really able to be seen quite just yet.
Bit of a pause there. Ooh, a dink.
Headshot there. T taken low, flashback, able to find one, repeats! Looks for a fourth, cannot find it! As Bane will swoop in from the side. Solid enough here on the antiponus for the side of DRX to get themselves online, losing 2 players out.
Something we didn't get to see much of on the previous map on Lotus is how well Flashback is going to be able to anchor on the Cypher and how much he's going to be able to handle some of these high tempo executes, some of these big, really well drawn up plans that Sentinels can bring. This time around, of course, against a slightly weaker weaponry that that Sentinels is going to be bringing that round. He holds up quite nicely, able to use his smokes to tuck himself in, find that first kill. Gunman, though, caught up in the Razor Vines. Has to wait those out.
Decor now is going to be in a bad spot. Does barely manage to crash out of there in time. Chipped away at. Still breathing. Sentinels, though, applying some pressure over towards this C site. Again, doesn't matter whether it's Lotus or Haven, C site is something that they're going to be usually interested in. Second going to be spotted. There's the reveal. Mako playing off of that beautifully.
Oh, and that camera again. It gets pinged immediately by the Sentinels players. After it gets that freebie, now they're going to try to shift over towards A. All 4 of the remaining players here.
Swings, instantly finds a headshot. Snappy as all hell. Salvos similarly sent out to just try to go ahead and further delay this approach. Sent from here, very committed. Back, stuck, connecting. Gunman going to be flushed out, taken down. However, able to get another pick in. Zelsis will hit the floor. 2v4 now.
Left.
Just trying to get into the site to get that spike planted, but the readjust from Freeing is clean. Bane swings out from back sight. We're tied up at 2-2.
Yeah, and it's just little things for the Sentinels that go awry. It's not recognizing that that camera is going to be there again. Maybe they just never saw it in the previous round, I'm not sure. But it cost them their entry duelist, and then they're just kind of caught walking up a ramp. I mean, it's so hard because what do you do at that point? You don't have much other way to break through except for pure gunfire. Maybe a little bit of Tejo and breach utility, sure. But DRX, pretty wise to those plans. Able to dodge a lot of it. Hyunmin playing right around that corner really nicely there, using his body to get the info, quick flash, has his crosshair right where it needs to be to catch the escaping player and bang. And yeah, DRX already forcing another early timeout out of Sentinels. I think maybe a call here to try to work the map a little bit more. But so far, when they've tried to contest C site, there's been some good ideas from DRX, some combo plays off the back of Flashback's utility there to set up Mako for that kill. You know, smoke gave it away from Bang there that they might be trying to aggress through Garage. Mako was able to tuck into that corner and play off the back of it.
Yeah, so far the reads just been so very clean across that first map, now into this one. Sentinels back at the early timeout. Let's see what we brought out of the playbook here. 2 stingers, Sheriff in hand for Bang. They had a firepower here, but they're going to have to go fast. They're going to have to close distances. They want to get real value off of these stingers here in hand.
John QT's got that ult. If they can get into a post plant, they can make this difficult. A lot of util dumped early to make sure that Freeing can get a counter Armageddon of his own.
And Gunman has the gate crash, so wants to play aggressively. Snappy with a first, and he'll be able to get a second. That fadeaway shot puts John QT on the floor. Again, not going to be able to come to play here. Freeing along the side, sending out four. They can cause the chase into the back. Second going to be fully flashed up. Tries to stay hidden inside of the cloudburst, but ends up getting flushed out. Bang good for one, but now it's all in narrate. Flashback. Swat him to the side. DRX take the lead 3-2.
And the proactivity from DRX now, showing something we haven't seen from them yet in this half. Get really aggressive to make sure they can take that orb. And then Hyunmin just taking a page out of some other teams' book that I've seen where they get really aggressive against ecos. Just want to try to shut it down. And of course the risk reward there is you drop a gun over, but it's a great escape by Bane and he got that kill. Unbelievable.
Minor shrugs and okay. I guess that worked out. Had he not had the flash set up, would have certainly been dead, but another pacey start here from the side of DRX, looking to just chase forward. Gunman into a very aggressive position once more.
Like that Zelsis is sticking around.
Here.
Making sure that this flank is accounted for. Try to make a bit of a pivot towards B, but this time around DRX has changed their Cypher utility. There's a tripwire right at the front of B. John QT stealth drone. I don't think saw anything. I think Mako was able to avoid it.
Yeah, able to dodge it. Another gate crash set up.
Oh!
In the open, but yeah, second. A very solid peek into the B site. Catches Bane across over by that C-Link.
Anticipating someone to try to play contact off that trip. Nice heads-up play from Zekin.
Drone's looking for some spam,
You
but
watch it, fight
pops
it.
inside of the smoke. Cosmic Divide now going to be called through. Armageddon trying to roll out the red carpet, but John QT is able to find Hyunmin. And in the end, this is just going to be an exec here onto the A site. Gets himself entry. Potential flank, and yep, Paco not reading that at all. Spring trying to hold his ground. He's only able to find a singular kill. His flashback peeks out, manages to interrupt. He's back behind the wall, utilizing it against him, but as it does fall, Celsius is ready. Subdues him, prevents further damage taken, gets us tied up at 3-3.
A really creative utilization of the space that they're able to take. Getting Zekken up on top of those boxes and just holding the position and using this Cosmic Divide across 2 different sites. Really, really intelligent stuff from the Sentinels players. Like that they're digging into the playbook here. Show us something really interesting with the way that they're able to layer. And again, the reaction from Zekken to take down Bane to kind of open up the round. Those first kills, something that Sentinels at times have struggled with. They're usually able to bounce back at some of those 4v5 situations. Their sheer ability to fight back is impressive.
Hyunmin hasn't been going for an operator. Didn't see it even once there on Lotus. Brings it out, catches them completely off guard. Stealth drone going to be able to confirm that forward presence here from Zelsis. Press not going to be found. They're on Armageddon now going to be called out. The Seal Guard as well going to be layered in on top. 2 players losing out of their weapons here, trying to hold things down. Over on this sewer side, Hyunmin will find one. Sentinels continue to storm their way forward. Get themselves now into a 3v3. Stealth drone to go ahead and check out the rest of the site. Nothing going to be spotted. Hyunmin throws on the Master Dimensional Drift now here in play. As Thorns get popped. The player's going to be held out. Something setting on the flash, nothing going to be found there. Mako eliminated. He still just has this operator. Flashback needing to try to open things up, finds the first. Tucks back around the wall. Hyunmin like up close and personal. A rolling thunder going to be invested. As he jumps away, would have to try to hit a very nasty no-scope, but cannot make it happen. Flashback now on the swing, finds one, the headshot found. The player just below him, Narrate will strike, and Sentinels will regain the lead.
This is a really cool execute with the ultimates from Sentinels. It's a nice shot, a good opener, and this is what I'm talking about. Even though they lose that first player for free, Sentinels can still fight back. And this time, it's using the Armageddon to force the players into that corner. They've been noticing that Freeing is really liking to play at the top of short A, and then they can use the Steel Garden. It catches 2, and that's basically 2 free kills. So they're able to take the 4v3 man advantage on their way into the site. Really good stuff from Sentinels. Curious now, another round drops for DRX. Termi's gonna go for that timeout. This time around, grabbing the orb. Gunman though, try to play aggressive out of this smoke again.
The push, but Zach can snap it and readjust and doesn't even take a lick of damage. Guardian now left stranded here at a long. With that stinger pushed up down into sewers. He's very much considering the swing. Bane here alongside him. Do they do it or do they just stay stagnant?
It's a Sheriff and a Stinger in hand for those 2 players. Bane with a Ghost. Shotgun all the way on the other side of the map for Freeing. Sentinels seem committed to this A hit.
No one used Paranoia going to be sent out. Mako just trying to go ahead and slow up the flood. Push onto the corner. Freeing going to be good for 1. Tucks in around the back. Bane. Bit of an afterthought there. Ends up getting caught. So he just swooped down into sewer. At least flashback now with just a Bucky slowly creeping his way in towards A lobby. Seems like, yep, oh well, it's absolutely confirmed from here. John QT will be the one to put him down. Just 1 casualty is Sen now, stretched the lead by 2 rounds.
Yeah, just really good stuff from Sen. Coordination really starting to come into play. Zekken winning some of these early battles, anticipating that there's going to be a flash play and a player bouncing out of that smoke to try to cut him down. Reads it beautifully, and the up on top of the box, and the finish onto Freeing's poor trapped body. Not much he could do in that position. And indeed, timeout now for DRX. Sentinels really starting to get a read on this half. DRX, 3 rounds in a row there, and you think, oh boy.
Happening again.
Yeah, but nope. This is the Sentinels you expect. The mental on this team is incredible. They have fought back tooth and nail so many times in Americas in kickoff this year. They played a lot of maps to get here. Certainly they can still do damage.
come together. See, though, with the intervention from Termi, turn the tides, as we saw, as soon as he pumped the brakes, the whole rest of the map, frankly, was just a win streak from DRX. They didn't drop anything after that last time out. Sentinels to make sure that that is not going to be the case here whatsoever. Weapons back into the hands of DRX. Just the jet knives available for Sentinels. So those ultimates going to have to play catch up a little bit, but there's still time to at least get the Armageddon and Steel Guard and rotated back up before this half comes to a conclusion.
You've got a Rolling Thunder and a Neural Theft. So this is what I was curious about. I was thinking maybe a little bit more A congestion here from DRX. That seems to be where they were able to really make life a nightmare for Sentinels. Sentinels trying to get through that garage towards C. Was really challenging. So instead now, they're going to be able to push out pretty early, get some info. Let's see if they want to aggress towards Sentinel spawn or not.
Cam is heard. Gate crash set up. There's the back garage window there for Hyunmin.
Get out of my way!
Widely flashback, likely just going to have to concede the space and wait for everybody else to get clustered up. But it's going to be an immediate TP. Mako rotating over as Tripwire. The stun there on the John QT will now be finished off.
Oh, Hyunmin and Zelsis.
He's sticking around, as you say. The clash potentially about to take place, but no. Zelsis just plays it out quietly. Rolling Thunder now going to go across. This is dodged by absolutely everyone as they look to refill the space. There ain't going to be shoved away. Zekin, however, gets a reset on the knives. He finds a headshot. Flashback put down on the floor. Gets himself over to Cubby. Tucks away. Zelsis, though. Spray a little bit too wild. Hyunmin able to collect. Forced further and further away from the site. Flash out over the top, trying to stack up bodies, go for the defuse. They're blocking out the stars. The grab well is not getting the pull through, and DRX will just hold it to a victory in the round. Being the only one left standing, that does significant damage here, stopping DRX from accruing cash. But they shorten that gap by just one round.
What a gutsy play call here by DRX. Down in numbers, time ticking short. They can't really push towards long to try to clear it. So you know that they've got the Astra. Just protect the diffuser as best as you can, and it comes just in time before John QT finds two. Insane timing there by DRX.
A bold call, one that is rewarded, but now into the action here in mid. Hyunmin does get shut down. Sentinel seemingly just trying to shrug off previous round loss. Flashback tucking away inside of the cyber cage, keeps himself protected. There's the Armageddon. Drains down, stem up this approach from Garage. And now play quietly. Drone, however, gets the spot on multiple players.
Tons of info.
Continuing the push.
This is ambitious, to say the least.
You saw so many players in Garage. And that's going to swing it. Okay, he does. And he's going to look to try to get scot-free. Reed peeks and finds second as well. Zelsis is eventually able to go ahead and peel one back, but now the Neural Theft tells all.
One enemy remaining.
It's like 3v2, but now just down to one. Zelsis, 43 seconds to try to play with the spike. Recoverable, yes, but where do you try to go?
I don't know. This is very, very difficult.
30 seconds left.
And the way that spike is around the corner makes it so hard to just grab it and leave, but he's able to do it just
Grabs
barely.
It, look at flashback. He's gotten himself up into window here. Footsteps are going to be heard. It's widely just a rotate to try to save it. Oh, flashback doesn't hold the angle. Spots him. Celsius now turns back. And a couple shots into the shoulder. Doesn't get the kill. Celsius, an opportunity. The fault line does not connect, but here comes the swoop in. And he will die before the spike can get planted. 5-5. We are tied up once more.
This is just really uncomfortable for Sentinels. They use the Armageddon to try to find a way through, and right as they're about to make their move, they were watching that window like a hawk. Narrate was just staring at it for the longest time, and right as they're starting to try to creep their way forward towards the C site is when Freeing strikes. Then he doubles down on it. Absolutely incredible what Freeing is able to do. And Flashback is having a whale of a time over on C. Questions for me about his ability to anchor, he has answered the call.
Absolutely. Well, immediate gate crash out towards B. Salvos get exchanged. Get tagged up, swing onto the corner before the stealth comes in, Mako finding one, now is gonna be pinned here, but Bane comes to the rescue! Might not be able to save his captain's life, but he certainly has made up for it. As 2 kills fly in, the spike gets left there. At the top of the sewer ramp. Covered now by Zekin, but just one moment. 3 players from Sent get snapped out of existence.
3 players ready for this on DRX.
And then the flash at the ready to send it loose. Pop up over the top of him and almost steps into his spray. Zekin will now get noted, fights back for 1.
Got time.
He cuts noise, tucks back in towards sewer. So flashback just gonna be hanging around that B side, but Zekin wants to try to double pump this a little bit, go back over towards A, but Fring hasn't moved. Slowly starts drifting now in towards the back. He's here, ready to strike. Second, if he tries to stick the plan, he might think that he has this for free. He's taking his time with it.
He's got to worry about the salvos.
20 seconds remaining. Salvo sent, as you say, it forces him back. 15 seconds now remaining in the round. Second will get another opportunity to go for it. Sticks it down, but now flashback is here. Ready to strike, jump into the window, and for a brief moment, it looked like he was going to be good for it. Fring is able to find the kill, and DRX will find themselves in the lead.
Just absolutely tenacious stuff from both teams in this round. You know, it looks like DRX has got the door shut. Mako here, not able to TP out before gets the inability to do so. And Hyunmin there playing the flash. And then they lose a couple players. Sentinels looks like they might be able to recover. And Zekin just barely can't get the job done. If he had gotten freeing there, I think there's a real shot that he takes down flashback and claims that round.
Sure.
But freeing has been just so important today for this DRX team. I mean, obviously on Lotus, he was frying. He's been pretty solid.
Off the rip, it's looking like here from Bang. Dimensional drift though. Might make them think otherwise, but no. Commitment on the ultimate still ends up coming through. Zekin looking to lead the charge. Mako up on top of the boxes.
So he remembers.
Oh, Hyunmin, he stepped forward. Stun does go across on the Mako, but somehow Zekin does manage to slink his way back out in front of B. Keeps himself alive. The Steel Garden now comes through. Taking the weapons away, the shorty drawn out on their face, and as it drops, flashback! Claims 2! Bang and Sean QT both gonna be shut down. Decent kills here in reply, but Mako knows that he has the rate pinned. TP's on top of Plat. Oh! Is able to find it, but Hyunmin here at Lumber, he strikes. Second, however, the one at the start, the one that got away, is the one that brings this round to a conclusion and gets us tied at 6-6.
I was thinking it right off the rip. This is one of those cosmic divides where they can pivot and plant from one site to another. Really nice stuff from Sentinels to close out the half.
Absolutely, 6-6, neck and neck. A far cry from what we saw on Lotus. We'll see you guys on the other side, though.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We are back and moments away from diving into this second half here on Haven, DRX's map pick. We currently find ourselves tied up 6-6. The rounds split just as much as the crowd seems to be here at the UOB Live in Bangkok.
I mean, this is more what I was anticipating coming into this match today. I thought these two teams, on paper, were very evenly matched up, and that Lotus caught me completely off guard. I did not expect one team or the other to run away with any of these maps today. This Haven, much more what you would expect. Some good adjustments by Sentinels after DRX had won 3 in a row. They start putting a lot more pressure on A. They start kind of getting wise to some of the trickery that DRX is trying to employ on their defender side. But here on the Stacker side, you know, you have to imagine this is more what this comp is built for on this map. We saw it on Lotus. We saw the executes, the combos between the Breach, the Taeho, the Yoru, and Mako's Omen. And the way they were navigating that, is that going to be the style, the flavor of Haven as well? This is going to look a bit different. Using the decoy just to get a feel if anybody's going to be holding close on B. No contact made. So for now, got to make sure that the flank is under control, that nobody's trying to sneak through on long. With that open space, DRX says, okay, that looks to be our best point of entry. Let's try and make a go of it. There is...
Expect this, though. The wall's just on the opposite side here.
Exactly what I was just thinking. That Vice Util, dude. Look at that. And then the Steel Garden right behind it. Or, excuse me, the Razor Vines right behind it.
Second not needing to be displaced too much. Does opt to go ahead and dash away his Hepman. TP's into its back sight. Looks to get flushed out, but doesn't manage to fight back for a singular kill. Back able to find the headshot. Recover the Sheriff himself if he does want it. Rest of the Sentinels now pushing forward, looking to try to flood, but it's going to be free. 1, 2, 3 to collect the remainders. DRX not allowing for Sen to take the lead, to tie up the pistol win count.
Just give the man a ghost and he's good for it on the pistol rounds. Also, Flashback wins a huge 1v1 there against Zekin.
Yeah.
And the fact that Hyunmin even gets one off of being cut off from the rest of his team underneath health with the Yoru TP. Absolutely crazy stuff, just individual mechanics shining through for DRX.
You can see Glow just pointing at us, saying, that's our guy. That's why we picked him up.
Goodness.
4 years he's been in the scene, and it's the first year that we find him in Tier 1. Line getting the stun out, freeing, forced away. Aftershock does get a pulse of damage off as they look to try to overwhelm him. Been hovering nearby, but it looks like eventually just going to have to cut their losses. They do offer up some damage as Narrate and Bang get tagged, but that is a potential weapon recovered here for the side of Sentinels.
Right there. That's a huge loss and a great dial-up, a great combo of utility there.
Elsis now has it, stomping their way through. Bane able to find second. Very frame that he tries to go for the tailwind. There's no way to get out. Spike now planted. 4 players from Sentinels. How much damage can they deal? They drag this round back into their favor somehow.
Just throw Zelsis at him, see if anything happens. See if he can put that Bulldog to good use.
Lead with a stealth drone, potentially from heaven here. Zelsis try to maybe set up here the flash. Arc Rose immediately gets destroyed. Salvo sent to try to force Flashback out of the corner, but not scaling forward fast enough. Really take that space away. John QT will be able to find 1. 2 casualties on the side of DRX, but now up 8-6.
And this is just great positioning from DRX, setting up in this post plant to defend against the Flood. And this is something the Sentinels love to do. And if you give DRX the time to get into post plant positioning, they will more often than not convert against you because of the way that this DRX coaching staff prepares their players and understand the angles they all need to be watching, you know, what's likely to be coming ahead of them, who needs to be doing what. The drop down covered by Flashback. Bane going to be watching from the other side. Jump right into things. DRX this time trying to push through onto Garage. Astro Star there. Trying to bait out some of this util, and they do so successfully with the exchange of a couple pieces of their own. See if Zelsis wants to make a go of this. Ooh, he's in trouble, gets caught by the stun.
Stun here on both sides. Kenman now able to stabilize. Shots into the mid-drift, and Zelsis ends up getting picked apart. Bang now to try to hold things down. Some shots into the smoke. Does make a connection on the Mako, but Kenman down the floor. They say goodbye here at backside. Comes up with 2. Keeps him in the round. Such little HP between Mako and Flashback, freeing, holding the door. He's gonna be the first and maybe final boss. And they're able to go ahead and persevere, pushing through. Spike now planted, the wraparound coming through from Flashback. Not sure if this is going to be red. Second ping, no credence to this angle, to this window, and flashback makes it swift. Bonus converted, DRX now up to 9.
The second bonus conversion of the match for DRX. And this is just a crazy battle there. 2 stunned up players dueling at the garage hall. Bang, looked like he might have had a third. If he gets that third one, I think that's round over for Sentinels. He's bested, and then flashback with a really wise play to wrap behind. The awareness, the movement this time from DRX, a little bit different. They don't just post up into post plants this time. So let's spread the map a little bit. Mako go long, flashback, wrap around from behind. And at worst, you just play off of Mako's contact potentially. And again, we're gonna see another timeout called by the Sentinels. Potentially their last one of the match.
Very well end up being the case unless they can right the ship from here. 3 rounds to claw back. Given what we were seeing from them in that first half, it's very possible for them. They need to find that stability. Now they need to figure out how to contain this assault that's frankly coming at them from DRX.
They're just having a really hard time adjusting properly to the way that DRX is using some of their utility. And in this case, you see the drone, you see the fake out come through into garage, and you wait it out a little bit and you're like, okay, now I can re-clear the space, I can retake it. Instead, Zelsis gets hit by a stun. There's another layer there for DRX. It looks, DRX is so patient with it. It looks like it's just trying to bait for util, trying to bait for contact. Instead, it's actually baiting the player to come back and re-clear so they can catch him out, get that kill. And then they're using these TPs like crazy. They're all over the place. They're so hard to read for Sen right now.
3 Sheriffs in for the side of Sentinels. Dimensional drift traces forward. Some pressure now getting ready to come out in towards mid as well as the note on to 1. Bouncing away is John QT, but there's salvos there. Fring is able to find the elimination. Just cutting off all routes of exit. Tripwire now cleared out. Fring. Sights turned here on lobby. When coming through, finds the first, looks for the second. Zelsis straights across, bang, counter strafing in, is able to find the headshot. Weapon picked up here by Zelsis, an opportunity to maybe do some damage. Doubles back over towards Sewer. Seems like Wiley might just look to tuck away and hold on to this weapon. Leave Narrate to potentially just go down to the spike. Zelsis play for some exit frags. First clash here against Flashback. Won't be able to win it out. It's a bit faster here as Flashback comes away with that kill. Narrate, has to swap his weapon back out. Will be able to take down Bane, but that weapon not going to be recoverable. Can't escape. DRX moves out on 2 players. They move up now. Double digits achieved.
4 in a row now for DRX coming into this second half attacker's side, and you can see that the way that they're staggering utility again, it's something different every time. This time it's the dimensional drift into the salvos. I mean, they're just catching them off guard. They have so much ability to take space, to get some free info, and then use that utility to punish. Whether it be the stealth drone, whether it be the Yoru, who can just TP in and look around, or in this case, use his ult. Even Mako has the ability to do that potentially, as we saw in Lotus.
And out salvos exchanged here. DRX just continuing to scale forward. Stealth drone gets a spot out onto it. 2, I believe. It's suppressed onto 1. Armageddon just try to go ahead and clear out the one side. Paranoia goes across, but still DRX not getting themselves forward into the second one just yet. Mako, I'm not sure if he wanted to go on top of the box, but he did. Ends up paying the iron price for that one. To the backside, John QT snappy. Finds Fring, Hedman gonna be shut down. John QT.
Spike down A.
Coming online. Now just 1 away from having that Armageddon of his own. Smoke will dissipate. It's going to be Narrate finding it. Flawless round here in reply when Sen needed it the most.
Yeah, it looked like for a moment there that was going to be a huge round for DRX. But Sen is able to bail themselves out. I think it's the Vice utility that buys the extra bit of time. That's a nice shot there, Mako. Because the stun and the paranoia had hit the 2 players behind the box. I get why Mako's TPing up there, because you've got potentially 2 free kills. And then Sentinels able to sneak a player in time. That A hit was telegraphed pretty quickly off the back of some of that util. The stealth drone, I immediately saw Narrate rotating over there pretty quickly. So Really nice job there by Sentinels reacting to what DRX wanted to do. This time they have that extra layer of defense to avoid that util spam that DRX has been leaning into. Made out a little bit of the Vice utility. That forces out the smoke from Bang. But it's a 4-man stack for DRX. Pinging out the back of the site there. Let's see what they want to do.
The link. Going to be sent. Spray coming through. Hyunmin, however, arriving in backside. We'll flush him out. Narrate going to be taken down. Without damage dealt, Fring and Hyunmin both dangerously low. 26 between the two of them. Mako once again perched up here on top of the boxes. This is how those get sent loose. Back holding them Bang as long as they possibly can. Hyunmin now in a bad spot. Going to be forced forward. Bang's able to collect one. Finds a second as Fring also falls. The low HP player is now going to be taking down the Paranoia. Goes across. The second tries to draw the shorty. Ends up falling down. Zilsis now just trying to bully his way forward into the site. Mako gives up the space. Bang quick on the chase. Flushes him out with flashback. Flinging ring around the Rosie. Zilsis needs to win that fight. The defense gets off. Hattie Suckin might have just had it. Now flashback just looks to try to play around with time. But Bang with the half hold manages to clutch it out. A 4K to bring it now to just 2 rounds separating.
DRX this time, their post plant gets dissected by Sentinels. Coming from a couple different angles, finding 2 early kills from both sides that kind of open this up. Hyunmin trying to get through. Bang. Finds Freeing as well. So this time the discipline not able to be there. Just a little bit of a faster paced retake attempt from Sentinels. Still some frustration zone and now some excitement.
And flip it right side up.
QB's feeling a little better now.
Kind of round that you want to be seeing with some more consistency here. Now an operator into the hands of second. Force off his opening angle. Stealth drones fitted out on either side. It's the break the TP now in towards Hell. Second. There's the re-pick and wow, Hyunmin, what is that pick?
Jeez.
Just the one tap to shut him down. Oh, stranded here on the floor. Now the neural theft as well. Invested.
Spike planted.
Flashback goes ahead and scoops up the op for his own purposes.
On cooldown.
Bane's got a rolling thunder.
All missiles away.
Is he gonna use it right towards the link?
Armageddon's gonna be sent out. Bane repositioning. It's just gonna go ahead and send it. Hyunmin on the peak. He's able to find one with John QT. Mo's down 2 with the Armageddon. Oh, and Mako. Swings out, finds the rate and flashback. Steady as she goes. Holding the same angle with it recovered up the entire time. They slam the door and sends faces. DRX now up to 11. 1 away from match point.
It's just crazy how much faith that DRX can put into Hyunmin to just TP into Hell, find that kill. That is ridiculous. And then John QT found 2 huge kills with the salvos, but then that scooped up operator off of Zekin's dead body falls into Flashback's hands, and he puts it to good use. 22 and 10 now on this map for the Sentinel of DRX. Just an absolutely tremendous start. This is going to be Dimensional Drift for Hyunmin as well. DRX has done a great job using these to either combo or just take space. Find that open player, punish them, or just find the open site. This time around, a heavy lean towards the C side by Sentinels. It's been a lot of A pressure, and John QT rightly is reading that DRX might be feeling like they can find an opportunity. Sentinels might be feeling like they have to close the A long gap.
This one spotted out, the fault line going to be sent. John QT here in the corner, the salvos. He sees exactly where they're going to be coming from. Looks for the kill, takes him down so very low, but it's still John QT coming away with one. Mako will fall to the salvo at the same time. Going to be traded back, Bane pushing forward, Bell stuffs to find Flashback. Hyunmin 5 HP. This round may just be a little bit too chaotic here for DRX. Repositions from Sen, maybe reading. Potential rotate, but they still do leave 2 lingering here towards this C side.
The patience by Sen.
30
and
seconds
then
left.
Finding that right timing to strike. Bit of a bait.
Rotate it over. Plant handed here for Hyunmin. Freeing, wanted to try to play maybe a bit of a timing there. Spots nothing on the peak.
All missiles away.
Salvo's now going to be sent. They get the Steel Garden out. Wanting every single advantage that they could possibly get here. Sen knows that they need to win this round out. Weapon recovered. Zelsis tucked away. Defuse starting to be held. Push out of the smoke. Bang. Good for the shot. Hyunmin, time just not on his side. Is able to find one. But Bang with another big round. Comes up with 3. Keeps things tight-knit. 2 more to go to tie it up once more.
Again, it's the timing for Sentinels more than anything. They're able to wait out the dimensional drift a little bit, just smother Mako with flashes to make sure that those salvos were going to get the job done. Flashback might have showed his hand, revealed his hand a little too early there. But it's just to cut off the plant before it can even happen here. That's what's giving DRX problems. I think the identification for Sentinels is that DRX, we can't let them get into post plants because that's where they're just going to tear us apart. We have to prevent them as best as we can. We have to confuse them, make it a little bit scrappier in some of these moments. And they're doing a great job of it. John QT has done a good job. Some of that util. Bang has been absolutely electric on the Astra, hitting some crazy shots.
Basically, I mean, almost back-to-back rounds from him. One separating. Big heroics being put up. Sentinels slowly getting comfortable once again. So timeout call here from DRX. Let's see if they can bring this to a conclusion. 2-round lead, not something that they're going to be overly comfortable with. They might still go for some minor investments here.
And we haven't really seen much in the way of like fakes or that kind of thing from DRX. So obviously this is an eco round. This just might just be another fast hit, execute, try to just smother them with utility, get a plant down and see what happens. But after this, I'd like to see them work the map a little bit more.
Mako offering up a weapon here. Getting that over into the hands of Hyunmin. So 2 rifles available to DRX. Once again, sight set over towards C. Stealth drone in towards the back. Going to be cleared out by Bang. Zelsis far forward, and Bang is absolutely ready for it. Gets the shutdown. Hyunmin on the floor. Shots into the smoke. Mako gets dropped. Everything DRX were attempting here in this round, it just blows up right in their face.
They tried to use a flash timing to set up Hyunmin's teleport, but Bang turns it and kills him instead. Finds the second, spamming through his own smoke. He has really stepped up for Sentinels to put him right back in this match. Now DRX gonna have to try plan B. Will that actually be the B site?
Cage triggered.
Flashback just trying to show a little bit of presence at long A.
Cage fake, but Seward being watched there by Zekin. B site end up exactly where they're trying to go. Well, Salvo is going to be sent through. Thorns popped. John QT, however, still waiting, getting the spot out. Looks to just try to make the front of sight unassailable here for them. Aftershock similarly on the opposite side, just locking them widely into this corner as the concuss goes through. Not going to be found. Free, swinging onto the corner. They put it down low. Second now. Arriving over at A-Link. Finds one. Double swing. Force him away, but Bang still here, still being a hero. Another 3K. 3 players surviving. Sentinels 1 round away from tying us up.
Starting to really get a feel for themselves now, are these players. Yeah, Bang just moves right to the back of the plat and says, nope, not today, Hyunmin. And oh, I see some shots coming through that smoke. Let's just see if I can find some freebies. He has just been crisp as all hell. He is really starting to get the wind underneath him. Now he's got a Cosmic Divide to boot. Zekin's got the blades potentially, but see what they want to do is the crowd starting to get into it. And it's hard to tell which team has the bigger support. Like you said earlier, man, it's pretty evenly divided.
The moment that you hear a chant starting for one, it gets matched and drowned out by the other side.
Here's that wall again.
Little bugle jump. Sheer wall gets popped. John QT lingering here in heaven. Stealth drone going to be sent through. Try to scout.
Drone is down.
And might not have gotten the vision on Hyunmin, but knows that there is a player in that spot.
All missiles away.
Attack now, getting ready to begin. Salvo's going to be sent.
This is nice. You baited out quite a bit of utility. Sent the clone through. You're just taking your time. Trying to show that maybe you've rotated to another site, seeing if you can convince another Sentinel player to move off.
Pushing up in towards B. Smoke there. Cage gonna be popped. Trying to create some of that pressure. This is right there alongside it.
Oh, John.
Meanwhile, here, in Heaven, John QT opens things up. Gunman gonna be shut down. Gantry power widely taken away from DRX. The second continues to play forward. Narrate here backing him up. 20 seconds remaining. DRX gonna have to try to ham-fist this one, it would seem, but continue to bleed out. Members of Flashback comes up with 2. John QT able to trade 1 back. Spain down to 5 HP.
10 seconds left.
Desperately trying to get himself forward here onto the site, but the Armageddon is going to be called in. It cuts off the site. Does he find a tiny sliver? It looks like he has.
Spike planted.
Avoids the blast radius. The spike in play. This round not over yet. John gonna look to try to drop out.
No way.
But he's only got 6 health. He has to reroute. And now the site is firmly in control of DRX. The IGL, the captain, asked to be the hero. Slowly creeping forward, but paying no credence to the Cubby. Bane will pick him apart. And DRX somehow dragged themselves over the line to get to match point.
It's a 4v5. Sentinels knows they're coming. They've got everything in the kitchen sink to throw at him. John hits an absolute banger there. But then somehow, Flashback finds a timing and a transfer.
Oh my God.
Oh my word. It's outrageous. And then Mako hasn't been super impactful in the kill department on this map, but that one right there certainly had some impact. Oh my.
Is this where it all comes to a conclusion, or can Sentinels give us our second timeout of the day?
Time to jump.
Rex is going to be looking to avoid it. Similar gate crash setup coming through. Bang once again here at backside, but this time there is an Armageddon, and he's got nowhere to go. Gunman will still fall. Celsius is going to be good for 2, but he gets traded out right now on the floor. Second and John QT. The last one's remaining in a 2v3.
Spike planted.
They're trying to stop it from ending right here, right now, but Mako has snugged him out of the sky. John QT finds one, but cannot find the rest. 13 to 10, DRX rock up the Bangkok. They close out their opening series 2-0 over Sentinels.
Fear it, dread it, run from it. DRX is unstoppable in group stages of international events. It's a completely different looking team in a lot of different ways than old DRX, but the results are the same here at Masters Bangkok.
Double M Swiss, doesn't matter it would seem. What a roaring start. And I think for a lot of people, more one-sided than we could have anticipated.
Yes.
That Lotus in particular, but even here, DRX getting themselves a 2-0 victory. That Abyss not to be witnessed, not yet here on the international stage. There's still plenty more games to go for the Pacific representatives. It's a very solid way to kick off their tournament and to get these rookies acclimated immediately.
And they were hot on Lotus. Haven and Flashback really stepped up huge. You know, we saw him last year. He's such a cracked aimer. He's such a solid Sentinel player for this DRX squad. And he was a little off during kickoff, let's just be honest. But I think a lot of that was just these new players, Freeing and Yunman, stepping up so nicely. But here today, I think 26 kills on Haven. Absolutely incredible work on the Cypher. Doing a great job locking down that C site, being that last line of defense, being that flank control player on the attack side. Phenomenal stuff.
Unfortunately for Sentinels, it seems like it will have to be that slow start. We're starting to come online. We were seeing the gears turning here on Haven, a map that, as the desk was highlighting, was one that they were basically permabanning until they got to that grand final. And overall, I think that they have some very solid ideas on this map, so I'm not too concerned about this Haven in the future here at the tournament. We need to see this kind of form, this step up that we were getting from the likes of Bang, the hero moments from John QT, a lot earlier in their next match.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, some of the slow starts in the halves have really hurt them. You know, 4 in a row to start DRX's attacker side kind of set this pretty far out of reach. Yes, they were able to make adjustments. Yes, they were able to come back as the second half wore on. First half was great, 6-6, looking pretty solid. But that early 4-round lead that DRX was able to establish to just really throw a haymaker at the Sentinels players, which set them off balance, and they were never able to fully get their feet back underneath them.
Some time to prep, figure out who their opponent's going to be. Trying to even things up as far as their scoreline's concerned here in Swiss with a 1-1. Sentinels, we know that they're going to get, you know.
Oh, yes.
They're going to put steel to the grindstone. They're going to get ready. They're going to give it their all. Not a team that's going to be going out of the event without a fight.
No one wants to play them the rest of this event. This team is going to be scary no matter what. They're going to be...
I think probably catching a lot more people off guard, but we'll get ready to send it down. His first tournament here in Tier 1. Now his first interview. We'll send it down for the prize and post-match interview with Free.
สวัสดีครับโหมาอีกแล้วนะครับตอนนี้เราก็มาอยู่กับผู้เล่นที่ทุกคนน่าจะรู้จักครับ Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Free. First of all, congratulations. Your performance was top notch. สำหรับตอนนี้นะครับผมเชื่อว่าหลายๆคนน่าจะมีหลายคำถามมากๆครับสำหรับคำถามแรกนะครับผมอยากรู้เหลือเกินว่าทำไมต้องเป็นเตโฮนะครับเขาเล่นมาตั้งแต่ Pacific Kick Off จนมาถึงตรงนี้อยากรู้เหลือเกินครับว่าทำไมนะครับเพราะว่าจับคู่กันดีมาก So first question, I really want to ask, why Teho? Because I mean, in Pacifics, you were considered one of the best in the world at the agent. And yeah, for us Thais, I mean, it's like fork and spoon, it's like mango and sticky rice. Really want to know, like, what's your thought and why is this agent so special to you?
먼저 오늘 굉장히 좋은 활약을 보여주셨고 승리 축하드립니다. 먼저 태호에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶은데 워낙 킥오프 때부터 세계 최고의 태호다라는 말이 나오기도 했었잖아요. 왜 태호일까요? 왜 이렇게 태호를 잘할까요? 라고 물어봅니다. 왜냐면 바늘 가는데 실 가는다는 말이 있듯이 태국에서는 뭐 망고 있는데 밥 있다라는 말이 있거든요. 태호가 약간 프링 선수한테 그런 존재 같아요.
네, 일단은 태호라는 캐릭터 자체가 너무 좋기 때문에 일단 태호라는 캐릭터를 플레이를 하면은 저도 모르게 태호가 너무 좋으니까 뭔가 자신감이 생기고 그래서 잘하는 것 같습니다.
Teho as an agent is so broken right now, so OP. So when I pilot him, it just makes me feel so confident because I like him so much, and it just boosts my performance.
นะครับก็สำหรับคำถามนี้ตอบง่ายๆนะครับผมบอกว่าเตโฮ OP มากๆเลยนะฮะก็ในเมื่อตัวเก่งอยู่แล้วมาเข้ามือเราอีกเนี่ยบอกเลยว่าเก่งแน่นอนนะครับผมก็อย่างที่เราเห็นนะครับหยุดไม่ได้จริงๆครับสำหรับผู้เล่นคนนี้คำถามต่อไปครับอยากรู้เหมือนกันเนื่องจากว่าเมื่อกี้เนี่ยเขาเจอกับทีมตัวเต็งเนาะอย่าง Sentinels นะครับผมอยากรู้ว่าการชนะ Sentinels แบบเขาเรียกว่าถล่มเลยก็ได้นะครับเมื่อกี้นี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างนะครับผม So the second question, as we all know, Sentinel has been considered by many fans as one of the favorites of the tournament, and my God, your performance was amazing. Like, what's going through your mind, and how does it feel to be able to dominate this matchup?
오늘 센티넬을 상대로 승리를 거뒀는데 사실 센티넬이 많은 사람들에게 우승 후보로도 점쳐지고 있었거든요. 근데 너무 잘했어요. 거의 압살을 했는데 만나보니까 어땠고 오늘 경기 전반적으로 어떻게 평가하시는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 너무 강팀이기 때문에 사실상 쫄면 안 된다는 마인드로 일단 했던 것 같고 그래도 플레이를 하면서 와 확실히 진짜 너무 강하다 이 팀 너무 세다라고 느낌 받았고 뭐 오늘 운 좋게 좀 잘했던 것 같습니다.
Well, yeah, they are a super strong team, and I felt like I told myself, hey, they're really strong, but don't get scared, don't get intimidated. And yeah, as I was playing against them, I felt like, wow, they're really strong. But I think we got a little bit lucky, and I'm really happy with how today turned out.
Wow, great answer. And they are strong, but today you came out as the victors. Congratulations. สำหรับนะครับผมเมื่อกี้คำตอบของเขานะครับบอกว่า Sentinels เนี่ยค่อนข้างจะเป็นทีมที่เก่งมากๆเลยแล้วก็พอเล่นด้วยก็รู้สึกว่าเขาเก่งจริงแต่ก็ยังมีความถ่อมตัวนะว่าบอกว่าเฮ้ยเราโชคดีหรือเปล่านะครับเขาถึงที่จะสามารถเล่นต่อไปได้ชนะไปได้นะครับผมก็ถือว่าค่อนข้างที่จะมีสติกันเลยทีเดียวสำหรับแมตช์อัพนี้นั่นเองนะครับผมบอกเลยว่าสุดยอดจริงๆแต่อย่างไรก็ตามวันนี้นะครับผมก็น่าจะจบเพียงเท่านี้นะครับสำหรับ Masters Bangkok ในวันแรกของเรายังมีอีกตั้ง8วันนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นทุกคนใครที่อยากติดตามก็ติดตามได้ And ladies and gentlemen, all of you here at the stadium and all of you watching back at home, unfortunately, that will be the end of today. But tomorrow we do have very, very exciting matchups coming up. So please do not miss out. Stick with us and I'll see you again tomorrow.
고군카.
고군카. Thank you. 고군카.
Very wholesome interview there. We love it. And I'm so honored to introduce you guys to Human here on our desk. Congratulations. Big time on that win. Now, we also heard a little bit from you in the pre-match interview. You said you're pretty excited, to face Sentinels. They're really, kind of a scary opponent, though. So what are your feelings after facing them and now beating them?
They're really, really strong team, and they have a lot of fans as well. So I was excited to play against them, and I'm just glad that we were able to win.
I think some of those fans might be your fans now. I think after seeing you guys,
Was the experience how you expected it? Because obviously at the beginning of the year, you joined DRX, you started playing in Pacific, and now you're in the big stage. I assume that you were a little bit nervous before today. How was the experience being there?
I wouldn't say I was nervous. I was just rather excited to play, and I was even more excited to play against Sentinels.
I don't
when
blame
things
you.
were tough?
Yeah.
It was barely tough though, I felt like, especially after map 1. But I have to ask you, what we were really excited about was not expecting you to play that Yoru. That was super, super nice to see. Your coach kind of mentioned about, you guys were watching what NA were doing, what EMEA were doing. So I wanted to ask you, whose idea was it for the Yoru? And was there any other players from the other regions that you did watch to try and kind of study their tech and all that?
I think it was rather like a group idea that Yoru is kind of a good agent right now. So yeah, we tried him out and it was good. So I think we just started using it.
Which players were you kind of, we were from EMEA, so we have a lot of good Yoru players. Did you watch anyone else?
I wouldn't say I watched someone specific, but a lot of players like Turkey or like Jogmo, those types of players, yeah.
Derek and Jogamo mentioned. We have this entirely covered.
The ones we would have watched as well, I felt like. They were the good choices.
The fun ones.
Yeah, the fun ones. Do you like playing Yoru? What was it like playing on stage?
I haven't really played Yoru that much, but I think it's like a much rather different than other duelists that have a lot of entry patterns and stuff. So I think it's really fun to play.
Who other teams do you think that now that you've won your first match, would you like to find in that second part before you make it to playoffs? Do you want to face
your only choice right now is EDG.
Or whomever you think is going to win tomorrow.
I want to face against Vitality because they have very strong players, and I think it's gonna be a very fun game to play again.
You know your audience. You know your audience, saying it in front of us two. You might get a chance because they're going to be playing tomorrow. Do you mind giving us maybe your predictions for tomorrow's games? Because it's Vitality playing your brothers from Pacific T1, and then G2 playing Trace. Who do you think is winning these two games?
I think Vitality is gonna win against T1, and G2 wins against Trace.
Wait,
so he wants every seed 1 to win their opening match.
I mean, it's not a hot take. I think it's a really reasonable take. I don't mean to stir any drama, but I wanted to bring up a little bit because before the match we also interviewed John QT, and of course your teammate Freeing only plays Tejo, and John QT kind of very cheekily said, yeah, I respect his Tejo, but I think mine is better. Now you played against John QT. Do you think that he was right in saying that, or maybe your teammate Freeing is actually better on Tejo?
I think the two players are really, really good, but I would have to go with my teammate Freeing.
Loyalty.
Loyalty. Right.
Oh, you changed your mind because you said John
no.
was better.
I will tell you what I said, and it is when I was bot reviewing, and especially on Haven, there were things that I was seeing that I'm like, or even the direction of the ultimate sometimes, because you want to force someone out into certain positions, and I'm like, here's some tweaking here and there. And today, I saw a different face of him, but the same I can say for EDG. Love the fact that you guys changed compositions. Do not reveal too much, but can we expect some other changes?
Yeah, you guys can look forward to different changes.
I very much look forward to after seeing what you guys did today. We see a lot of players, making their debuts on a stage this big, and I think some players kind of I'm gonna come here and win everything, and some players kind of take it a little bit slower. Where do you stand on that? What are your goals for this?
Yeah, it's a very good feeling to win, but I'm just rather here to have fun and play against strong teams. Yeah.
Take it day by day. Take it day by day. Soak up the experience. Soak up the experience. Before we close things up, do you have any more questions?
No, honestly, like I'm very happy with your performance. He seems very happy. He should be happy about it, and it was a flawless match.
It was indeed. Yeah, and that is it from us. Thank you very much for joining us today. Congratulations. Once again, thank you, Kakuka, as well, for being here. Thank you to you guys at home for watching. We're going to be back for more action tomorrow, starting with Team Vitality versus T1. Have a lovely evening, and we'll see you then.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Masters Bangkok!
Welcome to Masters Bangkok indeed. Both of these teams had a bit of a shaky start, but they are here for a reason. EDG still to see if they are the best team in the world, and Team Liquid to prove everybody else wrong.
But to find this one is an easy target, potentially yet. That's a spike gone down into mid. Meanwhile, Chichu up through the guts, trying to find it up through heaven. This is chaos, this is anarchy. They know that Kamek's here. Kamek has got a lot to do with the playmaker. And away, man! Holding, lucky to be alive. As damage done through the wall, but Chichu dropped down into mid. Back himself away. They gotta know where these players are, but still Kamek, no way. Kamek! The body! What is going on? Buying time and space for his team to get back in. Util expended, out through the smokes. The feed is building red. This is a mess. Kang finally puts an end to it and puts the map under their belt. Split goes their way with an 18-16 finish. Off onto the flank, dodging, juking. Chichu can't see a bloody thing. Blind as anything, yet still wins that fight out. Dominates the angle. It's important to control A main. And Simon with the slam bloody dunk. And they're all blind as anything. Spamming away, vulnerable up. Can the judge even save you here? It's not. Making a good go. My God, they put him into a bloody blender. And EDG shut it down before it just gets away. 13-6, 2-0 finish. What an opening here to Masters Bangkok.
Sentinels are no stranger to this stage. They won the first global event last year. It'll be interesting to see if they can do it again.
This is now going to be forced back away. The aftershock has been thrown towards them to try to stave them off. And Mako once again leads a charge, rushing forward, finding Junk UT, finding Narrate. Oh, it's Elsis. Get the lineup for it. Mako out for blood. And he will find it. Chunman is trying to hold things down over for Waterfall. Flashback trying to stop, get in there on the opposite side. Cannot do double freeing! What just happened? Tap after tap! Freeing! DRX collapse in on top of Sentinels, and they smother them out of this map of Lotus, 13-3. Sentinels now pushing forward, looking to try to front, but it's going to be free. 1, 2, 3! To collect the remainder. Going to be traded back, Bane pushing forward, Bell stuffs. Recovered, Zells is tucked away. Refused, starting to be held, push out of the smoke, Bang, good for the shot. Gunman, time just not on his side. He's able to find one. Bang with another big round, comes up with 3. There is an Armageddon, and he's got nowhere to go. Gunman will still fall. Cells is going to be good for 2, but he gets traded out right now on the floor. Trying to stop it from ending right here, right now, but Mako has snuck him out of the sky. Junk UT finds one, but cannot find the rest. 13-10, DRX. Rock up the Bangkok. They close out their opening series, 2-0 over Sentinels.